BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught!
Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in Bronzebourne.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Is it? That's impressive. You guys did really well. That's surprising. Every time I open my phone, I just do the same.
BUCS Regatta 2023. My name's Camilla Haddon-Torrix. I'll be with you for the next couple of hours here on the live stream where we'll be running through the AB semi-finals and repechages. I'm joined by Alex Darby, Mr. Uni Rowing himself. Darbs, what's been your favourite part of BUCS Regatta 2023 so far?
Definitely wasn't yesterday's rain in the minor finals. I did ask one of my crews why they couldn't have just come in the top 12 to save me from that. The sunshine was out. I think there was some really good racing. Women's champ quad, that was a close finish. Durham sneaking in, silver medal, champ 8s, and then London taking the inter 8 gold. That was pretty cool. So yeah, I think there's been some good racing yesterday. Today, I was saying to someone earlier, today is like the most typical BUCS weather I think it normally is. It's like not super cold, not hot, clouded over, headwind moderate. This is what BUCS normally looks like, right?
This is what you train for. When you know you're coming to Nottingham for BUCS Regatta weekend, this is kind of it. You're absolutely right. We occasionally get blessed with the beautiful sunshine, but rain is quite rare, I think, usually. We were saying this. It's quite rare to get rain. But you're joining us with the first of the AB semi-finals we've got here today, which is the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls. A huge entry into this event, and just 3 from this semi-final to go through to the A final, which will be taking place in the next session of racing. It's been a phenomenal row from Durham University's Caroline Reichser, who is in lane number 4 over there in the Platinum Lycra, a win in the time trial by just a second, I believe, but looking to sort of keep control of this field into the headwind. Not favourable conditions for the lightweights here, but just a very kind of controlled race by all 3 of our top scullers, and I'm sure Darbs will be pleased to see Erin Meredith there in a qualifying spot in 3rd from lane 3.
Definitely. She did bronze medal in this last year, so she wants to try and get that again. There's a really talented field though. If you look at this, we've got like Leonie Kennedy's in there, Laura Britton's in it. This is a high caliber field, like really high caliber field. And these 3 scullers are definitely distanced themselves from the others. We've got it looks like all of them have just been able to take control in the first K, and then this last 500, no one's had to wind up. It's pretty safe through to the finish line. And I think as a competitor, especially lightweight competitor, where you usually a bit of a calorie deficit coming in, that's just nice, I think.
And yeah, nice to be able to reserve some energy. The A finals are a tight turnaround here at BUCS Regatta. It's going to be Caroline Reichser of Durham over the line ahead of Laura Bates from Leeds. Erin Meredith will take 3rd spot for Birmingham University as she comes in towards the line now. And I think the other thing that's made this event so high quality is there's no championship equivalent, right? There's no entry, I believe, or no event, certainly. There wasn't a time trial.
There wasn't. I think there is. I think they just said no time trial, and they're just going to do a classic stick 'em in lanes. So I don't know who's going to get what lane. Just the randomness of the draw, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, so smaller entry in championship creates higher caliber, I think, in the intermediate event, certainly.
Yeah, I think this is one of the few events where they probably will stick with champ and inter for lightweight. Some of them they've kind of rationalised it back a bit to just having one or the other. But I think in this one they will keep it as it is.
So it was then the University of London, followed by Reading and Bath to complete that first of the AB semi-finals in the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls.
So the next race that's going to be coming down is the second semi-final of the women's inter-lightweight singles. We've got Amelia Moole of Essex, Sasha Kennedy of Surrey, Leonie Kennedy of Surrey, Lara Britton of Reading, Alex Grocock of Reading, and Isabel Thomason of Exeter. Those are the 6 crews. Just looking out of our commentary position, this one's a little bit of more of a battle for who's going to go through. So lane 3, Leonie Kennedy, pretty well placed. I think Lara Britton chasing well, but it's going to be pretty close between Sasha Kennedy and Alex Grocock over there.
Yeah, that would be pretty disappointing, wouldn't it, if one of the Kennedys got through and the other didn't, especially having partnered up so well yesterday in the double sculls, the lightweight double sculls. It would be, a shame to see one go through and not the other, but under pressure quite a lot. It is Sasha Kennedy in lane number 2 going head to head with both Alex Grocock of Reading, and also on the far side we can't discount Isabel Thomason of Exeter, who is pushing hard. But I think no doubt as to Leonie Kennedy's lead here, just over a length ahead of Alex Grocock, but then Sasha Kennedy and Isabel Thomason fighting it out for that final spot. I think Kennedy's done enough here, Dobbs.
Yeah, it looks like it. I don't think Leonie is really pushing through to the line here. Just length, control, and you see on the screen just crossing now in the high vis on the far side, got Lara Britton coming through, and then it will also be Sasha Kennedy coming, and then through in third. Next one get to the A final. Alex Grocock had to race all the way down because it was in contention all the way into that last 100 meters, but we'll miss out and we'll go to the B final. And then we can just see, not on your screens, but we can see just down from us, Essex Sculler, Amelia Moole just coming through now, and then it will be Exeter's Isabel Thomason to round out that semi-final. So just coming onto your screens, you'll see they're probably, I guess, well, you can't really tell, I'd say 500 metres in or so. You can see the different unis on there, but we'll give you the athletes' names as well. So we've got Irving West of Loughborough, he'll be on the far right of your picture. Nick Bacon of Edinburgh, Cameron Bailey from Plymouth, Nicholas Poole Warren from Edinburgh, Alex Clack, Nottingham Trent Uni, and then on the far left, Kieran Kay of De Montfort.
Nick Bacon, relative of Kevin Bacon, do we think? 6 degrees of separation? Unsure.
And probably, like, everyone must be related with that surname, right?
Like that advert, that old advert with Kevin Bacon, related to everyone in the world, 6 degrees of separation. But back to the racing, it does look like Nick Bacon doing fairly well, but you need to be in the top 3 here in this beginner men's single AB semi-final to progress through. Great to see Plymouth in lane number 3 would have been one of the faster qualifiers from the time trial to achieve that centre lane. So Cameron Bailey of Plymouth. Plymouth have sent a really big squad here to BUCS this year, both across kind of the beginners and more. Great to see, universities kind of thriving and developing new talent, and I think it's been a real teller post the kind of COVID years, right, that we've had one of our biggest entries of all time, and some bigger entries from some of these smaller universities.
Yeah, I think rowing is definitely on the grow post COVID. We're seeing, I saw Bournemouth, they picked up a medal yesterday, didn't they? I don't remember obviously I remember Bournemouth before, but the last few years I haven't really noticed Bournemouth that much, so really good seeing them. Just on the far side, just looking at the tents, it used to just be like a small line, but now they have to extend like past where the scoreboard is, and then there's a second row behind. Like, there's just a big volume of people here, and it just all adds to the atmosphere. Like, BUCS is getting bigger and better.
Yeah, bigger and better indeed, and here's a university that's long had success in the last few seasons at BUCS Regatta, Edinburgh University, especially on the beginner side here in lane number 4. You can see that designated by the bow number. That is Nicholas Poole Warren from lane 4, representing Edinburgh University. A good few lengths of lead, it seems, ahead of the rest of the field. Back to Plymouth. We're just talking there about Cameron Bailey, sacked in that second spot, good enough to secure a place through to the race for medals. Now we could be, oh gosh, a little crab there from the Edinburgh University sculler in lane 2, Nick Bacon. We just saw his oar, his blade kind of going back past behind his head. We were talking about the headwind conditions. It's going to be quite bumpy actually up there in the first 1,000 metres, isn't it?
Yeah, I was watching the videos we went past. A lot of these blades are running along the surface, so it's kind of that balance, you know. When you start learning, if it's flat, you might run your blades a little bit along the surface for a bit of stability, but when it's bumpy like this, it's not really going to give you the benefit. It's just going to throw you around a lot. But it's good to see he kind of recovered from it quick and is back to work.
Yeah, and it's kind of like riding a bike, isn't it? Learning to scull a single. It's having the stabilizers on, is having your blades on the water. You've got, you know, on both sides something that's got contact to keep you afloat. And as you get more and more confident, you'll see some of the top scullers here, if you keep watching our live stream later on this morning, with the blades up and off the water every single stroke. Now look, I mean, given this is our top 3 in this event, it seems, this men's beginner single final, the scull is so hard to master, the single scull. They're tiny, they're really delicate. The balance, even on a flat day like today, very difficult sometimes to master, and some brilliant sculling displays here. A little bit choppier than yesterday that the beginner women had in their single sculls, so they will need to be that little bit more cautious. And sometimes it's about, you know, as you get more experienced in sort of worse and worse conditions, and I'm not saying that these conditions are bad at all today, but taking a little bit of, you know, a few percentages off the pressure and focusing a little bit more on keeping yourself, you know, technically rounded, calm, you know, composed, can actually, you know, make you go a little bit faster, right?
Yeah, definitely being relaxed in this, which is something you learn over time. So these guys might not have had enough time in the singles to feel really relaxed in a sort of choppy condition like this. I've just been watching Alex Clack there from Trent. He must be fairly familiar with his water, I would guess, but struggling a little bit on that left blade on occasion. That's one of the problems with, if you run your blades along the surface, you're not able to square as early, and not maybe all the way around. And if you put that blade in at an angle, you'll see a couple of strokes where it really knifes down on one side, like that stroke there. You know, I wouldn't say commentator's curse, he's just helping me explain my point. So this Edinburgh sculler isn't doing that. He's squaring a bit late, could square a bit earlier, but is not troubling himself by not putting the blade in square. So like, you can just do yourself a lot of favours by doing little things like trying to get your blades off, squared a bit early to make sure it is all the way around. And especially in a race where you know you're going to push, if that blade's not at the right angle, you're not doing yourself a service there, really.
Yeah, and I mean, Edinburgh, the Edinburgh squads train on a sort of variety of different waters. I know that the beginners at some point of time have to sort of touch the canal in Edinburgh, which is the Union Canal, which is not the nicest stretch of water. It's very windy, it's very narrow, but it's very flat and it doesn't get affected by the weather too much. And then they sort of get the opposite end of the scale, where they end up at, you know, when they've gained the skills, Strathclyde Country Park, which is one of the only, you know, sort of international standard 2K rowing courses that we've got here in the United Kingdom, where that is affected by all sorts of elements. It's a huge open country park. You know, it was used for the European Championships back in Glasgow 2018. We saw there that a lot of those crews had to fight with huge headwinds, huge crosswinds, big waves and conditions. So these scullers will have been training on that even as beginners, and it will have given them a lot of tools to source in their toolkit for anything that's thrown at them. But like I say, some great conditions, especially as we come through now. You can see those red buoys on the screen. That signifies the last 100 metres, which is just over 10 strokes for these scullers. And it gets much calmer, you know, as the wind gains distance, it picks up waves, but right here at the finish with a headwind, much calmer. They'll have been rowing into the wind towards the line, and what a huge finish here for Edinburgh. It's going to be a 1-2.
Yeah, Nicholas Poole-Warren just coming through the line now, was, you know, head of the field in the time trial, was 12 seconds clear of anyone else. The other sculler, who's that, Nicholas Bacon, fifth in the time trial, So it's done well to come second in this. And then the Plymouth Sculler, Cameron Bailey. I would say though, you know, Cameron Bailey's almost backing it down over the line here. It's just sort of just gone, I'll save the legs. I mean, those three, Cameron came across third and is 100 metres clear of the next Sculler. So yeah, I think sensible to save the legs for later on.
Yeah, and I mean, just kind of looking at how the timetable works here at BUCS, all of these athletes would have done a time trial this morning over 1,500 metres. That's what sort of determines where they end up. The top 12 go through to an AB semi-final, which is what we've just seen here and what we've got for most of this session. And then the finals take place almost straight away, so these guys will get off the water, they'll go and get some rest and recovery, and I suspect they'll be boating again in maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, if that.
Yeah, it's quite a tight turnaround now. They time trialled somewhere in the region of 8:15, and then they would have got back on the water again at about 11:15 to be ready for this, and then again they'll have raced. Not sure the exact time, but probably somewhere around 2 o'clock, I would guess. So yeah, it's pretty quick turnarounds on these for these athletes that make the semi-finals.
Well, we're going to see who will be joining both of the Edinburgh Scullers and Plymouth in this next semi-final. This is the second AB semi-final of the men's beginner singles. Running and riding in this, you can see we've got Durham, Bournemouth, Nottingham, Edinburgh, Loughborough and Strathclyde.
So Edinburgh will be looking to try and put a third athlete in there, Oliver Spalding, who in the time trial finished third. So would be one of the two quickest athletes into this, along with Nottingham's Joseph Palmer. So just on your screen at the moment, we can see lane 4, that's Joseph Palmer, who we'd expect to be the quickest in this. He was second quickest in time trial, 3 seconds quicker than Oliver Spalding. So that's why you get the middle lanes. You can just see the ripples along the side of the boat at the moment, just to show you how, you know, unflat it is. I'm not going to sit here and say it's like being on the ocean or whatever, but it doesn't make it fun when you're in a single. We train at Worcester, and we just have our boats next to the, you know, this very commonly walked path. And the number of people that stop and go, oh, I didn't realise how narrow that boat is multiple. Lots of people come and have a quick look and go, how'd they stay in that?
Yeah, exactly. If you sit down in these boats, your legs touch the sides. You know, that it is the width of a person. So yeah, very lots of instability there. We're looking on the screen. We just saw Strathclyde a minute ago. They've gone off screen now, but Scott Carr of Strathclyde really outpunching his qualification here. If you're in an outside lane, so lane 1 over to the far left of your screen, he would have been much further down the time trial results to be coming second right now. So a big performance in the first half from Scott Carr. I suspect that's a bit of race experience, and I have been proven wrong. Sometimes people just aren't quite as comfortable with time trialling, and they perform much better at side by side. But based on the time trial results, I think we're going to expect people like Oliver Spalding of Edinburgh, Evan Thorne of Bournemouth, to be sort of moving up towards those top 3 spots and overtaking Scott Carr. Now, we've talked about Joseph Palmer. Looks absolutely amazing out there, really keeping the arms locked out nice and long and hanging, which I think is really difficult to get used to in a single as a beginner, right? Because you're trying to put all of your weight out there on the oars, out there on the blades, and almost, sort of hang and swing like a big deadlift. And I think we've lost an athlete to a capsize there out over on the far side. Durham's Alfie Dean over in lane 6, I think. Very unfortunate. The safety boat, you can see they're whizzing over just to ensure that the athlete's okay. And if you're watching at home, all of these athletes are taught how to, what to do at this point in time when they capsize. Stay with the boat, stay with that big flotation device, and that will be sorted by our safety boat team. So we hope Alfie Dean's okay.
Yeah, it looks like Alfie is trying to do the classic flip the boat over, get back in it. I'm not sure if he's necessarily going to be able to. I think the main issue he's going to have there with this cross headwind is that, and he's being on the outside lane, he's going to get blown into that lane where the crews are going to row up to the start. Fortunately, it's not the time trial where we have loads of crews going up at the same time, but there will still be crews proceeding up that lane that will have to keep an eye out for him. So the umpire's launch has gone over. I think ideally they'd want to carry on with the race just to make sure it's clean. But it's a pretty clean race, to be fair. They just keep an eye on it from a range. I'm sure the white flag will still come out.
Yeah, so going back to what we were saying about this great sculls, we've got Joseph Palmer right in the middle of our screen here from Nottingham, locking up really well, levering, and it's a really compromising position to be in this really unstable boat, in the most unstable position. We were talking about stabilisers, you know, when you're running your blades along the water, the most unstable point in the whole stroke is right out there at the catch where they put the blades in. You've got your blades parallel to the boat, there are no stabilisers, there's nothing flat on the water, and he's getting right out there and he's levering, which is amazing to see from a beginner rower. Not even sort of intermediate rowers or even some elite athletes can get to the point where they're keeping their arms nice and straight, nice and long, and locking out, and that's what's giving him that great power to have that amazing lead.
Yeah, stylistically, Joe Joseph's doing some good stuff there. Like you say, he's out at the front end, using the legs for a long time before he starts using the hip swing. So that length in the water, you can have a much better rhythm if you've got good length. Basic physics, force times distance, that's your work done, that's what you're putting into the water. So maximising that length. So yeah, good job as he comes up towards this finish line.
Yeah, we're going to have a tight finish though for the third spot behind him. We've got Edinburgh University now trying to take on Strathclyde, who sat in that second spot for the whole race, but also Bournemouth coming into the mix here. Evan Thorne over on the far side, and we'll watch the pictures. You can see there, that's Joseph Palmer of Nottingham coming towards the line, but you're going to see three crews going for 2 places here in this A final of the men's beginner singles. Dubs, who's your money on?
Looks like the 2 Scottish crews are going to go through, and Bournemouth are going to get knocked out. But yeah, great work from the outside lane here. We mentioned, if you'd heard yesterday, we didn't get many medals from the outside. We got the odd 1 or 2, most notably London, lane 6, inter 8s. That's probably your top medal from the outside. But yeah, I reckon Scott Carr was just like, oh, this is just like rowing at Strathclyde. I've rowed at Strathclyde a few times, and BUCS was actually there, I think, in 2007. It was very nice that weekend though. It was far nicer than it was on the training camp I went on. So I think he was just lapping it up.
Well, I tell you who was lapping up. Home advantage for Joseph Palmer. We didn't even talk about that, right? This is where he will be training every single day, presumably, here in the river, the Trent that sits just next to us. We've got a great view of it here from our commentary spot, the River Trent. Yeah, great training facilities here for the University of Nottingham, and a race on home water. Well, we're already off onto the next of the AB semi-finals. This is for the women's beginner coxed fours. So more beginners, more athletes that have learned to row this academic year. And running and riding in this race, we have from the left-hand side of your picture, Surrey in lane 6, Exeter in 5, Edinburgh in 4, St Andrews in 3, the University of East Anglia in 2, and Glasgow in lane 1.
Now, Edinburgh's beginners have been phenomenal the last few years. You know, going back to the first BUCS after COVID, where they just stuck 6 singles in the A final. I think their best athletes weren't in the singles yesterday because it clashed with the 8. Their 8 was way out in front of anyone else realistically. Like the crew from my program got the silver, and that was about as good as we thought we could get because the split was like 5 better, I think, something like that, maybe a bit more. They were just so quick coming off of that, and again they were 11 seconds quicker than the second place crew, which was Birmingham. So we're hopeful we can go quick, but yeah. You just got to salute what Mike's doing up there. It's phenomenal stuff happening.
Yeah, he's really created a program that not only creates, you know, we were actually talking about this yesterday, not only fast small boats, so single sculls, because I feel like there are a lot of programs that focus their beginners on sculling small boats, getting them to move a small boat well, which was proved, like you said, back at that time where Edinburgh got those 6 beginner singles into the A final, absolutely amazing. But also in the big boats, right? We saw the 8 yesterday, just obliterating everyone. They won by about 100 metres, maybe a bit more, like you say. And now the 4s also performing extremely well. So that's that sort of dexterity to be able to not only teach someone really well to perform in a single, and their single, I think they had a single that medalled yesterday in the women's beginner single A final, maybe a bronze, I think a bronze, but if not, it was a 4th. But you know, that person was not in the 8 that was performing as well as it was, that must, and they weren't doubling up, I think. So the depth and the range and the numbers of people that they've got to perform are huge. And look at this. This is an absolute kind of picture paint of exactly what Alex and I are talking about here, how good this Edinburgh crew are. We're not even at halfway, I think, or maybe we've just gone through halfway, and they've got an ocean of clear water over what is quite a tight field here. And it's a very competitive event. Most universities try and field a beginner 4. You know, some universities don't have the depth or the numbers or the recruitment to field a beginner 8, which is fine, which is, you know, just the way that some years are, but most can field 4 athletes to come together and race in beginner 4s, which makes it so competitive. And look at that, behind Edinburgh there is a really great race going on for the extra spaces into the A final, but not a scratch on this Edinburgh crew. They've just been dominant for the first half of this race.
Yeah, the time trial results had the 4th through 12th, so that the last 9 slower qualifiers, only separated by 10 seconds. So we expect it to be competitive. It is competitive behind, because Edinburgh were the fastest, and the 4th fastest would be in this heat, just the way the draw gets made. So 4th and 5th quickest would be in here, along with 8th, 9th and 12th, they would be in this. But all those crews are going to be close together. But this crew, I mean, this could be an inter crew easily. Like,
it's funny you say that. I was literally just thinking the same thing. I was like, this could be an intermediate 4 that did. I wouldn't be surprised if it was an intermediate 4 that was racing in the AP semi-finals.
Yeah, like, if you've got like a fine eye, you've coached a lot, you can see there are things they can definitely work on. Like, they're not the polished article yet, but they've still got so much boat speed, and then they can add that on top, and then they can go again. I think I was saying in the 8, like, wasn't a criticism, I was like, they can sharpen their catches up in the 8, but as soon as they do, they're going to find even more boat speed, and same with this. There are little things they can work on, but they're early in their journey, you know, but just they look so much more sort of tight in their technique. There's, you know, a lot of times you watch beginners, there's kind of a bit of a waywardness, you know, there's not a consistency stroke for stroke, there's just little changes that you can kind of notice, but the Edinburgh crew really consistent.
Yeah, and that consistency has given them that lead. You can see on screen at the moment, on your left, that's Glasgow University. On the right, that is East Anglia, the University of East Anglia. And I think fairly close, it seems, overlap between these two crews. And just taking a glance from our commentary position, it seems all the action is between lanes 1 and 4. I think lanes 5 and 6 just falling off the pace ever so slightly, so that's Exeter and Surrey. But from my eye, I think it is lanes 1 and 2 battling it out for 2nd and 3rd. Then in 4th position at the moment, it's our other you know, we've got 50% Scottish crews here. St Andrews sit in lane number 3. They're just a little bit further off the pace there in the centre of your screen. But I think we'll be looking for our qualifiers perhaps from those crews on the right hand side of your screen. Glasgow on your furthest right. It's then East Anglia 1 in. But then also just taking another quick glance, maybe I'm writing off Surrey in lane 6 a little bit too soon. They look quite close here on these pictures that we've got in front of us.
I'll tell you, if Surrey in lane 6, their coaches are going to be on bikes and not let them come out of this race. Like, they're going to just make sure that Surrey know they're still in position to go through. Like, there's going to be no hiding that fact. Like, there's no point in being behind here. You might as well just burn the whole candle.
I think the other thing to bear in mind, we've waxed lyrical about how amazing the Edinburgh beginner programme is, but there are so many awesome beginner programmes, and Surrey is always a name that comes up there. I think it would be a real surprise to not see them at least in contention for the A final.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been really strong the last few years. I'm not sure if they have the same depth this year as they have the last few years, but they are still strong, and they're definitely going to be competing for this. I just think, yeah, that race between UEA and Glasgow has probably just given them the impetus to sort of move up the course a bit more, and it's leaving Surrey, St Andrews, and I think Exeter probably a little bit too far back to make inroads here. But yeah, I think that race over on the tower side between lanes 1 and 2 have kind of created the space that they needed to stay clear of Surrey.
And unless you've got a cox, and you can see the coxes there, they're lying in the bows of the boat, are really on it with letting the crew know where their competition are. It can be then really challenging if you're on different sides of the lake to be in the race. You know, Surrey are over in lane 6, all the action's happening in lanes 1 and 2. Their cox isn't telling them that and kind of letting them know. The crew could be none the wiser, and they might be able to make small changes that bring them back into the race. So, yeah, but one crew that's not had to worry about where anyone is, the cox in the Edinburgh crew will not be able to see anyone or anything going on around them, which is a pretty good sign when you're in a rowing boat. The crew certainly will be able to look back. One of the pleasures of being in a sport where you can look back at the opposition that you're beating, it's very rare, and be able to see the rest of the field behind them, and they will know coming into these final 100 metres now, those red boys, that a very comfortable victory here in this women's beginner coxed 4 AB semi-final.
Yeah, so similar to like what they did in the 8. They basically got 100 metres lead, which is pretty significant when you're only talking about 2,000 metres of race, you know. I mean, the crazy thing is what that means is they could have put everyone 100 metres further up the course and then started at the same time, and they still would have reeled it in. Looks like UEA have separated themselves away from the crew in 1, Glasgow. I don't know if it was about this crew, but I definitely overheard UEA earlier being really elated about one of their results. They've done a really good job here getting through into that A final.
Yeah, second place in the AB semi-final. Huge smiles on the faces. A big punch in the air there you can see on the screen of the cox and the bow pair. They are absolutely delighted, and same for Glasgow. You know, big hugs are all around. Getting into a national A final is a big achievement in your first year of rowing. Amazing stuff. And even, you know, through to the B final there, it's Surrey being followed by St Andrews. It's then going to be Exeter moving through to the B final as well, that final crew to cross the line.
Yeah, even featuring in a B final in this is a deep field. It's not as deep as some of the events, but there were still 40 crews that went down the time trial. So to be in the top 12 of 40 is a solid achievement. I know some of these would have come in with, they wanted to be top 6, but you've got to remember being in that top 12 is still good, because so many programs do put a lot of time into beginner rowing now. It's not kind of a throw in, oh look, we've got some people that started this year, let's throw them in. So a lot of programs do take it very seriously, so being in the top 12 is good stuff.
Yeah, we're moving on to the next of the AB semi-finals here in this women's beginner coxed 4s. On your screen from left to right, it's Bristol in 6, Edinburgh B in 5, Birmingham in 4, Imperial in 3, Queen's Belfast in 2, and Manchester in 1. And we're riding at the moment with the Imperial College London crew. Great to see Imperial with you know, some well-performing beginner crews. I feel like, you know, the honours have mostly been, you know, scattered with a couple of the usual culprits that we've already mentioned this morning, but this is a really nicely moving Imperial crew, bodies moving really well together, and one of the things that I think, you know, really sets apart a good sort of well-moving crew from the rest is that body movement together, doing things together. Doesn't matter, you know, what you're doing, but if you're doing it together, the boat tends to move pretty quickly.
Yeah, Imperial looking really smart coming through there. I was thinking they looked like they could have been an intermediate crew as well. I heard a quote, it wasn't anything to do with rowing, it was something else about like 3-4 days ago, and it was just like, you can do, if you do the little things, you can make life very easy. And I just like, that's the most rowing statement ever. You know, if you do the little things like get your hands and bodies away, it just makes everything easier. Like, you can get into the catch position easier, and then if you're in the catch position easier, you can take a better stroke. And if you take a better stroke, the boat moves better. And if the boat moves better, you don't have to work as hard. Like, you just do lots of little things and everything works. So that's just kind of what we're seeing here.
Yeah, great run through now of each of our crews. You can see there each of the athletes competing, that Imperial crew up on screen now. And if you're tuning in and supporting and keeping your eye out for your names of your friends and family, Birmingham Birmingham in lane 4 would have been one of the faster qualifiers. What do you think? Dubs, you obviously coach at Birmingham and know this crew probably pretty well. What have they been told to go out and do? And do you think they would have been expecting to be in this position, having beaten Imperial in the time trial?
Yeah, these are all savvy. Yeah, same with yesterday. 3 go through, you don't need to be first. You just, yeah, just save it. Like, I mean, looking down there, it's a bit close, but it's not that close. Like, they're going to need big charges from other people to come through them. And you can just meet those charges, really. Like, they're savvy, they're powerful, they're long. They probably don't really know how good they are, to be honest. Some of them. We got length in there. It's just good crew. Like, they've just worked hard. We don't have a lot of beginner girls, I'll be honest, but they're there every time, and they train, and it means they get a lot of the focus. So they're doing good stuff. Obviously, they medalled in the 8 yesterday. We just split that into 2 4s, and some of these are doing a double tomorrow. Yeah, they're savvy. I don't think they're going to chase here. They're just conserving a bit of energy. As long as you don't mess up, that's the one thing. Like, if you get down towards the end, you don't give yourself much buffer.
Yeah, look, they're just plugging the gap between Imperial, which are our leading boat, and the yellow boat there in the foreground, and the crew and the crews behind. And I think that for that sort of second, third place, I think Manchester, who are just off screen to the right, you can't see them at the moment, but Manchester are up there with Birmingham for that sort of second, third place through to the A final. Queen's Belfast, they're currently in the danger seat, 4th, which would be first through to the B final, but unfortunately would put them out of the hunt for medals. They're about a length down on Birmingham. I think that they've maybe left it a little too late, but 250 metres to go. I'm sure the Cox is notifying the crew they need to do everything they can right now.
Yeah, you know, you have to just back yourself. You don't do anything silly here. You know, obviously Manchester have done well. You'd rather be sitting in second than third. That's the fact. But yeah, as long as the girls are sensible, they should be able to see off that. It looked like, to me, a length and a half with about 200 metres to go. Like, that's a hell of a charge required to do that. And I'm not saying crews can't do it. You just feel like if a brace has panned out in a certain way, there's a reason why boats have got to where they are, like 2,000 metres in. So we can see Imperial's still looking really good. Imperial are out in front. They're just moving well. Like, the one thing I would say, crosswind, maybe you wanted to finish a bit higher up to get a slightly better lane. You just hope you don't end up in one of the outside lanes with the worst water. But Imperial coming through now. They've got, what, length of open water on Manchester, who've worked very hard coming through the line you see on your screen now. Birmingham coming through fairly comfortably in third in the end. Doesn't look like Queens were able to sustain that big charge they needed. They're still pushing hard. Well done to them, but they're going to unfortunately end up in the B final. You can see Edinburgh on that far side, just coming through. Edinburgh B, they're coming through in 5th, and then to round that out, it'll be Bristol's A boat, and that is so you can see Bristol just coming onto your screen on the right. That's the final positions for the second semi-final of the women's beginner 4s. So it'll be Manchester, Imperial, and Birmingham joining UEA, Glasgow, and Edinburgh in the A final later on.
So I'm going to say goodbye to Alex Darby for now. Big thanks to his contribution this weekend. He's a huge part of our commentary team, doing lots and lots of shifts, whilst also looking after Birmingham, as we've said already. So big thanks to him, and we'll see him a little bit later on. He'll be back in the commentary box from about 1 o'clock. So we'll see you in 45 minutes.
Yeah, so catch you guys in about 45 minutes or so. I'll see you later on.
And in saying goodbye to Alex Darby, we're going to say hello to Sophie Payne, who is joining us for the first time at BUCS Regatta. Sophie picked up commentary last year at Henley Women's Regatta and has loved it so much that she said great things about BUCS, and couldn't turn down the invitation to be here at home Pierpont. So big welcome to Sophie.
Hello, thank you, Camilla. Yeah, I mean, I've raced this regatta actually just once, and I just can't stay away from the rowing scene, so it's lovely to be back in a different capacity. And in particular, I have been admiring all the dogs on the banks, which has been really great. There's a lot of good dogs around, so I very much enjoy that.
3 days of dog spotting. I think that's if you spy them on the camera, we'll try and make sure that you've got good views of all the supporting dogs. But back to the racing. This is the first semi-final of the women's beginner quads. I think the graphic there just slightly wrong. I think that's saying men's beginner singles. In fact, that is the results from a little bit earlier on today. But this is the women's beginner quads, and the same old story. If you were joining us a few races ago, I'm going to say exactly the same thing as I did then in the women's beginner coxed fours. Dominant Edinburgh. Look at that. That is a huge, huge margin. They're there almost off the picture to the left-hand side of your screen, doing exactly what they've just done in the women's coxed fours. They're doing it again here on the sculling side in the coxed squads. And Sophie, I feel like, you know, we've been saying this now yesterday, we're saying it today. I think it's really hard to look past Edinburgh if they're in these AB semi-finals.
I think that's right. I mean, we saw an absolutely dominant performance yesterday from them in the women's eights. So it is clear they are on a trajectory to gold here, and they are showing that very, very evidently in this race.
Well, behind Edinburgh, there is, you know, places to be had through to the A final, and the racing's never over until it's over. You know, we're going to give credit to this performance from Edinburgh. It will be very difficult for, you know, given the competence of the crew. I think very unlikely anything will happen to them, but stranger things have happened. Elite crews capsize, you know, not regularly, but sometimes. So we'll keep eyes on them. But at the moment, looking fairly confident that they will go through to the A final. Behind them, another crew from Plymouth. We saw Plymouth contesting really well earlier in the men's beginner singles, getting a place in the A final there. This is their women's beginner quad, also looking to try and book a spot to contest for medals. And you can see the Plymouth crew on screen there. Alejandra Morgan, Isla Montague, Amy Cornford and Becca Kitt just readjusting, and we talked again about this yesterday in the men's beginner quads, all of these crews having to steer within the straight lanes, and we've just gone off the picture there, but Plymouth were just making a few of those adjustments.
Yeah, I think steering is such a big thing and quite tricky to do when you're in the thick of it, especially if you haven't done it much before, as these are beginners, so they'll be in their first year of rowing. So I'm continually impressed. I mean, having done, you know, more than 6 years myself, I could never quite steer straight. So no mean feat for these athletes coming down the course now.
So a really spread field here actually in this AB semi-final. Edinburgh at the sharp end of that. We're sort of taking a closer look at this Edinburgh crew as it comes towards us. And I'm going to repeat what I said in the previous race. Doing everything together, regardless of what it is, often makes a boat go quickly. You know, that could, even if there's a kind of small technical, you know, difference between you and the crew next to you, as long as you're doing it together, it tends to make the boat go quite fast, and that's exactly what's happening here in this Edinburgh crew.
It does, and Edinburgh looks quite relaxed here. You can see they've taken the stroke rate down a little bit. Like you said, they're very together, they're very in control of this race, which is a really good position for them to be in, and I should suspect they'll be feeling pretty good about themselves coming into this final 250 of the semi-final.
Yeah, and they've got a reasonably quick turnaround to their A final. It'll be in a couple of hours' time, so they'll probably not unleash a full sprint that they might have practiced in training. They'll be looking to ensure that they conserve energy. They're just a little bit close to this buoy line here. You can see their stroke side buoy line, the buoy line on their right. They've just clipped a couple of those. They're coming into the red buoys now, that final 100 metres, and a great adjustment there. That's exactly what you want to do if you're the steers person in that boat. Just readjust so gently rather than kind of pinballing between the lines. It's such a hard skill to master, but that was done very well there by the Edinburgh crew. Experience beyond their years of rowing, I think.
I would agree. It's a touch of the toe too much and you end up veering into the other lane, so you never want that. And Edinburgh has now crossed the finish line. They are being closely followed by it's Plymouth. Plymouth takes their final 5 or so strokes to secure another spot in the A final later on.
Yeah, multiple A finals here for the Plymouth beginner squad. There'll be some happy faces and supporting fans for Plymouth out there today, and they're in the hunt for medals later on this afternoon. It will be the crew from Leeds that you're starting to see appear on the screen. 3 spots through to the A final. Leeds will be number 3 to cross the line. It seems no one else showing around them at the moment. And looking back to the race for 4th and 5th between Loughborough and UCL. Battle of the Purples, Sophie, your favourite lycra colour.
It is indeed my favourite lycra colour. So many good shades of purple out here on the river today. I'm also a particular fan of the deep green, Camilla. I love a deep green. It sort of matches the landscape we have up here.
Of course, my apologies. How could I forget the deep green? Purple, I think it must be in the top 3, purple, but deep green, absolutely number 1.
Deep green is number 1, and actually, while we're talking about unis, I have to say the polka dot uni is also a big win. I must say they caught my eye.
Well, I'm sorry to say no Strathclyde University in this race at the moment, but if you're tuning in and you're listening and you're a Strathclyde University supporter athlete, Sophie's a big fan. So yeah, we can't deliver any deep green for you. Liverpool will be the final crew in that previous race to cross the line. We saw both Loughborough and UCL finishing off there in 4th and 5th respectively, and we'll move swiftly on to the next AB semi-final, which is the women's beginner quads once again. The runners and riders from left to right. You've got Hartbury furthest on the left, Bath, Reading. My apologies, that's the wrong graphic. That's the singles we've got there up on the screen. This next race is the AB semi-final, including Exeter on the far left, Plymouth in 5, Plymouth B, De Montfort in 4, Queens in 3, Hartbury in 2, and Bournemouth in lane number 1. And I guess the really standout thing to me here is we've got another Plymouth crew in lane number 5, so good qualifying position from the time trial. De Montfort would have been quickest out of this batch of crews sitting in lane number 4, but what a great achievement to get 2 crews in the top 12.
Yeah, I think, and that really shows depth of squad. So, you know, it shows a squad where there's sort of athletes are pushing each other on continually. There's a lot of focus on sort of making sure everyone develops together and there aren't a few stars of the show, and I think that's really important to recognise and a really good thing for the Plymouth squad.
So we're just taking a look up the lake, and these athletes will have just gone through 500 metres, heading towards 750, I think, at the moment. Just trying to determine those timing markers, and it looks to be the results from the time trial ringing true with De Montfort out in front. That's the De Montfort crew on your screen just now. They're setting in just on the left of your picture there. You can see them out in front, but they're being joined probably a bit too closely for their liking by Queen's University Belfast, who are also pushing right up here at the front of the field in the yellow boat there. You can see them right in the centre of your picture. These 2 crews have managed to create a nice little buffer, nice little gap between themselves and the race for 3rd, which looks extremely tight between Hartbury, Plymouth and Exeter. Possibly just Bournemouth off the pace there over in lane 1 on the far right, but the other crews going for 3rd, well, it's too tight to call at the moment, but certainly our top 2 leaders here are De Montfort and Queen's Belfast. So you can see there, De Montfort out in the lead. It's then Queen's University Belfast. But what a wonderful race here we've got between Hartbury and I think it's definitely Hartbury here on the near side in the red boat. I think it's then the crew from Exeter that is pushed up into third position, over out there on the now left-hand side of your picture. They've just gone off screen. Oh, in fact, we do have one crew that's weaving around there, Sophie. If you can just see behind the Plymouth crew on your far left, there's a crew that's maybe just going a little bit out of lane. So once we get a bit of a better picture, we can tell who they are based on their lycra.
Yeah, never something you want to see, but having seen the shot previously, I wouldn't discount Bournemouth. Bournemouth are on the very right side of your screen, out of lane 1. They look to be putting in a bit of a push as well.
Yeah, this is just going to show how important the steering can be. You can end up rowing, you know, a few extra 100 metres if you don't end up getting it quite right. And I think, unfortunately for Plymouth, it is Plymouth I can see there from the kit. They're just having some difficulties with the steering, and it's a shame. You know, their time trial was obviously a really good one to get them into this AB semi-final, but just as it stands at the moment, being bettered by Exeter, who are going toe-to-toe with Hartbury. And Hartbury just off picture here, but don't discount them, don't discount Bournemouth, like Sophie said. I think we're going to have a really great race here for third. De Montfort still powering on. Again, want to really applaud the De Montfort beginner rowing programme. For the last few years, we've had some really strong calibre athletes that have done extremely well at beginner and have moved up into, you know, racing intermediate at BUCS events and even championship. The East Midlands University from just down the road, racing, you know, near to home, are really putting on a show as to why they're one of the best beginner programs in the country. Amazing stuff here from De Montfort, and then you can see just behind Exeter, who are going for that third spot. And Sophie, I guess you know, there's a lot going on in these quads, a lot to think about. You know, what kind of race plan do you think that these guys will have been given coming into an AB semi-final like this?
Yeah, I mean, it will sort of be dependent on the results of the time trial, really. So what I suspect is they will have sort of evaluated where they were after the time trial, and then either they'll be sort of looking to gun it to get into that final, or potentially, as you see, De Montfort out here in front, they'll be making sure that they can sort of practice a stable race pace and a stable rhythm, and really give themselves some confidence going into the final. So, you know, they may pick a couple of spots along the race course to practice some moves, but they may sort of take the rate up here at the end to practice their sprint. It will really depend on, you know, what they think they need to work on and rehearse and use as a weapon as they go into the A final later on. So it is in the final 100 meters of the race. We see De Montfort coming in looking long and strong, and to their right it's the yellow boat from, is it Queen's? Yeah, it's Queen's. Queen's is about 4 or 5 boat lengths behind them, so they will certainly take the top 2 spots in the A final later on. And the third spot, ooh, it's a close call for third. Oh, we have a crab by Queen's, but they will cross the line in second.
Yeah, good recovery there, and I think only a couple of strokes out from the line. They've done enough. They'll assess that. They'll take the feedback and debrief to make sure that they learn from it for the next edition, for the final. And Exeter won the battle of that third place. Very important for them, I'm sure, to have made it through to the A final ahead of Hartbury, who fought hard, but they unfortunately will cross in 4th place. But the B final still to come for them. They still will get to race for a placing and a ranking overall here in the top 12 in the country of university rankings here at BUCS. It's then Bournemouth that take it ahead of Plymouth in the last few strokes of this AB semi-final of the women's beginner quadruple sculls. So that's our finalists now determined for that category. And we'll move on to the next category, which is the women's intermediate single sculls.
Yeah, and you can see they're already off the line here. Not much to separate them, but I think if I had to call it, I would say lane 4 is out in front. Lane 4, that's Finola Stratton from Reading. Hard to tell for second though. We'll have to wait and see how the race develops and how the camera angles change, as they are often very deceptive.
So in this first, the AB semi-finals of the women's intermediate single sculls, it's been a great start for the Reading sculler. In lane number 4, Finola Stratton, you can see there on the screen, leading, but the fight ensuing behind between Bath and Imperial that sit either side. And the beauty of being in those centre lanes, of course, you can look left, you can look right, you know you're right in the mix of it. But Finola Stratton out there for Reading, got keen eyes on both of them and keeping them in control, keeping them at bay, just doing enough to stay in front, which is all she needs to do at the moment, because very comfortably in a top 3 spot coming into the final 400 metres or so.
Yeah, I suspect this will be a bit of a race for the top 3 spots. Second and third look to be quite tight between lanes 2, 3 and 5. So that is Rebecca Court from Bath, Keane from Imperial, and Daisy from Bath.
Yeah, I think on our picture we can't quite see Bath A in lane 2, which Rebecca Court is just to the right of the Imperial sculler, and I think is probably in a better position than her other colleague from Bath, Daisy Faithful, over in lane 5, which is the sculler you can see, to claim a top 3 spot. I think all now starting to close up a little bit with the top 3, but that meaning it's pushing out a little bit more clear water behind. The gap from 3rd to 4th, from A final to B final, just that little bit bigger. It's extending as they start to close up into these final boys. And Imperial going for one last little push here, one last little stab at Finola Stratton, perhaps wanting the more advantageous lane draw. If the wind's due to pick up, the placing in the semi-final can determine that, Sophie.
I think that's right. It's not a tactic I would take personally. I'd sort of evaluate and say, hey, I'm comfortable in the A final. I might, save my beans for later, especially if I'm racing multiple races. But like you said, she is bringing it up here, and it does come down to half a length between first and second place in this semi-final.
But hey, look, I think the other thing is, if you push that leader and force them to expend a bit more energy, another tactic, right? So it's all about evaluating all of those factors. That's Reading and Imperial there through to the A final. It will then be Rebecca Court of Bath that takes it ahead of her teammate, who will cross in 4th. Daisy Faithful will be our first contender in the B final, ahead of Caris Price of Cardiff, and it's going to be Devon DeWinnar of Harbury in lane number 6 to complete the field. But great win there. Finola Stratton under pressure in the final few strokes from Aoife Keane of Imperial, but she managed to hang on for that top spot. So let's see who will be joining Imperial, Reading, Bath in the A final as we jump straight now into the second AB semi-final. This is your runners and riders. So Queen's University Belfast in 6 over on the far side, Durham in 5, Nottingham in 4, Oxford in 3, Birmingham A in 2, and Reading C in 1.
can as the boats come past your screen now. It looks like we have an early leader from Elizabeth Dashley from Birmingham. She seems to be taking control of this race early on, but as you said, Camilla, the wind does look to be picking up. I mean, we were sat here yesterday and it was beautiful and sunny and hardly a ripple on the course, but as we sit at this finishing tower, it looks as if, you know, the gusts are getting stronger, and there's a constant headwind for these athletes as they battle it down this 2,000 meter course.
And look, you know, energy expenditure, I know we've talked about it fleetingly about race to race, but when there's a headwind and you're having to put that bit more, I say a bit more effort, obviously you're pushing just as hard in a tailwind as you are in a headwind, but it takes a lot longer, you know, the race takes longer, you've got the wind pushing against your back, it feels like harder work to move the boat the same distance. That's something as well that you throw into those factors of evaluation when you're thinking, okay, how much energy do I expend? You know, there's a headwind, there's going to be a headwind for the final. It's a big assessment that you need to make, and that might change your approach to either, you know, sitting and just monitoring, pushing really hard. Yeah, there's plenty of different tactics to take. Now, out here on the course, we've got the this AB semi-final still being led by lane 4, Nottingham's Poppy Baker, ahead of, over in lane 6, Queen's University Belfast, Frances Curtis doing a really good job there out in lane number 6. We've also got from lane 3, Oxford University trying to charge for the lead, and I think probably maintaining a lead, in fact, over Poppy Baker of Nottingham. So our top 3 at the moment coming from lanes 3, 4 and 6. But plenty of time for things to change in a single. And what often happens in a headwind, which is where the wind's pushing against your back, pushing you in the wrong direction to the finish line, is that the field closes up, Sophie, doesn't it? And it creates closer races, especially in the small boats.
It definitely does. I think you tend to see bigger margins in tailwinds and, as you said, smaller margins in headwinds. So you can see that now. Hazel Wake from Oxford looking to challenge the sculler from Birmingham out of lane 2. Oh, sorry, Nottingham out of lane 2, though she seems to be about half a length behind. Can she pick up the pace? Yeah, and it's a long race for these single scullers, and they're entering the final 250 meters now. It's never easy, and it's a real test of strength and stamina, especially in a single with a headwind. So these athletes are doing well.
So Hazel Wake of Oxford out in front. They're really pushing it through this final 100 metres, taking a big look to the left to see if they can see the finish line. And it's, again, another quick look to the right for Hazel to be able to establish that nice, comfortable 1 length of clear water lead that has been maintained through these sprinting stages, and Hazel will row through the line with a lot of confidence straight through to the landing stages. It seems that's an act of confidence in itself. It's then going to be Poppy Baker of Nottingham coming in ahead of Birmingham, taking that 3rd slot. A great final 1,000 metres from Elizabeth Dashley of Birmingham to take the 3rd and final place through to the A final. Big result there, turning over Frances Curtis of Queen's and Zara Povey of Reading, that complete the field alongside Charlotte Williams of Durham.
So that concludes the AV semi-finals for the women's intermediate singles. It will be Bath, Imperial, Reading, Birmingham, Oxford and Nottingham moving forward to the A final later on today. And we are already off with the women's championship singles. This is a race for the A final, so the top 4 will make it into the A final later on today. So on your screen, from left to right, you have Exeter, Birmingham, Edinburgh, Queen's University of Belfast, Cambridge A, and Reading, and they are ready in the second 1,000 meters of this race. So as they come towards us, we'll be able to tell more about what's happening, but not much to separate them at the moment.
As always, some really great quality here in this field of the Women's Championship single sculls. This repechage, including athletes such as Katie Mole from Birmingham, the ex-Leeds Rowing Club athlete who has competed in the single sculls at Henley Royal Regatta, qualifying for that, so tons of prowess there. Molly Curry from Queen's University Belfast, a former GB junior who has progressed on through to university rowing with a high pedigree as well, and a former winner of the national schools in single sculls, so has been performing well since her junior years. And of course Edinburgh University's Hannah Supple. Edinburgh have got a record, sort of prestigious record of the championship women's single sculls and women's sculling overall. And Hannah Supple looking to continue that on. But only 4 to go through out of these 6 athletes. So the race not to be last and not to be second from last. So let's see who's in the hot seat at the moment. I think, to me, certainly lane 2, Cambridge's Claire Brillen looking to be in one of those bottom 2 places, but really nothing much to choose between the other athletes. And I think I can only see 5 athletes actually here on the screen. I'm just double checking the information that we have about this to see if there is any other information. No, it doesn't appear so. So only 5 athletes, which means that I think only one to not progress through.
Yeah, I think that's right. And as these athletes enter the final 250 of this race, if I had to call it now, I would say Exeter, Catherine Hinton, looks like she is out in front. Apologies, Birmingham. So that's Catherine Mole from Birmingham, looks to be taking the first spot into the A final later on.
Yeah, it's a bit of a toss-up really between Katie Mole and Ellie Cook of Reading over here. Just off the screen you can't see, but on the right hand side, Ellie Cook of Reading is also right up here, striding out, not looking under pressure whatsoever, trying to remain comfortable. Katie Mole having to raise the rating slightly. Nobody wants to be last in this race, but top 4 through, and I think it's going to be fairly clear cut for Claire Brillen, unfortunately, of Cambridge. She's the one just off the picture now. You'll see her appearing in a minute, but it will be Reading. It will be Ellie Cook that goes over ahead of Birmingham. It will then be Katie Mole. It will then be Molly Curry of Queen's University Belfast, and Edinburgh's Hannah Supple doing enough to make it into that A final from this repechage. And that will be the final race for Claire Brillen in this championship single sculls event from Cambridge, because no B finals run here at BUCS Regatta for these championship level events. But we'll look forward to the A final of the Women's Championship single in just a few hours' time.
Yeah, I think, something that's potentially goes unsaid is that a lot of these athletes do multiple races at this regatta. So I was speaking to Claire yesterday, and she said, she raced the quad yesterday, she's racing the single today, and she's racing again tomorrow. So she will have had a lot of races in the last 24 hours, and she may have been competing against someone who's they were a bit fresher. So hard to tell. It's not always a level playing field. field here at BUCS.
But I think people, they're representing their university, they want to get points for their university, they push themselves through a lot, right? And they want to be out there and racing, but it can be a very demanding schedule, especially if you have to go through the repechages, and we were actually talking about this, Sophie and I, yesterday, the difference between making the top 2 in a championship event and progressing straight through to the final, if that means that you then don't have to race again, especially if you're doing 2 events a day or multiple events over a weekend. It can make a real difference to have that rest instead of racing a repechage or a semi. So it's all a game of tactics, ensuring that you're doing the best that you can in every event. And some people decide to put all their eggs in one basket, race one event and do as well as they can. Others hedge the bets, do multiple events because they love racing and they want to make points for their club, but it can sort of bleed into the performances of some of their other boat types. So we're moving on. Speaking of other boat types, we're moving on from singles now to doubles. This is the men's intermediate doubles first AB semi-final. Just to quickly recap, from the furthest left, we've got Durham in lane 6, Liverpool in 5, Bath A in 4, Bath B in 3, Nottingham A in 2, and Reading B in lane 1. So out on your screen, the 2 Bath crews are controlling, along with Nottingham, the top 3 spots, and that's where you want to be. Top 3 is the magic number here, and the second place very close between Nottingham and Bath B, but Bath B really racing to the line here, Sophie. Based on what you've said already, I don't think you'd advise that tactic.
I wouldn't, but again, it's maybe they could be practicing, their sprint for later on. It's all, tactical. Look, we have a really close race here for the line, but it will be Bath A that crosses the line first ahead of Nottingham, and then Bath B.
Yeah, that was a great little sprint, wasn't it, to finish off, and almost like a game of chicken, deciding who's going to do the sprint, whether you need to respond, and the choice there was to respond. Nottingham having to ensure their second place sandwiched in between the 2 Bath crews. That there was Reading crossing the line ahead of Durham. These will be our B final contenders, with Liverpool rounding that out in lane number 5. Reading looking a little bit disappointed, heads down. They'll have worked hard there, but 4th place will see them into the B final. So another opportunity for seats into the A final of the men's intermediate double sculls. So out here on your screen from left to right, Strathclyde B in lane 6, Strathclyde A in 5, in 4 Reading A, in 3 Queen's University Belfast A, in 2 Edinburgh University A, and in 1 Nottingham B.
I know this is going to be a good race because we've got 2 polka dot crews, and in fact they're not quite closest to us, they're furthest away from us. What a shame, but a good race nonetheless.
Yeah, and it does look like your polka dot crew, Strathclyde A, certainly trying to get into the mix for the top 3, but just now sitting in 4th, maybe 5th position, alongside Nottingham in lane 1. They're sort of furthest right on your screen at the moment, but out there in front, Queen's University Belfast A, spearheading this against Reading A and Edinburgh A, all in the centre lanes of this race. They're vowing for those top 3 positions. Now, this event actually was the largest entered race in the regatta, this men's intermediate double sculls event, or one of, certainly for today, it was the largest entered event. So much so that they had to cut crews down from this event before the time trials. So universities were told that they were only allowed 2 crews in this event. They weren't allowed to enter any more than 2 crews per university, and we still had over 60 crews racing down the time trial track this morning, which is quite incredible, isn't it?
It is, and if you think about, 60 crews, that's 120 athletes, and, the ones that you're watching on your screen now are in the top 12, so already come quite some way, so I should suspect, they'll be happy with how they've made it so far.
Yeah, big event, and to be right at the top of that pool, like you say, huge achievement already, even just to make it into the top 12, but looking to go one step further and make it into that top 6. Queen's University Belfast A in lane number 3. They're the lighter coloured lycras, unisuits, whatever you like to call them, racing strip there in the centre of your picture. To their left, they have Reading University A. To their right, they've got Edinburgh University A, who are the 2 crews currently in contention for the top 3 seats. Looking at who else we could get coming into the mix, well, Strathclyde A. Sophie, I know, certainly will be keeping a beady eye on those polka dots to see what they can do. And also from lane number 2, from lane 1, we've also got Nottingham B, who sort of overlap with Edinburgh in those early stages, but falling back slightly as we progress through. Now, this is a bit of a push here coming from Strathclyde. I saw the rating move up ever so slightly. Just taking a look, we're into the final 500 metres, so very characteristic of starting a sprint. Do you think they've got an opportunity here to come back on Edinburgh?
I think they certainly can try, and that's what they'll be thinking as well. You know, it's now or never, and this is a really crucial moment in the race. So they'll be looking to get into that top 3. It is certainly a race for 3rd place, though, as you say, Camilla, it's lane number 3 out in front, so that's Queen's University Belfast A. And they look to be followed by Reading out of lane 4, and then I'd say Edinburgh in lane 2. And this is fairly characteristic. You'll sort of tend to see the middle lanes leading the pack, almost like some birds in formation. So not too far off from what we would expect.
Yeah, that nice arrowhead, the chevron format. It's the lane seeding kind of dictates that way. That should be the centre lanes that push through to lead the race. Queen's Belfast overturning the time trial result. I think they were behind Reading in this morning's time trial. Lane 4 tends to be the preferred lane, but Queen's just sneaking clear water, and over the line Reading will have to settle for 2nd place. Edinburgh are in a bit of a vacuum of their own there. Look, Clearwater in front and behind them, but most importantly a spot in the A final where they go again next time, but for the medals. It's then going to be Nottingham and Strathclyde, very close, but they'll race each other once again in the B final this afternoon. That'll be a race to watch. They were very, very close there over the line. And the final crew, Strathclyde University B, just coming into view now in lane number 6.
And you can see on your screen now we have the men's championship lightweight double repechage. This is the first of 2 repechages, so the first 3 will go to the final. From the left to the right of your screen, we have Newcastle, Cambridge A, Durham, Strathclyde A, Harper Adams and Birmingham in lane 6. And just from the shot we can see here, it does look like Cambridge is out in front in the lead, though we'll have to wait and see how the camera angle pans.
So this was a really huge event, the championship lightweight double sculls, a massive event where we've had to even sort of eliminate people before the repechages. So we've got 2 repechages of 6 crews, with 3 going through to the A final. and the rest eliminated. So 2 repechages rather than semi-finals, you know, pretty much the same format. But yeah, a championship event, there's no B final to go to. So this is even more sort of do or die, I guess, than the AB semi-finals are.
Yeah, and as you say, do or die. So these guys will really there'll be no strategy here except for, you know, get into those top 3 spots, nothing to save for later on. And as we look at the screen here and also look down the course, it looks as if Cambridge is still in the lead.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there, Sophie. I think Cambridge still in the lead at this moment in time. But there's going to be a lot of motivation from the bottom 3 to try and pull their way back up. I think the gap's too big, though. I think our top 3 here, safe from elimination. I feel a little bit like someone on the X Factor there saying that. They're safe from elimination. But it's going to be Cambridge, Durham and Strathclyde University, bearing in mind no disasters happen in this final 200 metres in that order, because we've got about 3 lengths of clear water between 3rd place Strathclyde and our 4th, 5th and 6th place crews, Newcastle leading that backpack.
Exactly. I think, you can really see a very clear separation between the first 3 crews and the second 3 crews coming into the final 20 strokes or so, 10 strokes or so even in the race, and Durham seem to be challenging Cambridge. I wonder what their motive is here.
Yeah, I think in a championship level event there's a lot on the line here, and wanting the best out of the final, they probably just want to ensure that they know where they're placed. They've got a bit of a measure of what their sprint can do in the final stages, but a quick little nod there from Cambridge. A big well done, they say, to Durham and to themselves. Then we're looking at our winners there on screen of that repechage, Cambridge University. Final crews just trickling across the line here. That is Harper Adams in lane 5, and Birmingham will cross in lane 6. And like we said, the end of their championship lightweight doubles campaign, there's no B final to go to in this category of event.
And the second repechage for the men's championship lightweight doubles is off the line. From left to right of your screen here, it is Imperial over on the left in lane 6. Then we have Loughborough, Cambridge B, Edinburgh A, Edinburgh B, and Surrey all the way over on the right side of your screen in lane 1.
So just looking at the screen now, we think it could even be a double Cambridge here for the leads in each of these repechages. We just saw Cambridge win the previous one. Cambridge looked to be, I think, from lane number 4, leading out this second repechage, along with Edinburgh that sit just to their right there. They're the 2 leading boats you can see on the screen. We've also got Edinburgh B, who are 1 in from the left, and then Surrey, sorry, 1 in from the right, and then Surrey furthest right there on your screen. And as we come level with our camera, we'll be able to get a better idea of what the distancing is at this point in the race. This is halfway, and yeah, indeed, I think it is Cambridge University there out in front. What a great achievement that would be. They've got a great sort of lightweight programme, haven't they, Sophie, at Cambridge, and they've come here in force this weekend.
They have, definitely, and you know, having won the boat race earlier in the year, you know, they'll be fit and ready, probably having taken a bit of a break after that. But you can see they're sort of striking a higher stroke rate than the rest of the field. This may be, again, you know, part of their tactics and their style and their determination to follow in their teammates' footsteps, although they will not have known that, you know, that their teammates will have also won the previous race. But it looks to be quite close here between the other 2 boats that will make it into the A final.
Yeah, we just got some great shots there on the left, Edinburgh B and Surrey. Edinburgh B now in the forefront of your screen, really pushing things on and try and make that top 3 rather than go out at this point in the regatta. And we'll get some more shots once these move out of view towards the finish line, an interview of our next camera, but some good pictures there of the leaders, Cambridge, who look relatively comfortable out there in top position.
Again, you can see that sort of dove formation with the boat in the middle lane taking the lead. Typical formation here. They'll be challenged by the boats on the left and the right of them.
I think that third place still relatively up for grabs here between each of these crews. Just looking across, I think Edinburgh B and Surrey close enough in a small boat to swap those positions, to exchange an A final place for a B final place and vice versa. And they're right next to each other in lanes 1 and 2, which I think is that if you're racing someone for a spot in the A final, you really want to be quite close to them to sort of keep them managed and understand what they're doing.
Yeah, there's such an advantage to sort of being able to look across and see, are you 1 seat up, are you half a seat up, are you a boat length up? And you know, that's not always possible when you're, you know, racing across such a wide range of lanes. So if you're, you know, racing someone out of lane 6, you really can't see them.
Yeah, I think we can't see the race at the moment that's going on for third place on the screen. We can see our leaders, Cambridge. We can see Edinburgh in second place there. That's Edinburgh A on the right-hand side of your screen. But the race for the A final, or not to be eliminated, and I was there saying exchanging A final place for B final place, but of course that's not the case. It's exchanging A final place for elimination. It is all going on just to the right of your picture, and as we get a little bit closer to the finish line, oh my word, this is a wonderful race that's going on just out of shot of the picture. We've got Edinburgh B going up against Surrey, and Surrey have come right back into this race. They were in fourth. I think they're now overtaking Edinburgh in the final 500 metres. It's now up here for Edinburgh to respond.
And Edinburgh really going for it, looking to challenge Cambridge. Cambridge look to be sort of fairly relaxed, and Edinburgh is giving them a run for their money.
Oh, this race is going to come into picture in just a moment's time. It's such a shame we can't see it on the screen because it is toe for toe, bow ball for bow ball, a final for elimination, and Edinburgh are coming right back again. They found that extra gear to respond, and we're going to look. There's Cambridge coming onto screen now. Edinburgh A next to come onto your screen, and then this is going to be this race here coming into the line. Is it going to be an A final for Edinburgh or Surrey? Edinburgh responding to the challenge from Surrey right down to the wire. Oh, remember our line here on the screen is not the official finish line. We'll wait to hear from the umpires and the judges who that A final place goes with, and it's so important that the crew that didn't make it is going home. Will it be Surrey? Will it be Edinburgh B? One of the closest finishes of the day, and so important. A big thumbs up from the Edinburgh crew there to Surrey for a great race, great sportsmanship all round, and what a race for me to finish on, Sophie. I'm going to be handing over now back to Alex Darby. I'll leave you with him, and a big thank you for the commentary and the company this afternoon.
We move now to the men's beginner eights. This is the top three to the A final, and from left to right of your screen we have Bristol, Oxford Brookes, Surrey A, Cambridge A, Warwick A and York. It looks as if all crews have gotten off to a nice and clean start coming into the end now of the first 250 meters of the race. They'll be settling into a rhythm that they can sustain moving down the course.
So fairly rare to see a Brookes beginner 8, but it looks like Brookes are doing beginners again, which maybe is a bit ominous for the rest of us, but at the moment they're just part of the mix, right? So it's fair playing field in beginners. Everyone started this academic year, so it just is an arms race about how good your coaching is, I think, part of it. I mean, some of it is how good your athletes are, but some of it is also what you do with them.
It's coaching, and I think it also comes down to how hard, the athletes are willing to push themselves. I know when I started rowing, it was a game of mental toughness and mental strength, and how you sort of learn to take yourself to places that you haven't been before. So it's a combination of how hard can those athletes push themselves, and how much can they be motivated and coached by their coaches to row together, essentially.
Sophie, do you have a favourite name for those dark places? Is it the Pain Cave? Is it the Abyss? Is it, well, you got anything else, or I don't know? I just accepted the spiral down into the punishment area. But it's just rowing, isn't it? Rowing's brutal on occasion, but it's also beautiful. So, yeah.
Brutal but beautiful is a good way to describe it. I think it's a tunnel for me. It was always, the world seemed to close around like the erg screen that moved in and out of your view, and it was the only thing you could see. And then you'd stop, and slowly everything would come back. But it was quite a special feeling.
Yeah, notorious those ergs, aren't they? Like, it's amazing how one tiny point in the universe can just hold your gaze forever. It feels like forever and a bit more. And when you're like on your last legs, as it were, it doesn't matter how many meters are left. There's too many meters left. You could be 3 meters from the line, it's too far away, or you could be 1,000 meters from the line, it's too far away. Like, that thing can just get you.
Totally. And as you see now on your screen, it looks like we have a fairly early leader out of Surrey. Am I right in saying that's Surrey?
Well, unless they have decided on going in different lanes, yeah, I'd agree. It does look like Surrey. It's definitely lane 4. So unless they played draw new lanes out of the hat, it would be Surrey. Surrey are really strong in beginners, so I'd expect it to be Surrey if that's Surrey over in 4. Colours don't quite look right, but they are quite far away. They kind of look reddish, and Surrey a bit more blue normally. But yeah, we'll have to see, assuming the lanes are correct. So York trying to sneak up on this inside. It looks like there's pretty good racing here. 3 through. The crew in 4 is out in front, but I would say lanes 1, 2 and 3 look like they're in a pretty close race, and only 2 of those are going to make it through.
And just looking at the screen now, it seems like the wind has really picked up. I mean, we had calm conditions earlier this morning, we had calm conditions yesterday as well, but you see those athletes sort of battling with the wind and really sort of trying to stay clean in the water here.
Yeah, and the wind's gone to a bit of a cross head, so I don't know if they might start seeding lanes 2 and 3 rather than 3 and 4. It is Surrey from the looks of things, just looking at the screen. They do look reddish, but that's their base layers. The blades are right. Surrey got quite distinctive blades, so that's always useful in terms of identification. So it does look like Surrey have quite a commanding lead. I'd say they've got... Oh, do you reckon at Henley that would be easily? Could be. It's a decent lead. But yeah, the race is happening in 1, 2, 3. That crosshead is going to help them a little bit. So I think we're going to see some quick crews sneaking up on this inside. So who is that in 1 and 3, 1, 2 and 3 again?
So we've got York in 1, Warwick A, and Cambridge in 3. So you're right. I think this would be easily at Henley. When we saw them cross the halfway point, they had about 2 or 3 lengths lead, and by the looks of things, they have just extended it further.
So yeah, you can't see the big race that's happening just to the right-hand side of this. So there is a good race coming on that far side between BUCS and Bristol, but they are not up to speed with the 3 crews that are battling to go through to the A final. So Surrey look pretty comfortable. You can see on your screen they're the crew that's more to the left. There is a good race between BUCS and Bristol that you can see on your screen as well. But just looking out at the tower, the real exciting racing is a 3-way affair. Definite overlap between Warwick, Cambridge and York. So Sophie, do you want to bring us home with this?
Yeah, this is a really close race for 2nd and 3rd. So we've got 3 boats contending for 2 spots here. So this is really a do or die situation as these crews come into the final 250 meters of this men's beginner 8 semi-final. Sorry, this isn't a race, a rep to final. It's a semi-final.
Yeah, just a reps in champ, but I mean the last reps acted just like a semi-final. But looks like York have the impetus, but Warwick are pushing on Cambridge. So York, I think, are all right. Surrey are definitely all right. They're crossing the line. You can see on the screen now. They're okay. But it's what happens next. That's where the excitement lies. So just coming to the screen. Sophie, take us over the line.
Yeah, it looks to be York that will take that 2nd position, followed by Cambridge. And Warwick will narrowly miss out. What a race. And you saw Cambridge Cox veer to the left there in lane 3. Not sure if that was to sort of bring her crew closer to the other competitors, just to sort of give that sense of competition, but they do make it. They do sneak into the A final.
And fair play to Warwick there. They've just given a little round of applause to the 2 crews either side. Even though they're the crew that have missed out, Warwick, they've said thank you for a good race. And it was a good race. It's the kind of race, I've been on races where I've narrowly lost, but you remember them because they're good races. You know, races where you win easily, they're not that fun compared to like a close run race. You know, obviously you always want to be the right side of the result, but if you're not, at least make it a memorable one.
Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot. Now I'm back. It's great. I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Just other boats cheering on for us. It's amazing. And the pain will be setting in and the legs will be hurting. The lactic acid will have built up. As he looks around and he sees the red boys, this could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race for the day is underway.
Very tight, Brooks take the victory.
Mental things can happen at university boat racing.
What a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again next year at BUCS Regatta 2023.
Win. We did have to re-row and we won, but to be honest, in the moment I was like, no, they can have it, it's okay.
Only a certain amount of pain that you're willing to push yourself through to take the dub. I completely understand. And we have kicked off the second semi-final for the men's beginner 8s. So again, the top 3 boats will make it to the final later on. So from the left to the right of your screen, we have Swansea out of lane 6, Imperial, Exeter, Nottingham, Queen's University Belfast, and Lancaster A out of lane 1. And again, camera angles can be deceptive, but it looks like a close race between lanes 3, 4, and 5. So that's Nottingham, Exeter, and Imperial. There's nothing in it between these guys.
Yeah, so some of these are a little bit more notorious in beginners. So Nottingham often strong, Exeter often strong, Queen's definitely, but more so on the sculling side, I see a lot of Queen's crews doing well. So they do definitely have strong beginner programs. They've won this event in the past, and they'll be looking to do it again. Imperial, again, sort of focusing on beginners, just like how Brooks used to. And then we've got Swansea and Lancaster. They always have beginners as well, but it's good to see them pushing to try and be in the A final. So yeah, pretty close racing across the middle. Might be splitting apart a little bit. Crew on the far side, unfortunately, Swansea look like they might be a little bit off the pace, but the other 5 crews are pretty close together. There's definitely some carrots for these rowers to chomp down on.
Yeah, and it looks like Queens have eked out a little bit of a lead here, potentially a length maybe. They are approaching the final 500 meters of the race, so they'll really be feeling it now. You know, it's that third 500 that really drains the fire out of your legs. I suspect they'll be hanging on here.
Yeah, so on our screen you can see those crews across the middle. Queen's, Nottingham and Exeter are the 3 central crews. They're the ones that are battling it out for lane placement as much as places in the final. I think the wind is due to pick up a little bit later on, and it might even rain a little bit also, so maybe being in a slightly better lane could be advantageous, especially if they do decide to reseed, which the seeded lanes are. But yeah, pretty good racing here. Lancaster, I can just see the Lancaster supporters just moving their way to the edge of the lake. Lancaster look like they're going to need a length, so maybe that cheer can spur them on to try and find that length. Looks to me like Exeter and Queen's are the ones sort of moving out in front, with Nottingham the one at risk of being hit by a sprint from either Imperial or Lancaster right now.
Yeah, as you say, lots of anxious supporters, lots of barking dogs. I always love the dog watching out here. So we got supporters in full force.
Yeah, who doesn't like a good regatta dog? I think, do you reckon Exeter have taken Queens? It looks to me like Exeter have pushed out in front of Queens here. So Exeter have capitalised. On the close racing in this last 500 metres, Exeter have moved out in front. Their coach Sam will be happy about that. Queens look really slick though. I think Queens look really sharp. They're doing a good job. They've upped their rate of striking. Maybe hold the finish a little bit longer. But that Nottingham crew, well, it's not quite as slick as they'd want. So let's see if Lancaster can take advantage of that.
Yeah, it looks like that Nottingham crew has potentially used up their beans, and you know they're really at risk of being taken over by Imperial out of lane 5.
So you just see we've cut to the finish camera, and you see Exeter going through first. I assume they're in a Vespo, since their coach is the Vespo dealer. An Empacher containing the Queen's crew across second. That Nottingham crew do hold on, and Lancaster and Imperial can't quite get back onto terms. But yeah, solid racing, you know, that's what they're here for. These beginners, they need more race experience to take them through into the later parts of their rowing career. But you know, it's great that at BUCS they have the opportunity to just compete in a category that in theory is a fairly level playing field.
And we've moved on now to the men's championship 4. This is the first repechage of 2. So the top 2 boats here will move on to the A final later on. We've got 5 boats in this race. From the left to your right of your screen, it will be Bristol, Newcastle C, Durham, Newcastle A, and Edinburgh.
Yeah, so if anyone's sort of been at BUCS before, the champ events have been restructured slightly. They don't really call them semi-finals, they call them repechages just because they've pre-qualified some crews through to the final. If there are 7 entries, they seem to just pre-qualify 1 and get the other 6 to do a repechage. This event presumably had more than that, so I think they pre-qualified 2, and then they've got the other 10 crews, so 5 in each of the repechages in the race. So 2 have already gone through based on the time trial results. 2 will come out of this repechage, and 2 will come out of the next repechage. So it's basically 2 through and 3 out in each of them. And as we said, it's Edinburgh, Newcastle, Durham, Newcastle, and Bristol. So not all of those we had to get through, just 2 of them.
And as we come through the 1,000-meter mark here, it looks like Durham's taken an early lead. And it's going to be a fight for second between Edinburgh and Newcastle A. Thanks.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if the times are exactly right. But yeah, it looks like Durham did go through in sort of a 3:25. That's the K marker. They had a lead of about 5-6 seconds over Newcastle's A crew, who were pretty close with Edinburgh. And then a little bit of a drop off. But as we said, only 2 can go through here. 2 are looking down the course. You can kind of see on your screen, we've got a zoom in of a couple of the crews. But looking down the course, a couple of them are a bit off the pace, and it's the race in lanes 2, 3, and 4 is where it's happening. There's no crew in lane 1, so Edinburgh in 2, Newcastle in 3, Durham in 4. That's where the racing's happening. I think I'd be most pleased if I was Durham right now, because they seem to be out in front. Also, they're ahead of Newcastle, so they'll be doubly pleased with that. But it looks like Edinburgh might actually even be ahead of Newcastle. So if Durham can pull the double trick of beating Newcastle and also Newcastle getting knocked out, I think they'd be very, very happy about that result.
But you know, I don't think Durham are in clear water yet. They're not in, you know, they haven't yet escaped the danger of being eliminated, because you see that Newcastle crew out of lane 3, and they've taken the stroke rate up to new heights. So I think they are absolutely making a charge into the final 500 meters of this race.
So yeah, an all-northern affair here between Durham, Newcastle, and Edinburgh. As we said, only 2 crews will go through from this, and there are only 3 really competing for it. So you've been following that on our screens. You can see what we can see. Yeah, so I think Newcastle may have pushed themselves back in front of Edinburgh, so they may be putting themselves in the final. They have upped their rate of striking really massively, and they did that about 400 metres out. So do you reckon it's going to just burn a bit too much, or do you reckon they can hang on to a 400-metre sprint?
I reckon they look long and strong at the moment. They can hang on to that final 400-metre sprint, and they'll be wishing they had, 10 less meters if they don't.
Durham haven't responded at all. They've just kind of sat on what they're doing. Edinburgh have responded though, so it's Edinburgh versus Newcastle. Newcastle started their sprint about 200 metres ago. Edinburgh started theirs about 50 metres ago. So whether Edinburgh just went, we'll let them in, we'll let them in, we'll let them in, we'll let them burn, and then we'll go, that might be what happened there. So you can see this on the screen. It is close. Durham definitely haven't wound it up. They're just kind of going, well, if we row long, we can get to the line before this plays out. And actually, Edinburgh have made a really definitive move here. Like Newcastle definitely had moved back in front, but Edinburgh went, no, okay, we'll just ensure our place through. You can just see that coming through the line now.
Yeah, so it will be Durham and Edinburgh to take those 2 spots into the final of the men's championship 4.
And I have to give that Newcastle crew credit because it looks like they spent everything, and they had to. Some crews would go, oh, okay, well, we're a length down, we don't have enough time, we'll just accept it, we'll come back and race tomorrow in something else. But they weren't. They went all in, gung-ho. And I think sometimes you just have to put that in and hope the other crew panic or make a mistake or have basically spent too much fuel earlier in the race. There's a lot of psychology in rowing, wouldn't you agree? So if you're behind, you have to just tell yourself, they're in front of me because they went too hard. You have to just keep telling yourself that, and that you can come back through them. And if you're in front, you have to have the opposite thought. It's like, I'm in front because I'm faster. I did not go out too hard. So I think, that Newcastle crew would have just been like, look, they went out too hard, we're going to get them now.
Exactly, could not agree more. And we have moved on now to the second repechage of the men's championship 4. That is potentially wrong on your screen. We're not on the men's intermediate coxed 4. So from the left to the right of your screen, it is Newcastle, Nottingham, Imperial, Oxford, and Exeter. And from the looks of things, we have an early leader in Nottingham.
I'm sure Nottingham love being in front on their home water. Do you reckon they take offence to crews beating them here? I mean, they shouldn't do, because it's just racing. But, sometimes you just want to defend your home water. It's like, this is my water. I have to be the fastest crew.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a mental advantage for them as well. And they will... Yeah, I would feel offended, I think.
Yeah, every blade of grass it's gone past. It's like, okay, yeah, there's where that bin is. Oh, there's that dog walker. They're always there. You just get all the landmarks, don't you? I don't know if you've ever. I've never rowed there, but apparently if you row at Ely, there's not much. But there's like a tree on a corner or something. I don't know. But like there are little things like this, or I was always told if you row at Boston at trials, it's a straight. I have been at Boston and I've seen it. But it's like there's a straight line. There's a corner with a shopping trolley in the water, and then there's another straight line. That's the kind of landmarks you can get in certain places.
I think the Ely, course is particularly memorable, or not if you row down it. But yes, I do remember the famous year that the boat race was in Ely. We rode that race, and we definitely had the advantage of knowing where the blade of grass was and where the particular tree was that was 879 meters to finish. So yes, that is certainly a mental advantage.
I quite enjoyed that race in terms of how close the crews were. Like the proximity just seemed. I know even when they're on the tideway, they try and get really close together, but there's this kind of like, what are you doing? You've got huge. I rode on the tideway. That's where I learned. I'm like, you've got so much river, and yes, there probably is a perfect stream, but like where the stream is actually quite wide, and it's just kind of a game. Whereas at that race at Ely, you didn't have a choice. You have to just be close together and like deal with it. It was just like the pressure of it.
There's nowhere to go, nowhere to escape, and you could fit, 3 boats across maybe, but you know, you wouldn't want to do that. For some reason we seemed to be clashing the whole race, because that was, you know, the most fun thing to do, so why not? And we are into the final 250 meters of this race now. So we have a leader from Imperial out in front, and just a reminder, the top 2 will take a spot into the final later on this afternoon, and it's a race between Newcastle and Nottingham in lanes 2 and 3, but if I had to call it, it's Nottingham out in front.
It's definitely Nottingham that are trying to defend their home water. But we saw what the last Newcastle crew did and put an almighty sprint in, and this Newcastle crew is doing the same thing. Nottingham have met it. Newcastle a little bit close to the buoy line. They're skirting over the top. This stroke could have caught it. So we'll see how that goes as they come into the line. See, Imperial have kept their powder clean. They're through now, and yeah, Nottingham just about held on. And so that means Newcastle will be very disappointed with these last 2 results.
What a close race into that line. Newcastle just missing out by about a half boat length.
So yeah, Newcastle had 3 crews in the repechage and none of them have gone through. I don't know if it comes across on the camera, but those are the most high-vis bucket hats you'll see in your life over there in the Oxford boat. Yeah, amazing stuff. Is that Harrison Kiefer? Is that rower not a runner? Runner not a rower? I forget. He's an Instagram account. We got Exeter on the far side as well. They're just coming through. Like, fair play to Exeter. Men's champ coxless fours. That's a big time event, and even if you don't make it through to the final, like, you throw your hat in the ring. You know, there's a certain level of respect that has to be given to just even entering.
And we see.
And this annual flagship event, marking the 10-year anniversary since the start of BUCS Nationals, always no shortage of colour, drama, excitement and names to watch out for as university students from across the UK battle for glory and bragging rights.
He is powering his way to the wall. Is he going to be enough?
Things are about to heat up a little bit.
They're all coming back in the closing stages. Oh, what a finish that was. It's a new BUCS record. She will take the goal.
Was it ever in doubt? But they're pretty much neck and neck here on this second leg. So tight, shoulder to shoulder. Trying to get alongside.
Looks like it's between these 4 for the medals.
She's going to bring them home. It's going to be gold.
Shot for shot now, into the finish. Where's this one going to go?
Brunel come home to defend their title.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Especially in the London. I've chat to all.
You can see on your screen now we have the men's intermediate coxed fours. This is a semi-final, so the first 3 to cross the line will move into the final later on. So from left to right of your screen we have Lancaster, Bristol, oh sorry, I've skipped ahead a race, so we have Southampton, Durham, Oxford C, Oxford Brook C even, Oxford Brooks A, London B and Edinburgh A. And from the looks of things here, we do have an early leader from Durham A out of lane 2.
I think men's inter coxed fours is one of the deepest events. Like, anyone can compete in this. and the big programs put lots of boats in. Like you can see here, 2 Brooks crews. That's the A and the C crew. Doesn't necessarily mean it's the A and the C crew, but 2 of their crews are in here, and they also have a crew in the other side. Last year Bristol won this. They're in the other semi-final. So, like, this event is hard. Like, the biggest programs put multiple crews in. The smaller programs want to put their top boat in it because they don't want to race champ. Like, this field is deep, and this is like the cream of that field. So 2 Brooks crews in here, unsurprisingly. Durham, who have gone so fast the last couple of years, they're in here as well. You'd expect to see an Edinburgh crew in here, and you do. But then you've got kind of London also. They won Inter 8s yesterday. They're in it. And then you've got Southampton. So Southampton did a good job just to be in here. But it looks to me like we've got, what, 2 Brooks crews and a Durham crew going through, I would say. It looks like we've got 2 races on our hands at the moment, really.
We do. It looks like, you know, those first 3 boats to cross the line will be separated from the second 3, so that will be certainly a close final to watch later on.
Yes, I don't know if these are the same London guys from the 8 yesterday. This is the London B crew. There is a London boat in the other side. So I don't know if they spent more time in an 8, if it's the same guys or not, or how they've broken their crews down. But yeah, there's as we said, there's so much depth in this. Like, these athletes here are going to have really good erg scores, really good rowing ability. And I think the 3 out in front are probably just enjoying the fact that there are 2 races. They've got 30-40 metres lead. You can just kind of tick over to the line, because the finals are going to come pretty quick. You know, they don't get a big break between here and the actual final.
Exactly, and any energy they can expend now is going to benefit them later on. It is Brooks in positions 1 and 2. Ahead of Durham, but as you say, you know, they comfortably row into the line. There's really a lot to separate these 3 crews from the latter 3.
Yeah, I mean, they almost come through in formation, you know, so the bow of the Brooks second boat was in line with the stern of the first one, and Durham kind of pulled the same trick on the other side. So good racing on that far side, actually. London and Edinburgh, they actually bothered to race to the line. They didn't say, oh, we'll just race again in the B final. They wanted to go head-to-head here. And I always thought, if I was going out and I had a crew next to me, I wanted to beat them in that semi-final, even if I was going out. Because then, in the B final, you want to beat them again. So that wasn't a one-off. We beat you then, and we're going to beat you again. That's kind of the motivation going in.
So true, and you know, you get that. It's a, you know, sense of dignity, and it's also a sense of maybe even racing for lanes, as you say. You know, the wind might pick up, they may recede the lanes, you never know what's going to happen. It's not over until it's over, and when these athletes are competing for Victor Luger Trophy, you know, every point counts. So there will definitely be some strategic thinking here, despite, you know, many people thinking rowing is the least strategic sport potentially that you could have, but I think a lot would disagree today.
Yeah, I think bad rowing is very mindless, but good rowing is kind of mindful. You know, there's different ways of doing that. You can just sort of row long and calm, or that you can know what the race situation is. Maybe you know what the opposition like doing. You know, you might know the kitchen sink it in the middle and then they're hanging on at the end, so you can kind of work to that idea. I definitely, at Reading Regatta, I was coxing a women's 8, but I'd gone and watched what our opposition did in their first round, because we had a bye to the second round, and I was just like, I just rode down alongside, watched it, and I went, all right, they have this phenomenally powerful move with about 700 meters to go, and I briefed my crew on it, and even in the race I was coxing, I was like, their move is coming now. They did the move, and I was like, we just have to hold, and then we went in afterwards, and it was like close to a photo finish, but without that previous knowledge we definitely wouldn't have won that, because it was only knowing that they were going to do what they did is what allowed us to stay confident in what we were doing.
Yeah, I think it's such a weapon to know someone else's race plan, and there would be a lot of things that people would do to get their hands on their rivals' race plans. But we move now into the second rep of the men's intermediate coxed 4. So who will join the previous 3 boats? That's 2 Brooks boats and a Durham boat in the A final of this race. Later on, we have 5 boats in this race, and it looks like Brooks again in lane 3 is leading into the final 250 meters.
Yeah, so I'll tell you who won't be joining those crews in the final, and that's Bristol, because they don't seem to be there. So lane 2 is unoccupied. That means that Lancaster are kind of having a row in their own little island over here, but they're not out of contention actually over in lane 1. Like, if you told me before this, like, would Lancaster put a boat in the A final of the men's Inter4s, I'd probably have said no, just knowing how many BUCS crews and London and Durham, etc. But you just get put in the draw that you get, and this is what can happen. And they haven't been able to pull along with anyone else because they don't have anyone in the lane next to them. BUCS are kind of gone, well, we're BUCS B and we're the fastest here. They've moved on. London are looking pretty good in 7. But I would say Lancaster are over Glasgow. I mean, they probably looked at this and well and were like so happy that Bristol were not there, because Bristol have been good in Inter. So if Lancaster can push out Glasgow, who in turn are pushing out St Andrews, that'll be a real turnout for the BUCS. Now, it's definitely not in the bag. They've got about 1 length. But yeah, that Lancaster crew, go on Lancaster. Right, it's good stuff.
It is really good stuff, and they are absolutely gunning it to the finish line here. But we hear the horn, and it will be BUCS B to cross the finish line ahead of University of London, who takes that second position, and actually Lancaster takes the 3rd spot. So it is Lancaster into the A final of this men's intermediate cox 4. They'll be joined by Oxford BUCS B, Oxford BUCS C, Oxford BUCS A, and University of London.
Yeah, and I've got the window open and we could hear literally people shouting yes as Lancaster crossed the line, so really well done to Lancaster. They might not have it all their own way in the final, but they'll be the only crew in there that isn't BUCS, Durham or London. So yeah, real good stuff from Lancaster. It's good to see programs moving forwards, and it's not always easy to do because sometimes coaches come and they go, or they're volunteer coaches. It can be difficult, but if you can get a group of athletes, like you were saying earlier, that want to put the time and effort in, and you can match that with a coach that's available to facilitate them putting the time and effort in, things can happen, right?
Things can happen, and I think what you're referring to is just that sense of accountability. You know, it's hard to motivate yourself when you start rowing. It's hard to push yourself on the erg when you need to push yourself, and to have that constant coach or program that's sort of structured in a way that supports you, and to be part of a big team that sort of all shares a similar mindset. You know, it goes farther than you might think.
Yeah, so we were just talking, you'd asked me about UCLA, and the coach, I mean, rest in peace, Amy, but I remember when I was out there, she was saying when she first got there, it was difficult because some of the people were like there because they wanted to be competitive, and some of the people were there because they just wanted to do rowing for a bit of fun. And they used to think that like the women's captain was a real like, you know, hard like B word, and they were like, they didn't like it, right? But Amy was like, no, they want to win. That's why they want to be here. They want everyone to be on the same page. And then, you know, you kind of get to a point where the culture is that everyone's on that same page. It's like, this is why you're an athlete here. It's because we want to do well at like NCAAs. You know, we want to perform well, and we can't do that if we're like only half invested. You know, and once that had kind of come around, I know they're never going to be like, they were never the best, but they, you know, they were top 7 in North America, which is a pretty good achievement, I think.
Certainly, and you've just seen the men's championship for repechage come across your screen now. So this is this looks like a men's championship for repechage, cox 4 repechage, yeah. So 4 will go through to the final. Reminder, these guys have already raced once today, so this is their second race of the day, and if they make it into the final, they will have raced 3 times by the end of the day. 3 2Ks, not an easy thing to do.
And this is the stacked field here, you know, I assume BUCS are already through. I'll double check that in a moment, but Edinburgh, Newcastle, Durham, Cambridge, IC, Bristol. That's a pretty stacked set of competitors right there.
It is, and as we took a look earlier, it looked to be Edinburgh out of lane 1 that was taking a lead, though looking at it now, oh, it's anyone's race. It's too early to tell. Could be lane 3, could be Durham out of lane 3. We'll have to wait and see as they approach the final 500 meters of of this race.
Yeah, so it was Brooks and London went through earlier on, straight from the time trial. 4 of these will go through. It's really Edinburgh and Bristol who were on the hot seat coming off the time trial, but they might have known that they could sort of save it a little bit. So I would say Edinburgh must have saved it a bit, because Edinburgh over in 1 looking pretty strong. They might not be quite be in the lead, but they're pretty close to it with Newcastle and Durham, so they might have just conserved a bit of energy through the time trial. You can't row light through the time trial, they disqualify you here. Like crews have tried that in the past, and it was just kind of told, if you aren't doing the time trial in sort of the right spirit of it, we will just kick you out of the competition. So no one sort of was 4 minutes slower than anyone else. The times are fairly competitive, so I think they would have done it right. But yeah, Edinburgh being the sort of 1 from bottom crew through the time trial suggests that they were holding a little bit back, and they're using that to their advantage here over in lane number 1.
Yeah, and as this is a repechage, you know, it's more so a race not to lose. So it's really, you know, you need to be in the top 4, and we have 4 clear leaders out of lanes 1 to 4. So that is Edinburgh, Newcastle, Durham, and Cambridge, and it looks like Imperial and Bristol are going to narrowly miss out of some spots into the final of the men's championship coxed.
Yeah, no B finals in champ events, so this is last effort for those 2 crews going out from the looks of things being Bristol and IC, but they're still racing each other hard. Durham and Newcastle, now, they don't have to do this, they're both going through, but Durham have wound up because they just don't like losing to Newcastle. They had a decade of that, and I think at some point they just got sick and tired of it. Obviously Newcastle had the ascendancy for a long time, and in this case Newcastle have, you can see on your screen that race happening, and they look like, look at that celebration, you know, you wouldn't do that if it didn't matter. I think Newcastle don't like the taste of losing to Durham. Like, they haven't had to taste it for a long time, but recently it has been right in their face and everyone's noticed it. So Newcastle doesn't want to get back on top of that northeast rivalry. And in this case, they just about did. And with 2 crews going through already from the time trial, you'd think maybe if you win this, you might be the one that's looking for a medal, along with London and Brooks.
Yeah, that was a really spectacular race there for Newcastle. You know, you have to wonder what are, you know, was that all in the name of pride? Was it in the name of racing for lanes? Was it in the name of, yeah, not losing to Durham? We'll never know. But I'm looking across the course now, and it does look a bit gusty. We have some gusts sort of in the last 250 meters of the race. So we'll see how these next crews handle it. But we are on to women's intermediate 8s, so slightly easier conditions, or easier to handle the wind even. So we're on to the women's intermediate 8s semi-finals, so the top 3 will progress to the final later on, and from the left to the right of your screen will be Surrey, Durham A, Oxford Brooks B, Edinburgh, Newcastle A, and Warwick.
Now, this used to be my favourite event about 6 years ago. Not because my crews would ever do any good in it. You know, we'd come 35th at Women's Head and be in like an F1. No, it's ridiculous. But in terms of the competitiveness at the top and the tightness of racing, this was always really close. So we'll see if this can be just as close. Women's into 8s, I've seen races where all 6 were separated by about 3 seconds. But that's the kind of racing that's really exciting and that you put on an advert for rowing. But I'm not sure if it's going to be exactly like that here in this semi-final. It does look like we've got a bit of a split with the lanes 5 and 6. Durham and Surrey maybe being a little bit off the pace, but they're quite a long way away. You can kind of see them just sort of come past the fixed camera, so that'll give us a decent idea of who's where when it kind of gets to a side-on. So you will see there is a bit of separation between these crews. It's not going to be an absolute blanket finish. But all the rowers in here are going to be pretty good. Typically they're not the like be-all and end-all rowers at a program, but they're still going to be really good, and there's going to be athletes in here who probably feel like we wish we'd been in the top boat or the champ boat. They're going to be some of those athletes going to be capable of doing that. But you can kind of see here that Brooks crew do look like they've got a decent advantage. You're seeing Newcastle on your screen right now. We're kind of following them. And you can see like that really classic Newcastle look of the big work through the finish, the big lean back. There's like a lot of work that happens in the second half of a Newcastle stroke that you don't see from everyone. You've got Warwick near us. You don't get that same sense of a real like send through and snap through that Newcastle have. I'm not saying either style is better, they're just different. You know, you can make different styles of rowing. It doesn't necessarily automatically mean one's better than the other, they're just different styles.
They are different. You can certainly see quite a big difference between that Newcastle snap, like you say, at the finish, and the Warwick stroke, which seems to be heavier on the front. And the key thing really is just making sure that everyone rows together. You know, if you took half the Warwick boat and half the Newcastle boat and had two different styles of rowing, you might not find yourself with a very quick boat. So it's really all about getting everyone together. But as they come into the final 500 meters of this race, from where we sit at the finish tower, it does look as if Brooks is still in the lead by clear water, though it's not, you know, it's not a cakewalk for them.
You know, I wonder if this is Brooks B or if this just happens to be the second Brooks boat that was entered. Like, it doesn't always fit to letters, it just depends on how your programs kind of input it into the entry system. So nominally it's Brooks B controlling this race ahead of a close race between Edinburgh and Newcastle, and then there's quite a good race between Warwick, Durham and Surrey, but those are the three crews that are probably going to make up the B final in this case. So unlike the last race we saw, these crews, they're all going to race again. Three of these are going to go into the medal race, and the other three are going to go into the B final, where you're kind of just racing for your overall ranking. But yeah, Brooks looked pretty strong here. Wonder if we've seen this race before in different things. Edinburgh and Newcastle, that's definitely happened in the last half an hour. So we'll see if there's, you know, any quarter given, or do you reckon Newcastle are going to wind it up like the men's crews did into the final, just to practice that?
If their men's races in the last two races were any indication of their overall strategic plan, I would certainly say yes. But Brooks is looking very comfortable as they come into the last 100 meters of this race. They're definitely in the top three, and they know that, and they're sort of conserving energy for later on. They're remarkably long and a lot lower stroke rate than the rest of the field. And as you say, Newcastle is taking a bit of a charge. They've brought that stroke rate up. They're rowing ahead of Edinburgh. They have a few seats on Edinburgh, but there really is a big separation from the top three crews that will make it into the A final.
So the Newcastle fans, the Blue Star Nation, cheering their crew through. They'll end up with about half a length over Edinburgh. Gotta be honest, Edinburgh didn't respond to that move whatsoever. They were just a bit like, yeah, okay, fine. Have the lane. And here, off we go. Just coming into screen now, you've got the Platinum of Durham. They're going to miss out on the A final. And then, as will Surrey. Those are two programs that are strong in intermediate. And then, good to see Warwick, even though I'm a Birmingham coach, good to see Warwick competing up in these major finals. So hard work from the Warwick crew, but yeah, it'll be Warwick, Durham and Surrey missing out. It'll be Newcastle, Edinburgh and Oxford Brooks going through.
And we're now into the women's intermediate 8 semi-finals. Reminder, top 3 will make it into the final later on. From the left to the right of your screen, we have Liverpool, Cambridge A, Oxford Brooks A, Bristol, London and Newcastle on the very right.
So I was just looking up the times. we were saying we weren't sure if that was the A or B crew. The crew that was in the last one, that was the B crew, did actually come quicker than this crew in the time trial, but it was pretty much even. 5:14.9 versus 5:16.9. There's 2 seconds difference, but I would say in terms of what they're doing, that's pretty equal. And there's quite a drop off, about 9 seconds till the Bristol crew, who are in this race. So the Bristol crew in the middle, they were the crew closest to the 2 BUCS crews that led the time trial. So we'll have to see if Bristol could put themselves in the A final. Stacked field again. We've seen Newcastle qualify through in the last race. This is Newcastle's B boat. They were still fairly well placed in the time trial in terms of, yes, they were 11th, but they were, if they found 5 seconds, they suddenly would have been 8th. So very close in that time trial. So they're in it. London, whose men won this event yesterday, the Inter 8s, they're in the mix. We've already mentioned Bristol and BUCS. Cambridge and Liverpool making this up as well. So Liverpool have had some strong inter women's boats the last couple of years. So they'll be seeing if they can get in. But we haven't seen much speed out of lane 5 and 6 recently. So Cambridge and Liverpool are going to have to buck the trend if they want to make it into the A final.
They will have to, certainly. And again, another dominant performance from Oxford BUCS A. They have established an early lead. Athletes are probably about halfway through the race now, so coming into that third 500 when things really start to sting and burn. But Oxford BUCS leads the field, and as you can see on the near side of your screen there, University of London is doing really well, and they look to be rowing quite cleanly, quite calmly, look very together, just very comfortable, and probably feeling like they have a good shot now at making it into the A final.
I always think that the Tideway crews, when there's a little bit of chop or bobble, they probably just don't care. They're just so used to it. It doesn't matter. You get wash from boats moving up and down. I mean, being a school row, I didn't row Saturday morning, but I'll bet on the Tideway Saturday morning is a waste of time if you're trying to do any static work, because stuff went up, down, and fast programs. So many fast programs on there as well. So I feel like London is just going to be like, doesn't matter if there's a little bit of chop, a little bit of bounce in the water, we'll deal with that. There's no problem. So I would expect them to be looking pretty fast, but like we said, BUCS looking really good. Just looking out the tower, BUCS looking strong. As we expected, they were the fastest crews through the time trial, and they may have been holding a little bit back in that time trial as well, but they're just capitalising on that, and they want to be the 2 middle lanes in the A final.
And looking down the tower, as you say, not much going on from lanes 5 and 6, Cambridge and Liverpool. They're certainly in positions 5 and 6 in this race, but it's going to come down to the top 4. BUCS will definitely take a spot in the A final, and University of London looks strong at the moment. Edinburgh out of lane 2 could be challenging Durham in lane 4. Have I got that wrong? I've got that wrong. Bristol.
Yeah, so I don't know if Newcastle are going to be able to get onto Bristol and put a second boat in the final. BUCS is definitely going to have 2 in there. London are going to be in there. That'll set up kind of what happened yesterday, where there were 2 BUCS crews in silver and bronze in the men's Inter 8s, and London took the gold. BUCS are obviously not going to want to be in the silver and bronze today. I wonder if the London crew will throw anything at the BUCS crew just to test them out. I mean, I probably wouldn't bother, but maybe they could. Would you bother, Soph? Would you go for it, or just go now?
Well, I think it comes down to how many races they've raced yesterday, how many more races they have to do tomorrow, how much they feel they need to practice their race plan. It could be any number of factors, but me, personally, I would not.
So you would just be happy if the Cox was like, we'll hold second, we'll save our energy for the final.
I think if they've been relatively comfortable in this race so far, I would certainly take that view of let's just stay together, let's stay long, let's stay strong. You know, they might do a wind here into the final, 10, 15 strokes just to see what they can give, but they are looking relatively, like they're not sprinting, and we have very clear first, second, and third place spots into the A final. So that's BUCS across the line first, followed by University of London, and then Bristol takes that third place position.
Yeah, and the 2-seat in the London boat actually just rode one arm over the finish line and just celebrated with the other arm. Just took a little inside arm over the stroke. Incredible hair there as well in that 2-seat. Best hair of the weekend. Yeah, that BUCS crew were not working hard. I think that would have played into it. If I'd been the London Cox and I'd just seen that BUCS crew had not done anything for the last kilometre, like, there's no point in poking the bear. You know it can come alive, but just leave it alone. We'll just save our beans and we'll compete for a medal in a couple of hours' time. Woo.
And our last semi-final of the morning, afternoon even, early afternoon, we're on to the Women's Championship 8s. This is a repechage, so the first 5 to cross the line here will advance to the A final, so it's a race not to lose, essentially. So you'll be, if you're in 6th position, you'll be trying to push yourself up into that 5th position spot as best as you can.
Yeah, so the one entry that you will not see here is BUCS. Do you know what? That time trial was pretty hot. BUCS went through 5:04.9. London obviously wanted that place because they went in 5:05.8. So less than a second between BUCS and London. And then an 11-second drop-off because some of these other crews obviously thought we'll row it in the right spirit, but we're not going to empty the tank. London must have gone big for it, so maybe they're going to use this round as a kind of just don't come last and make up for that expenditure that they would have done earlier. Because like you say, only one of these is not going to make it through, and this is a pretty heavy-hitting field: Newcastle, Edinburgh, London, Durham, Nottingham, IC. That's, if you ask me to write down, 7 programs you think would be fast, that's possibly the 7 I would write down, including BUCS, of course.
Definitely, and you can see that sort of demonstrated by how level they all look on the screen. I mean, there really aren't. There is an early leader out of this race. I think they, as we look down the tower now, they look to be entering that second 1,000 of the race. So this is usually the point at which you start to see stamina playing a bit of a role. Though, having said that, these are championship crews. These women are well versed at racing. They're not going to fall off their pace. They've had enough experience under their belts to know how to pace a 2,000-meter race. So it will all come down to tactics, strategy, and at the end, who has the most amount of beans, as they say, left in their legs.
We'll have to see if Imperial can overcome the curse of lane 6. Seems to have affected a lot of crews over there, because we haven't seen much come through from lane 6 in the previous races. So Imperial are going to have to try and do something about that, but from the Tau position it doesn't look like they've kind of been able to. So I don't think this is going to be the most exciting race we see today. It's just going to be kind of a little bit of posturing and kind of showing, yeah, we have speed. Obviously they don't want to show their full hand, because in the final that's where you want to show your real speed. But obviously these crews are going to want to get a bit of a gauge on each other to kind of work out, well, who are our threats. So London and BUCS obviously were quick in the time trial, but then following that, it's just an open kind of race for the bronze. Well, assuming that BUCS and London are the 2 quickest, you never know. Like we said, these crews weren't really showing their hand in the time trial earlier on.
Yeah, and you just saw there on your screen a lone shot of London possibly a bit deceptive that they were miles ahead of the rest of the field, but actually looking down at the crews now, it seems to be fairly level, and it really is a dogfight between the first 5. Again, it's that race just not to be last, and as we look at it now, it does look to be Imperial in lane 6 who may narrowly miss out on making the final.
Yeah, we almost have a kind of nice pattern of first is in 1, second is in 2, third is in 3. It almost looks like that from here. Like the lanes, they shouldn't be too favourable on this side. Just looking at the windsock, there is still a slight cross, but not like it was. It's fairly straight up the course, to be honest. If I look at the ripples on the water, like there's no calm over on this side compared to the other side. So I think just legitimately the crew on this near side who. Well, I believe it was supposed to be Newcastle, but we might be calling this a little bit wrong. I think they might have reseeded the lanes potentially. Because on this side, it's definitely London, who initially were in 3. So, London are in first. Durham are actually in lane 2. Nottingham are in lane 3. So they have redrawn this. Edinburgh out in 4. Newcastle in 5. It is Imperial in 6. We're not wrong on that, but they have actually put the boats into different lanes. We just don't have the updated paperwork, but it does look like Newcastle will be going through from lane 5. It looks like Edinburgh will be going through from lane 4, Nottingham from lane 3, Durham from lane 2, and yeah, London in lane 1. So we expected London to be the quickest, and they are showing that here.
Yeah, so perhaps we did have an early leader in London, and you can even see that they look long and relaxed. They know they're not in any danger of missing out on this final, so they're just really using this as a bit of an opportunity to practice that stable race rhythm. And they're about a length ahead of Durham. And Durham is followed by Nottingham in lane 3. Edinburgh in lane 4, Newcastle in lane 5, and Imperial in lane 6. Again, this is a straight 1 to 6, positions 1 to 6, take places 1 to 6.
Yeah, pretty easy for anyone taking the result there. Lane 1 first, lane 2 second, lane 3 third, and so on and so on. So Imperial will miss out. Sad for those ladies, that's probably their last racing of today. They won't be in any big stuff tomorrow unless they're in 4. It's mostly small stuff tomorrow, a lot of doubles happening tomorrow. So yeah, they'll have to go sort of lick their wounds, support some other Imperial crews, and then come back tomorrow because they won't be in that Champ 8 final. But that brings to a close to the sort of semi-finals and repechages. I know Sophie's about to switch to having a break, I guess, and we're going to be joined by Carol. So, Soph, do you want to just sort of sign out for the afternoon?
I will sign out officially. Thank you. It's been a pleasure, Andy. I have very much enjoyed this, and I will leave you in the very, very capable hands of Carol Wallace.
Well, Sophie's given me a very big introduction. I hope I live up to expectations. But delighted to be up here with Alec. It's always great to have a bit of a conversation about racing, technique, where you want the flat bits of the course, finish or start. But coming through now, we have this B final of the women's intermediate lightweight sculls. Looking from left to right, we have Isabel Thomason from Exeter in lane 6, Anna Bradley of Bath in lane 5, Emma Quaglieri of Reading in lane 4, Amelia Moole of Essex in lane 3, Alex Grocock of Reading in lane 2, Catherine Mercer of London in lane 1. And interestingly enough, as camera was panning in earlier, I was looking at Alex Grocock of Reading there. She had a really good time trial and did very well in the semi-finals earlier, and she has taken this race by the neck and is just stamping her authority on it. She is quite a distance in front of the nearest scullers beside her, and I think it's now the Essex sculler in that. No, sorry, it's this. Yeah, it's the Exeter sculler in that second place, which we've just seen that the lanes have been redrawn with this sort of crosswind. It's not much of a crosswind, so I'm surprised that the lane's being redrawn, but it is a phenomenal performance from Alex Grocock here in this B final.
So yeah, Reading look like they are in charge of this. Like you say, Alex Grocock is, easily out in front of everyone else. And then Catherine Mercer in 1 and Isabel Thomason in 6. That's kind of where the next race is. Maybe actually, I would say Catherine Mercer's maybe moved out a little bit. It's probably a better race between Isabel Thomason in 6 and also the Essex sculler in 3, Amelia Moore. That's probably the race. But it is difficult when you're in a single and you're racing someone that's sort of 4 lanes away or 6 lanes away. It's difficult to kind of feel like you're really in a race. You just kind of have to look across. Okay, I'm at half a length down, push, look again, quarter of a length. It's tricky, isn't it?
Indeed, very tricky. You have to get the lines of the boys and just to try and figure out where you are. But this is Alex Grocock, and that is some performance in this B final. Quite a few lengths in front of the next sculler, and that is in. I'm just quite confused here. Lane 1, the London sculler, has just come back into contention here. Mercer of London, and over the far side it is Isabel Thomason of Essex. Exeter.
As you had a quick look, I think the sculler in lane 1 wasn't in lane 1 when you had a quick glance. Had moved over to lane 2. I've got to give credit there as well to Alex Grocock. Won by a long way and just calmly over the finish line just stopped her speed coach so you could just record her session. I was just like, okay, you got the kind of clearness of mind of, I'll finish my piece, I'll stop my speed coach, that way I can just record exactly what I did and have a look back.
All data is good data. Race data is very good. I'm sure she and her coach will be looking at that. Just maybe analysing to see what they could have done to get her into the A final, because from that sort of boat speed, she would have been well up there for a place in the A final. But to get into the A final, you have to go through the time trial, and not everybody's a greatest time trial. Some people do better in a side-by-side race. Some people do better in a time trial. It just depends where your skill set is.
Yeah, definitely. Some people are more racy in that side-by-side arena compared to the time trial arena. And the scullers in here are going to have to be racy because this is the first medal race of the day. It's the women's interlightweight singles. We're featuring Caroline Riesk from Durham. We have Leonie Kennedy from Surrey, Lara Britton from Reading, Laura Bates from Leeds, Erin Meredith from Birmingham, and Sasha Kennedy from Surrey. So, little bit biased because Erin's one of our athletes and got the bronze medal here last year. But this field is stacked. There are some people in here. I was like, I thought they'd be in champ, but this is a stacked field. It's going to be hard to repeat that 3rd place, and I think Erin at the moment looks like she's in 5th. She is over in lane 5. They kind of seeded the lanes that way. The real battle is for gold, I think. It's over on this side. It's the Durham sculler Caroline Reesk, I don't know if I'm saying that right, I'm probably saying it terribly, but Leonie Kennedy as well is in that mix with Lara Britton in the quite distinctive high-vis base layout over in 3. She's the Reading sculler.
Indeed, both these scullers 1 and 2 did very well in their semi-finals earlier on, both of them quite far in front of the rest of the field, and it's the Durham sculler seems to have taken advantage. You know, 3/4 of the way down this course, as you can see from the screen, she is maybe 2/3 of a length in front of Leonie Kennedy of Surrey. Sculler over on the far side, yet again, Sasha Kennedy is also up there, sort of trying to keep up with her sister, but I think her sister is still some distance in front. Lara Britton of Reading, nice high-vis t-shirt there, just motoring on. As Alex said, this is the first medal race of the day, so this is getting really quite excitement. A lot of excitement there. A lot of people on the bank. Sun shining, it's a great day for spectating here. But as they're coming towards us, almost into the orange boys, the boys will change colour soon for the last 100 metres of the race, and it's the Durham sculler. Caroline Rexey just really having pulled away in these last few strokes. Leonie Kennedy of Surrey is second, and Lara Britton of Reading in third.
Yeah, so it looks like the first medal race is going to go in lane order, lane 1, 2, 3, gold, silver, bronze. We'll keep an eye on if that happens in every race, but this one it certainly is. And there are quite big gaps here, so I don't think it's just about lane draw. These 3 definitely, there's differences in ability here. So you can just see crossing the line, Durham would take the first gold of Sunday, and that's probably 5 or 6 lengths up on Leonie Kennedy, who will take the silver, and again that's quite a big amount of open water to Lara Britton, who's going to pick up the bronze. So who's going to be the 3 medalists, and then there's probably something like 8 to 10 lengths before we get to Laura Bates, the 4th place sculler. Laura Bates and Erin Meredith in a pretty close race, they're about a length apart, and Sasha Kennedy's pretty close to those two. So we definitely had differences in sculling ability, or speed I suppose is a better way of saying it, in that race. So I don't think it was just purely down to the lanes.
No, indeed, and these girls have had a hard day's racing already. I could see the Durham sculler as she went through the line there, a real great fist pump, just because she knows she's first gold medalist of today's racing. On our screen now we can see the Women's Championship lightweight single sculls underway, and in lane 6 will be the top of our screen there. We have Amelia Mole of Essex, and then we have Izzy Sellers of Durham, Sam McCormack of Queen's Belfast, Gemma King of Cambridge, Annabelle Ruinett of the Royal Holloway, and Olivia Bates of Nottingham. And it's the Nottingham sculler we can see at the front of our screen there. You can see the ripples on the water there, a bit bobbly, as Alec has said a few times, but nothing to inconvenience these championship lightweight scullers. It's lovely to sit here and just watch these scullers. You know, lightweight is an weight category, and you have to make the weight, which is a challenge in itself. Some people are naturally lightweight, and some people who have to really work hard to stay that weight. That gives them a level playing field because they know everybody else is the same weight, so that's quite good. But if that's the difference, the camera is just panning around to the rest of the field. Oh, here we get the different angle. Now, just having promised you scullers in lanes 2 and 6, we were just having a quick check and we don't think we have the sculler in lane 6 nor the sculler in lane 2. But it's Olivia Bates from Nottingham, pretty much in isolation. Late, with a gap of a missing sculler in a lane, it sort of makes you feel a wee bit isolated in a race. You're not quite sure what the other scullers are doing, or how close to you, or how far apart they are. That's a difficult one to race, isn't it, Alec?
Yeah, and I think Olivia Bates on home water is going to be very thankful for maybe if the sculler in 2 was going to be the second quickest, thankful that they're not there, because she's actually doubling up to do the open weight as well. So that final, so if this is at 2:18, that final is at 3:12. So less than an hour away, wants to try and race in the open weight champ. So I think probably at this point, saving as much energy as possible whilst taking the gold, and then was going to come back and do it again in less than an hour.
Oh, well spotted, Alec. I had not spotted that name there either. So yeah, as you say, she's probably doing enough to stay in front. But that said, the doing enough has given her a lead of some 3 to 4 lengths as we look up the course now, and sculling away. I think she's got over this feeling of isolation, and maybe she's using this as another sort of training tool just to scull her own race. And of course that's what you're supposed to do. Every sculling race is your own race. It's with you and your head, and trying to beat everybody else. But she has done very well indeed here. Just 3 to 4 lengths now as they come towards the orange boys.
Yes, Olivia Bates looks like she is nailed on to win the gold, and then it's going to be Gemma King who will be picking up the silver for Cambridge, and as far as I'm aware there'll be BUCS points from a champ event, and there'll be a good number of VL points, so these athletes helping their programs as much as they're helping themselves to medals. And then it looks like it's going to be Izzy Sellers from Durham over in lane 5, who's really going to be picking up the bronze. I wonder if there's maybe a slight tinge of regret, just looking at the fact we've only got 4 in this final, that maybe some of those top inter scullers maybe thought, actually if I'd gone into champ I could have picked up a champ medal.
That's always the gamble, isn't it? You just don't know who's going to come out to play until the draw is done, and by that stage it's too late to put the entry in. So it's you know, what you race is always a gamble, and if you think you're good enough, I suppose you should always go for the top event.
Yeah, should absolutely. If you're good enough, get up there. I mean, it's something that was levelled at the Bristol programme, who I got no problem with Bristol winning Inters last year, because some people were going, well, yeah, but they could have raced in champ. It's like, no, they can win Inter, like, you know. And then this year they've moved up to champ. But yeah, I think that last year people who had that little qualm, I was like, no, look, you know, there's no point in racing champ yet. Like, you don't know you're going to win Inter. Like, your programme has to step up through levels.
Absolutely, it's a stepwise progression. It's not we're started here and we'll just immediately jump into champs, because that just doesn't give you the race experience or the racing sense. You have to grow into a championship event. And yes, Bristol are racing championship this weekend, which is great.
So that is going to be the second set of medals given out, or the first set that are going to have a red ribbon. If you ever come to BUCS, if you see someone wearing a medal with a white ribbon on it, it's either an inter event or a beginner event. But if you see an athlete and their medal has the red ribbon, they've earned that from a championship level.
Well, I did not know that. You live and learn. I am so happy to be up here with Alex, because I always learn something. Every day is a school day. So we going back to the men's beginner single sculls. We've got 4 boats in this race. On the right hand side of the screen we'll have West of Loughborough, and then we'll have Rawlinson of Loughborough, Thorne of Bournemouth, and Clack of Nottingham Trent. The 4 lanes closest to the right hand side being populated. And going out early we have Clack of Nottingham Trent. He is about a length and a half between him and the next 2 scullers, Thorne of Bournemouth and Rawlinson of Loughborough. And then just back off the pace we have West of Loughborough too.
Yeah, so I wonder why we only have 4 scheduled here. I don't know if maybe the athletes doubling up into the 8 and want to save their energy, or Carol, can you give us some insight?
I don't have any insight, but I do remember the semi-finals. There was one semi-final with only 5 boats in it, and I think there was another semi-final where there was an incident with a sculler up the top end who may have gone for a early bath. So, you know, I think that's possibly why we have only 4 in this B final.
Ah, that makes sense then, okay, because I'm sure that they would want to be here if they could help it, so just having a look down, see if we can work out who's obviously missing, but it might take me a few seconds. This being a B final, it's just for pride, I suppose, and it's going to kind of lane order. Nottingham Trent, Alex Clack leading Bournemouth's Evan Thorne, who is leading Loughborough's Timothy Rollinson. So 2 Loughboroughs and a Nottingham Trent University sculler. I reckon those people have been on this lake a little bit more than the Bournemouth sculler.
Oh, probably, and I'm sure they've been training against each other or seeing each other in the water and having an eye for each other and just seeing, or even they maybe train together, you know. It's beginner scullers tend to stick together, so it's possibly that's what they're doing. But good performance from Alec Clack here. He's still leading the field. He's had this lead all the way down the course. He's coming in almost 250 metres to go. The last sculler in the field is about 100 metres behind him. So a bit of a variety in pace here between these scullers.
Yes, I remember commentating on Alex a bit earlier on. He's trying to suspend really well, but it's just sometimes a little bit inaccurate on the catch. So you'll see, like in that stroke there, might not have his blades quite in at the right angle, maybe not hitting the right depth. For those watching at home, you would want the 2 blades, like the white parts, the spoons, you want them to disappear at the same time. And ideally you'd want them to reappear at the same time, but you can kind of see that there's a little bit of an imbalance on each side. Like there, the right one came out first, right one again, left one second. So that's places where he can improve, and then obviously he doesn't have time to get into an A final now because this is the B final, but those are the kind of things that we want to be working on if he does happen to stay in a single through the latter part of this season to try and get some more boat speed.
Indeed, and you know, these beginner sculls. Oh, look at this push coming on for the line here from the Bournemouth sculler. He's just ramped up his rating, and oh goodness me, Clark has had a bit of a boat wreck there. Oh man, what a finish from Thorne of Bournemouth. He really pushed Clark out, Nottingham Trent, out of his comfort zone there.
Yeah, and the Trent sculler really annoyed with himself, punched himself in the thigh. He knows that he opened the door to let Evan Thorne through. Evan Thorne, like, okay, he didn't have as much boat speed to start with, but he had the more confident finish, the more confident sprint. I don't know if you remember this at all. It's more of a for university watchers, but it's definitely Henley Royal. When Mahe Drysdale lost to Matt Brigham, aka the Kingslayer, after that point in time, of course. I was one of the 2 coaches that taught Brigham's coach how to row, so I know that Matt Paul, who's actually down probably the 10th to our left at the moment. Small world of rowing, isn't it? But he said that Brigham wasn't great at a final sprint, so what he had to do is just get the biggest lead he can get and then just sit out there. And I think that's probably what Alex Clack was trying to do, get as big a lead as he can so he didn't have to sprint to the line, but just being put under so much pressure, wasn't quite able to hold on through to the finish line.
That's a very risky strategy, and I have seen other people come a cropper in that one. The racing life is dominated by going out hard and fast early and just hoping they can hold on to that lead all the way through the race. Sometimes it works, and sometimes you get a reputation for being uncatchable, but sometimes, as you say, you get a Kingslayer out there who just thinks, well, you know, I could really push them, and goes out and does it. And that's how kings are slain, so good on him.
Yeah, so it worked in that case. Didn't work so well for Alex this time. We'll see if anyone in this next race, this men's beginner singles A final. Oh, Okay, Carol is about to give us a little update here.
Just as I was watching, it's when the Edinburgh scullers has gone in, and this is the A final. These scullers have only been sculling for the best part of 9 months, and when sometimes you just push yourself that bit too hard, that's when you make mistakes, and that's when the boat just capsizes. You can see he's done the thing he needed to do, get himself out of the boat, get his head above water, and use the boat as his buoyancy aid. There's a launch in attendance. The sculler is fine. I'm sure his pride will just be a bit dented by having this caught on YouTube.
Well, I think the other thing is he's probably told the umpire to go away because he wants to get back in, because I think this is lane 1, Nicholas Paul Warren, class of the field, won the time trial by 12 seconds, was about 15 seconds quicker than the next Edinburgh sculler. If he could have righted himself quick enough and got on with it, he might have been able to get back into contention, but I think he's taken a bit too long to do so, and it's allowed the other crews to just move on. So Joseph Palmer in 2. Joseph Palmer's going to sort of think, okay, well, the door got opened for me, so I'm going to go walk my way through it, and is capitalising. So on home water, it could be Nottingham that claim the gold medal away from who most people would have thought Nicholas Paul Warren of Edinburgh.
Yeah, I didn't catch who it was, but I did watch Paul Warren of Edinburgh, watched him in the time trial, and he had a commanding lead in the sort of semi-finals earlier on. He was miles in front of the field. But sculling is one of those disciplines where if you take your eye off the prize or just relax too much, your blade can get caught on a buoy or a bobble in the water, and you just lose it, and lo and behold, you're taking the early bath. And poor Nicholas, because he was, I thought, unbeatable in this semi-final. But that said, there are still 2 Edinburgh scullers in the field. We haven't done your runners and riders yet, I've just realised. So to the left-hand side of the screen, we have the polka dots of Carr of Strathclyde University. Then we have Bailey of Plymouth, Bacon of Edinburgh University, Spalding of Edinburgh University, and Palmer of Nottingham. As Alec has said, I don't think Paul Warren has got back into his boat. I think he's can see the boat being rescued, and I think the sculler has been rescued too. So this is the A final of the men's beginner single sculls.
Yeah, so Edinburgh look like they're going to pick up 2 of the medals, but probably not the one they were expecting to pick up. Like you say, he looked unbeatable, but classic case of the only person that can beat you is yourself in this case. So it's going to be disappointing for him. I suppose the only solace he could take, he knew he would be quick enough to win. He wasn't beaten to the line. He just made an error, catastrophic error, of course, but made an error. But in his heart, probably knows he was fast enough to win.
Yeah, I'm sure he does, and this is racing experience. It's a racing incident. These things happen. It's Palmer of Nottingham now. I'm sure he was quite relieved to see Paul Warren go in there, because now he knows that there's nobody who can match him in boat speed there. So he's just coasting himself to the line to pick up that first place in this A final.
I also think here that Nick Bacon should be having a bit more of a go at Oliver Spalding here. I know they're from the same programme, but neither of them really look like they've wound it up to the line. I know it's beginner rowing. Sometimes you don't really have the capability of winding up, but where's the finishing move, Carol? Where's the finishing move?
I think they've maybe seen their clubmate go in and thought, well, that's not happening to me. So I think they're maybe just playing it safe, that would be the talk of the regatta. 2 Edinburgh scullers going in the A final. So it was Edinburgh 2, 3, and then over on the far side we have Carr of Strathclyde University.
I suppose that is the thing, if those if those 3 all happen to, for example, be first years and they carry on through, like those 2 will always be able to hold up the little medal. They might be, well, you're an international athlete, but have you got one of these? No, you don't. And he'll never get the opportunity to win the beginner single again, because you get 1 shot at this and 1 shot only. That's all you get. So the engravers, not that they get engraved, but they're going to have to stop putting Nicholas's name on the medals, and they're going to have to put Ollie Spalding and Nick Bacon's on there from Edinburgh, who picked up the silver and bronze respectively, and of course on home water Jacob Palmer of Nottingham came first. So They are beginners. Hopefully they know that they have to row over to the medal podiums. I think usually there's a umpire or marshal that sort of tell them what order to come in. But well done to those three for picking up the 3 medals. So they're going to make their way over to this medal podium. And so those are the 3rd medals of the day handed out, I believe. Yeah, 3rd medals of the day handed out, and then we're going to move on to... So it sort of alternates this next bit of the programme, medal race, non-medal race, because just the format is B finals, lead the A finals. And the next race, which I think you can see on the attached to the start there, the women's beginner fours.
I think this is one of the most exciting things to see, seeing boats go off the start. And in this race from left to right, we have Surrey in lane 1, Queen's Belfast lane 2, Edinburgh B in lane 3, St Andrews A in lane 4, Exeter in lane 5, Bristol in lane 6. And it's lovely to see 6 boats off the start, nice clean starts, nobody called back, no incidents. And it's just a joy and a delight. And you know, early on in the race, because these crews have come through time trials, they are pretty close together, and it will be close until 250 metres, maybe even 500 metres before they start separating themselves into leaders and sort of not quite so fast. But some crews fast off the start, some crews are quite content to let their start be a bit slower in the belief that they've got a very strong middle part of the race.
Yeah, and you can't always tell with beginner rowing who's going to do what just based on the first 250 metres. Sometimes the fastest crew to 250 is the fastest crew to the line, but sometimes it definitely doesn't quite work out like that. So some good programmes in here, good beginner programmes. Bristol, Exeter, St Andrews, Edinburgh, Queen's, Surrey. That's a strong set of crews. Surprising that some of those aren't in necessarily the A final, but if I look at who's in the A final, there's some strong crews there as well. So we may just let the race play out a little bit for the moment. They've only just come off the start, you see about a minute or so. But this race, I would anticipate with a headwind like this, probably take somewhere in the region of 8.5 to 9 minutes, I would guess. The windsock seems to have dropped down just a touch. Or maybe it's just turned around sideways a bit, which is going to make it even more of a side wind. But it doesn't seem to be quite as horizontal as it has been at some points today. But it's definitely not favouring lane 6 at the moment.
It's interesting, we can look at the windsock here and see what it's doing, but the windsock's in a bit of shelter from the centre, from the tower. It's a whole different weather system up 2 kilometres away, which if you think of it, it's just over a mile, which is a fair distance. So, you know, it can be nice here, it can be very different up there. There's less shelter, the trees aren't that tall, so if the wind's picking up, swirling round, it could be very different up at the 2k mark.
Yeah, and as we sort of talked, the windsock has kind of turned around again. It's definitely higher when it runs up the course, so I'd say the tower is plenty a bit of shelter, and the centre is given a bit of shelter when it goes across. I'm praying at the moment for the wind to just disappear for about 12 minutes, because in the next heat, Birmingham are in lane 6. So if there's some kind of weather system that wants to pass through here that maybe blows lane 6 down, that might be quite good, but probably not going to get that. So I'll have a look at what Bristol do in this race and what Exeter do. That's probably going to give us an indication maybe of what they can do from the outside lanes. But yeah, we'll have to see where this race takes us. Is it going to be a 1 to 6 from lane 1 to 6, or is it going to be a bit of a mix?
So conditions here, there is a slight wind, it maybe look overcast, but down here at the centre side, the sun is breaking through here and there. It is quite warm, nice racing conditions. So just as they come towards us. And Alec was wondering how the crew over in lane 6, and we can see the crew over in lane 6, and they seem to be doing very well in this B final of the women's beginner fours. It's Bristol over in lane 6, Bristol leading. And I'm just trying to get the blade colour there for the crew. I don't have the bow slot number for it. I think it's crew 3, Edinburgh. Yeah, I finally got Edinburgh. Should have recognised that. And we're just seeing Surrey go past us with Queen's Belfast.
Yeah, so Surrey put a lot of emphasis into their beginners. They'll be disappointed to have not been in the A final. Carol, how would you motivate crews in the B final? Obviously, there's not really a medal on offer, but and they probably feel a bit down coming off the semi-final. But how would you pick them up?
So there's a lot of crews in this event, and we know that. So the first 6, yeah, very important. But then you've got a ranking 7 to 12. That is important. And some of these crews haven't even made it into the minor finals later in the day. So your motivation is, yes, you may not be in the top 6, but you want to be in the lower numbers. You want to be 7, 8 or 9. You don't want to be tail end Charlie up at 12.
Yeah, and I've had crews end up in a B final and had to motivate them and win the B final. And I feel like you get a much better experience if you win the B final compared to being, say, 5th or 6th or really out of touch in the A final. So, yeah, okay, you're a couple of points, maybe places down, but I feel like racing experience, more enjoyable to sort of take a race on and win it rather than sort of feeling like I was never really in this race.
Absolutely, because if you're in that last place and you just know that you can't do anything about it, it's very disheartening. 2K is a long way to feel disheartened. So as you say, going at the B final with the chance of maybe making an impact, and it's all to play for. I still think Bristol over in lane 6 are doing very well there. It is Edinburgh, Queen's Belfast and Surrey, but I don't think Bristol can be counted out just yet.
No, so I'm very pleased by what Bristol are doing over there, not just for Bristol, of course for them. I do like that programme. It's not a million miles away from where Birmingham is, and we're sort of similar in terms of size of programme. We're not necessarily a high performance programme. We probably target similar events in a lot of cases. So I always like to see Bristol do well. I think when there's more parity, it makes things more exciting. You obviously want really good programs with really fast athletes because that's going to prop up the international teams, and then if our international teams are good, it encourages more people into the sport and it helps everything. But when you come to BUCS, you don't want it to just be Brooks are going to win everything, and then London will be second, or Newcastle will be second in this. We want it to be exciting, and we want it to be interesting, and we want to not know who's going to win each race.
If we knew who was going to win each race, Alec, we'd be out of a job. I don't know about you, but I love seeing the excitements of crews that you don't really know much about who suddenly appear and then suddenly do really, really well, and you have to scrabble around chatting to friends to find out where they've come from, who's coaching and what's happening at that university. Is there money going into a coaching structure? And to me that's where the excitement is, just what is happening. But look at these 1, 2 and 3. Surrey, Edinburgh, Queen's Belfast, possibly quarter of a length, and Bristol is occluded by this big side corner of the tower, but Bristol are up there as well. 4 boats, as you said. These coaches have done a great job motivating these crews because they're all racing for that 7th place in this rank.
Yeah, really good racing. Go on, Bristol. Go on, Bristol. Go on, lane 6. Prove that lane 6 can be fast. That's what we want. So, especially in this later pass, it's really, really calm down here. I think Bristol are going to do this. Go on, Bristol. Take it on.
I think they are. Wow, that is brilliant. Just what a turn up for the book. Bristol, what a push there for the line. Edinburgh in 2nd place, and then Queen's Belfast, and then Surrey. So yes, you can win from lane 6. There is hope.
Yeah, I mean, even went the other way. Lane 6, they were first, and then lane 3 were ahead of lane 2, who were ahead of lane 1. Well, I'll take that. I'll take that in the next race anyway. Yeah, we'll see. That was good racing there. Bristol obviously worked very hard. 2-person laying down, back up now. The umpires hate when you lay down. I used to love laying down in my boat. Not in a race, but you know, it's one of the things you do. You just row around the corner so coach can't see you. Go for a little lay down in the single.
You only ever do that in summertime when the sun's shining.
Yeah, I'm definitely a fair weather rower, you know. I mean, I'm not even a rower now, but I might get in a single this summer, but that might involve just laying down a lot. So we'll see. Anyway, Bristol did well, and some claps there as well, actually, from the other crews. I think that's the main thing. There's no real animosity between these crews. They've got no reason to. They're just beginners. They've just started in the sport. They don't really know who's supposed to be good or not good. You know, you haven't been wronged by these in the past in some kind of selection process, have you? You row for who you row for, they row for who they row for, and it's just kind of, it's nice, it's good, even rowing.
Here we go, this A final of the women's beginner fours. Starting on the left hand side of the screen, I don't think we can see them. Lane 1 Edinburgh, lane 2 Imperial, lane 3 Manchester, lane 4 University of East Anglia, lane 5 Glasgow, and lane 6 in Birmingham. We can't see Imperial nor Edinburgh in lanes 1 or 2. We can see the other 4 crews. As in the previous race, all off to a nice clean start.
Well, I think Birmingham might have been in lane 6 and lane 7 a little bit there, but kind of got back in. It's fine. They had big problems in the 8 of going in a straight line off the start, so I assume that would translate across to the 4. So I'm going to be biased towards lane 6, of course. The girls did win their medals yesterday. If they can pick up another, that'll be a good bonus. But hopefully, I'm hoping they're going to win these medals. But this is a tough field, you know. Edinburgh, IC, Manchester, UEA, Glasgow, Birmingham. That's a pretty tough field. So expecting some good racing. You wouldn't have seen it on the screen, I don't believe, but there was these crews did have to get called back to the start. That's why there was a bit of a gap between the last race and this race. So like those other crews are already off the water basically, and this race is just getting off to the start. There's usually sort of 6-minute gaps, which isn't enough to have the last race fully off in most cases, unless it's a men's champ 8. Maybe a men's champ quad, possibly. But it gets them down pretty much into the finish area before the next race starts.
Indeed, it's always difficult going back onto the start if there's been a false start, because you get yourself psyched up for that start, and you're sitting there and you hear the buzzer and you go, and then to be called back 2 or 3 strokes into it is quite unsettling. But these athletes manage to get themselves back on, settle down again, and just a few deep breaths, and then get called on for the start.
So we don't have much to go on. We don't have like many intermediate times, but you can kind of see on here, Edinburgh is who we expect. They're on the far right. Like, you might think Edinburgh, often you think sky blue blades, but they actually have like the anti-blade on the back. So they just have the little sky blue triangle, and the rest of the blade's dark, which is the inverse of what they have on the opposite side of the blade, where they have mostly light blue and then a little dark triangle. So Edinburgh is who you can see on the right hand side there. We'd expect them to be the quickest. Imperial are looking pretty strong in that position there. Manchester are the ones like vertically above now with the purple and yellow blades. That's Manchester. UEA just to the right. Then Glasgow, and I like the fact we can't see Birmingham because that means they're further up than Glasgow. So I think Birmingham just coming into shot now, so they're definitely in the mix. They would have conserved some energy. They weren't racing for positions, but I think maybe if they had just held off Imperial and they put themselves into lane 2, that might have done them a favour.
Some nice rowing from these women's beginner fours. These athletes have all started the sport since September this year, and some of these pretty well schooled, pretty together, pretty neat and tidy. As Alec was talking earlier about the blades and the single scull, you want them to go in together, come out together, and that's pretty much what is happening with this Edinburgh crew.
Yeah, me and Camilla earlier were commenting on how we thought that this Edinburgh crew would have been quite at home in the Inter fours. Like, they're really good, really good. It's not perfect, but they are really good. You know, again, Inter boats aren't always perfect as well, but they would do a job in there, I think.
I don't think that any boat is perfect. I think there's always room for improvement, and most athletes, you know, where they are in their rowing career, will always say, I could have done that race better, or I could have handled that better, or I could have done this, we could have been tidier, we could have been neater, we could have done the start better. I don't think any athlete has come off a race saying that was perfect.
No, I hope that continues to be the case as well, because that means you always have something to chase in rowing. So as soon as we start getting perfect races, the rest of us can go find something else to do, because we can't compete with that.
And I think it would be quite boring. But looking at the screen now, you can see Bristol are still up there in contention. It is Edinburgh's race at the moment. They've got it well in hand. But Imperial, Manchester, sorry, it's not Bristol, it's Birmingham. Alex just thumped me. But it's Edinburgh having it well in hand. Imperial, Manchester and Birmingham still in there in contention. I think the crew just dropped off the back is Glasgow in that lane 5.
So the advantage that Birmingham have over on that side is that you're the closest to the coaches. You can never understand what anyone really says. It's just din. But the din will be loudest for you, and you can pretend that even if they're cheering for Edinburgh, that you can pretend they're cheering for you. It doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, Imperial are second, Edinburgh way out in front, and I think Birmingham are going to have to put a spurt on. It's close between lanes 3 and 4 and 6. So there's a lot of race here. There's 2 minutes of racing to go. Anything can happen here. And it should start to flatten out on that far side. You get a little bit more cover, so maybe a late sprint can happen. So there's only really one medal available for those crews, because Imperial have kind of walked out in front of the sort of chasing pack, and in front of them it almost looks like they're in their own race. Edinburgh are way out in front. So Edinburgh about 200 metres, 250 metres out. I won't hold my breath before I say when Imperial get there, because there is quite a gap. But yeah, fantastic job from Edinburgh. We can't really give them too many plaudits. Well, we can actually. Yeah, they're fantastic. Right?
I've got a smile on my face. It's great to see Edinburgh doing so well here. And as Alex said, I think it's one of these races where I think gold has been decided, silver has been decided, and it's often the case. The race, the exciting race, is for that last medal, and that's where I think the excitement's all going to come. And you can hear shouts of encouragement from all around the stadium here. But is Edinburgh going to come into the Orange Boys first? Some 3 or 4 lengths, or possibly more, 5 to 6 lengths in front of Imperial. Imperial have got an equal advantage, and then you can just hear this roar starting to build for Manchester, UEA and Birmingham. Distinctive colours of Birmingham there. They're not out of contention. I'm going to hand over to Alex, who's bouncing up and down.
So there's going to be screams of up the Brum over on that side, but they're going to be met by the Manchester screams, because those two tents are right next to each other. I'd say Manchester at the moment just have about quarter of a length, maybe half a length from the sprinting Birmingham crew over in 6. I mean, we've just missed you would have seen it, Edinburgh go through, like they finished miles ahead. Imperial about to come in. It's going to come down to the final sprint. It's still Manchester, I would say, going into the Red Boys now with half a length. Half a length is what it's going to need. You're going to have to wind up here, Birmingham, go big for the line. But Manchester are not going to want to give that away. Manchester have the medal in their hands right now. What's going to happen? Let's have a look. So it's Imperial crossing now. They've gone through. I think Manchester have done enough just to hold off this charge. You're going to see it coming into the screen now. It's going to come down to the surge. I think Manchester have managed to walk it out back to 3/4 of a length. So Manchester will take the bronze. I know the girls will be disappointed on that side with 4th, but I say they did pick up some hardware yesterday. But I know they'll be a little bit disappointed with that. Coming through now, UEA, they're in 5th, and then to round out this final, we've got the crew that might just pop into the screen. There they go, they pop into the screen right now from Glasgow. They will round out this A final of the women's beginner 4s. So following the excitement of the medal race in the women's beginner 4s, we go on to women's beginner quads. They're not all on your screen, but I'll just roll call them from lane 1 to 6. Loughborough would be in 1, Harbury in 2, Bournemouth in 3, UCL in 4, Liverpool in 5, and Plymouth B are in 6. So this is the B final of the women's beginner quads. We're hoping there's some good racing again. just because of the way the time trial works and then going into semi-finals. So we're hoping there's going to be some close racing, and it doesn't look like it's just going lane 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 just from our pictures at the moment. So I think this is Hartbury. It looks like Hartbury colours potentially we're seeing just here, rather than Loughborough on this near side, and it looks like it's either Liverpool or UCL on that far, so I can't quite exactly tell. Looks more like Liverpool colours to me, but when you're using white blades, it could be anyone. So Liverpool do use white blades, but equally it could just be UCL using a set of white blades. So we reckon it's UCL? Ah, okay, there you go.
So if you're in any doubt about these crews, and you may be wondering why these crews have got bow letters, you can see there's a B2 in the black boat there and a B4 on the white boat. That gives them an indication of which lane they should be in. And you know, through the time trials and through the semi-finals, they're competing for lane advantage. At the moment, the lanes have been drawn, so the fastest ones are in lane 1, and that's where we should see the action. But it also helps if you're struggling to figure out which crew it is. If you can see the bow letter, you can actually refer back to the programme and just figure out who's who. Which I've just told you some of the secrets of a commentator, and I shouldn't have done that. You know, I thought we were all seeing and all knowing. But it was UCL that was going very strong there with Hartbury in that lane 2, and we could just see the yellow blades, and I thought it was the yellow blades of Nottingham, but I think it's Loughborough maybe borrowed those blades from Nottingham.
Yes, often we look at blades, and I was thinking, oh, those are yellow. That's not usually what Loughborough use, but yeah, I think UCL as well have changed their all-in-one. They used to have a far more purple number, I believe. But it looks like they've gone to quite a light, almost, I don't know, light that kind of colour, possibly something like that. So different unis have changed their kit recently, and those of us who have been in university rowing for a while, it does take a little while to train the eye. I mean, I still don't like the red Birmingham light, I'll be quite honest. I'm used to the blue one, having seen that for many years. I'm kind of getting used to the red one. I spot it now. York, I don't know if you've noticed, they have a massive change. Yeah. First time you see that, you're like, who's that? And then you work out it's York. But even though you know it's York, it still takes you a few times to see it before you kind of realise, oh, that is York. So yeah, a few kit changes. Just looking up the lake here, you're getting a similar view to what we're seeing. Like the shot you got right now is the most close to what we're seeing from the tower, and it's actually a three-way race in the middle of the lake between lanes 2, 3 and 4, so the aforementioned Hartbury and UCL, and in between them Bournemouth. They're in lane 3.
Indeed, you know, as good as it can get, the view you're seeing, as Alex has said, is exactly the same as we can see, and they often say that commentary is the best place to watch racing, so you're very privileged to get as good a view as we have. And it's still Hartbury, UCL and Bournemouth vying for 1, 2 and 3 in this B final. At the moment, I think UCL are just inching themselves out in front, Hartbury going with them, and sometimes if you're stuck between two faster crews, you get pulled along, so your sort of boat speed increases because your peripheral vision does a weird and wonderful thing. It just sucks you along with them. So Bournemouth being stuck in that sandwich there, feeling the advantage of these two faster crews just pulling them along.
I think Bournemouth are making a good charge. They definitely weren't in this position before. And if you remember their single sculler, he put in a really good charge at the finish line to win that B final of the beginner men's single. So let's see if this Bournemouth quad can do the same thing, because I think they're the crew that has all the momentum right now. They're on the move.
I think you're right there, Alec. It is Bournemouth. They've overhauled UCL. UCL's led for a lot of the way down the course, but it's Bournemouth and Hartbury just ramping up the rating there. But I think Bournemouth have stolen that lead just in these last 100 metres or so. Sterling performance from Bournemouth there. Just keep the cool and just play their own race, and it's maybe that they've been trained to go for the good finish. I think Hartbury being challenged just have been unsettled, and it's just knocked them off their stride a bit. But it's going to be Bournemouth coming in first, and this good battle for second and third between Hartbury and UCL. But Bournemouth going through the line, and then Hartpury, then UCL, and then on this side we have Loughborough, and then a good battle between Liverpool and Plymouth over on the far side. And it's Plymouth just picking it up, sprinting towards the line there, and I think they're going to overhaul Liverpool before they reach the line.
Yeah, Plymouth really motoring through this last part. Liverpool just not able to match their sprint. I would say they probably wasn't their highest priority working on that, working for that final sprint, because they did allow Plymouth to work back through them at the end there. It's always sort of disappointing as a crew when a crew does come through you. But if they do have a better sprint, they do have the better sprint. But yeah, definitely those ladies would have been working very, very hard through there. And it's good to see that even in the B final, like we said, there's competitive racing. They've been pushing hard, and there wasn't just one crew out the back. There was racing across the board going on there. So it's the kind of thing we want. It's the kind of thing we want again. If we look at the screen now, you can see the women's A final is on course. And they're actually quite a long way down. They're probably about 750 metres out, maybe a little bit more. They're between the 750 and the K right now. So back to being a medal race. Carol, do you want to run us through who we got in this?
Who we've got in this, and just had a cracking close-up shot of the Edinburgh University quad in lane 1. Lane 2 De Montfort, lane 3 Queen's Belfast, lane 4 Plymouth, lane 5 Leeds, and over in lane 6 we have Exeter. Now, as I remember from the time trials earlier and the semi-finals earlier, Edinburgh were a class act there. They seem to be, like the beginners four, to have quite an advantage over the rest of the field. And if you look up the course, which we're looking at now, to the furthest right it is Edinburgh, and they seem to be in the lead still as they come towards us.
Yeah, in the time trial it definitely was Edinburgh. De Montfort were fairly close to them, and then Queen's a little bit back from that. But not the same dominance that we saw over in the 4, but they will be looking to dominate this race. And those crews I mentioned, the first two there, Edinburgh, De Montfort, they do seem to have the first 2 places, and it is Edinburgh out in front. You won't be able to see this, but I can just see the Edinburgh 4 just turning now off the landing stage. So I'm sure they'll be cheering their compatriots or their program mates on. Well, actually, no, they won't, because they rode on. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure they'll enjoy watching the success of their program, because it will reflect well on them. So they've done well, and to see that the quad is also going to do that, I think they're going to be very happy about that.
Very much so. I think the quad and the 4 came out of the beginners 8 yesterday, which was pretty dominant as well. So here we have Edinburgh in the lead, and then it is De Montfort and Plymouth going for 2 and 3. Behind them we have Queen's Belfast, and then Leeds and Exeter over on the far side. I think Exeter have managed to overhaul Leeds and just trying to get back in touch with Queen's Belfast. But as we look down the course, as you're looking down the course, you can see the pale blue colours of Edinburgh just coming into sight. Just look at that quad sculling through, Alec. It is very neat, very tidy. Hard to think that these girls have only taken it up in the last 6 to 9 months. You can see that there are things to work on in this quad, but you know, that's a good place to be. Basically, the timing is pretty neat and tidy, and that's where they are. That's giving them this advantage. About 3 or 4 lengths now over De Montfort. De Montfort about 2 lengths in front of Plymouth.
Yeah, and I know Steve will be ecstatic if Plymouth can pick up a medal here. Edinburgh obviously have plenty of medals and are about to get another one, but Plymouth and De Montfort, they won't have picked up that many medals through like yesterday, and I don't think they've picked up any through the start of the medal races today. So really good for those programs to be getting themselves onto the I suppose the virtual podium.
Class act for Edinburgh, and they've just gone through the line. And then it's going to be De Montfort's, and they'll be happy with his 2nd place. And over the far side, like I said, it's Plymouth. A bit of steering issues there. They're just sort of veering into lane 6 just as they come towards the line. There's a lot of big asks on the steersperson in quad sculls. You have to remember lots and lots of things, including steering the boat. And it's Queen's Belfast having to settle for 4th, and then Exeter, and then it'll be Leeds that will complete this women's beginner quad sculls final.
Yeah, and you might not be able to quite make it out on your screen, but he is in there. Steve is very, very happy on that far side. He's leaning up against the bike. It looks like there have been some hugs and stuff. Yeah, they're very, very delighted with that, as they well should be. They'll be taking that medal on a long, long drive back to the southwest. What do you reckon? Will it take longer to get to Edinburgh or to Plymouth, do you reckon? I mean, I'd say Aberdeen longer than those, but what do you reckon?
I don't know. I think I've only been to Plymouth once or twice in my life, and just thinking from Aberdeen, it was an incredible long way. Nottingham, they say, is the centre of the country, so Plymouth to Edinburgh, I think Edinburgh you could possibly do it in 5 hours. Where's Plymouth in that scheme of things?
I think from Exeter, Sam's coach, he said they were about 5 hours, I think, but I think Plymouth is a little bit further on, so maybe nearer 6.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how far these clubs have towed their boats, trailed their athletes, just to come to this event. And it's great to see so many clubs making this big effort, because it is a big effort. Logistically it's big, and having everything in the right place at the right time is good. But for these athletes, these students, you're just coming into, I'm not going to broadcast it, but this twitchy time of the year for them, to be able to come here and just take your mind off of everything else and just concentrate on rowing is a good way just to chill yourselves down before other things happen.
I think, you know, everyone knows when BUCS is, so as long as they're happy to not put their head in the sand, they'll know when BUCS is and get prepared for it. So yeah. I mean, there's an E word that I don't mind mentioning, but I'm a secondary school teacher, so there's plenty of those coming up from my students as well. Right, so women's inter singles. This is pretty competitive. I know it's a B final. We've got Bath, Reading, Queens, Cardiff, Hartbury and Durham. Some of these are really going to have wanted to be in the A final. And when I look across the A final, there's some good athletes in there as well. So where are these? These are only about 500 metres from the line. Less than that, about 400 metres, most of them. But over there, Daisy Faithful in lane 1 is less distance in that way. So she's making her way in between sort of the 500 and the 250. So probably got about a minute and a half left in her race. Second place, lane 3, I would say the Queen Sculler, Frances Curtis, quite clearly in second. And the real race that's happening here would be Zara Povey, Karis Price in lanes 2 and 4. They're from Reading and Cardiff respectively. It looks like those two athletes kind of racing each other. Again, this is just for positions. This is the B final. There's no medals being awarded for this, but you know, personal pride, isn't it? Literally personal pride. There's no one else in it. You're not rowing for anyone else. You're just rowing for yourself in this event.
Indeed, as we were talking earlier, it's still, you know, it's giving you a ranking, it's giving you a placing, it gives you an idea of where you are relative to other people racing this boat class. And Daisy Faithful of Bath there, well out in lead. It seems to be a really interesting late race. We've got 1, 3 and 5 leading 2, 4 and 6. So yes, I think 2 is in front of 5 to be honest, but it just looked as though we had the odd numbers against the even numbers as you look up the course. So it's Daisy Faithful of Bath in that first place, and then we have Frances Curtis of Queens, and then slightly behind her we have Zara Povey of Reading, and then Devon de Winnar of Hartbury, and then it is the Cardiff Sculler Karis Price, and then Charlotte Williams of Durham. But look at the levers from Bath there. Look how long she is, how much of a reach she has to get those blades placed so far behind herself, her seat position in that boat. That is some nice sculling there from Daisy Faithful of Bath.
Yeah, loads of work happening in that stroke, and that's why she's won that race by about 4 lengths. You can see now Frances Curtis, good sprint to the line. These are going to be good scullers in this race. We've got Zara Povey just coming to your screen lower down. Who's going to cross the line next? You'll see crossing now. And then we've got Karis Price about to cross the line on your screen as well. So yeah, some strong sculling there on show, as we expect. We'll just see these last couple of scullers coming through the line. And then we'll turn our attention back up to the women's inter single, which is in the last case. That's the next medal race down. So we've got women's inter single, women's champ single coming up in the next 2. This race, when we cut to it, it's going to have Finola Stratton, Reading in 1, Hazel Wake, Oxford Uni will be in 2, Poppy Baker of Nottingham will be in 3, Aoife Keane of Imperial College will be in 4, Rebecca Court of Bath in 5, and then Lizzie Dashley in her final BUCS in lane 6 from Birmingham. So I would say, looking up the course, if we go and cut to the sort of tower position, in a moment it'll probably happen, you'll see that it's pretty side by side. Like there are some gaps, but it's not like a big diagonal line. These crews are fairly side by side, so we're expecting some competitive medal racing in this last 750 metres.
There's some very nice shots of Finola Stratton there just as she's racing down in lane 1. We'll get the wider angle shortly. It looks as though she's rowing in isolation, but if you look up the course, it's not that much of an isolation. Yes, we'll just switch the shots so you can see the differential between these colours. It's not all over for Finola Stratton. Poppy Baker of Nottingham's also up there, Aoife Keane of Imperial, and yeah, this could be a cracking race as they come closer towards us, Alec.
Yeah, and obviously I'd love Lizzie Dashley to do one of these hero moves in lane 6. I'm not sure it's going to happen. That'll be some ridiculous move from there. I mean, that's what I would like. But realistically, the medals at the moment, the competition's coming from lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I think lanes 5 and 6 are a little bit out of contention for that. But it does look like Finola Stratton is a few lengths up on Hazel Wake, who in turn is just holding off Poppy Baker. Poppy Baker, this is home water. This is Nottingham's kind of home stretch. I know they also go out onto the Trent, but I think coming into this, they would spend a lot of the time on the lake here doing 2K practice, just kind of being really familiar with this one to do at this point. So Poppy Baker's trying to hold off Imperial's Aoife Keane, who's over there in lane 4. But that's where the medals are going to come from. It's going to be lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Carol, who do you reckon is going to pick those up?
Well, when I was looking up when they were about 1,000 metres or 750, I thought there's nothing much in it. But between that 1,000 metres, 500 metre mark, it's certainly Finola Stratton has made a move there. She's pulled herself in front. She's about 2 lengths in front now. In second place, I think it's Wake of Oxford, and then the battle is on for that 3rd place between Aoife and Poppy, Imperial and Nottingham, respectively. But Finola Stratton definitely has pulled herself out in front there. She's got this lovely long stroke, really nice placement, just getting those arcs in, and just sort of very efficient stroke, and that's giving her this advantage over the rest of the field.
Yeah, I think a surprisingly large gap has opened up in the last sort of 500 metres. Finola Stratton clearly did not want to get involved in a race down in the last 100 metres, so we made sure of that. But there definitely is a race. The rate of striking from Aoife Keane has just gone up, up, up. Poppy Baker's had to do the same to try and respond to that, but certainly not as high. Poppy Baker's gone with a long, strong approach, but I don't think that's going to allow her to get on terms of Hazel Wake in lane number 2.
But this is, this is racing for a medal, so this is where you want to throw everything at it, because you don't want to be caught napping. But just coming through the line, we have Finola Stratton of Reading, a class performance there in the women's intermediate single sculls. Wake of Oxford just picked it up in those last few strokes, just to pull herself away from Baker of Nottingham, and Baker of Nottingham's done enough just to leave Aoife Keane of Imperial in that 4th place. Over on the far side we have Rebecca Court of Bath 5th and Elizabeth Dashley of Birmingham, who will be coming to the screen just fairly shortly in that 6th place. There we go, we've got Rebecca Court and then we'll have Dashley of Birmingham.
So yeah, just crossing the line now, you'll see Rebecca Court of Bath and then Elizabeth Dashley crossing the line in a single for the last time at BUCS Regatta before she goes back to Norwich. And she's going to take that boat with her though. She doesn't own it yet, but she's buying that, so she's planning on continuing to scull. I'm sure we'll see her at some other races around the UK. Next race then is the Women's Champ Single. Olivia Bates, who picked up the gold in the lightweight champ single less than an hour ago, is in lane 1. We have Freya Cato in lane 2 of Cambridge, Ellie Cook of Reading in lane 3, Katie Mole of Birmingham in 4, Hannah Supple of Edinburgh in 5, and then Molly Curry of Queen's Belfast in 6. That race has just over 500 metres left to go. So just looking down, you can see on the screen, we're looking out the tower here. Looks like Olivia Bates may be picking up the champ double gold medal here. So, as I say, won the champ lightweight single less than an hour ago, is in first place at the moment in the champ open weight single. I think was, we said, was fortunate in that didn't have to work too hard, it looked like, in the lightweight single. I'm not saying she didn't work at all, but wasn't pushed like hard to the line, not in the same way as if you'd watched last year, like Imogen Grant got pushed really hard in some of her races. Wasn't quite the same, but still, to do, not to take anything away, to do a double in such quick succession is pretty impressive stuff.
And it's, you know, to do the double, you also have the time trials and other finals. So to come down and do this amount of racing and still be in the lead at this stage of the race. She's just coming through with about 250 metres to go, and she is in the lead. Looking on the screen, you think that lanes 4 and 5 are also up in contention, but you know, from this angle, sitting in the tower, the camera shot is just away off to our right, so they've got a very different angle from what we have here in the tower. But there's still Olivia Bates of Nottingham looking to take both gold medals in this event, and then it's Cato of Cambridge in that second place, Mole of Birmingham, and Supple of Edinburgh fighting for 3 and 4.
So Katie Mole has ramped it up, putting pressure on Freya Cato. So these two are actually racing for silver now. Looks like Hannah Supple hasn't been able to go with it. So it's all going to come down to who can sprint hardest. Both of these athletes have gone right up in the rate. Really high rating here. You can see Olivia Bates on your screen at the moment. She's comfortably out in front by about 8 to 10 lengths possibly. Long way out in front. Just crossing out now. Looks like Katie Mole. We know how much she likes to sprint and wind it up. It's going to be really close. Both of these athletes have put a long sprint in. It's going to be basically a 1 minute sprint to the line. I think it looks like Cambridge are going to hold it off, but we'll have to see. It's going to come down to the surge. Really close on the line. So they'll double check that on the photo, because I'm not exactly in line with the finish line, but really close racing there. At the very least, both of them are picking up medals. It's just on who's on silver, who's on bronze. And I think the first time these athletes find that out is usually the person shouting across, telling them what order to come over to the podium in. So from that you can work out who was the gold. Well, they know the gold in this case, were who the silver and bronze were. So really good racing there. Just coming through, you would have seen Ellie Cook of Reading crossing the line. We're just waiting for Molly Curry, who's about to come, as you're on the screen now, about to come through the line to round out this final. But some good racing there. Olivia Bates, 2 gold medals. Will behind me says Olivia Bates beat Imogen twice last year, so owns this lake then, all right, Will? I'm going to hand over to Will as well, so that'll be me off, I think, for the day. I'm downstairs later on, but it's been a pleasure as ever, and you may be hearing me tomorrow if you are watching or viewing. So see you then.
So I do apologise, we're just swapping over. We've got Will joining me now in the YouTube commentary box. I used to think commentary downstairs was a good view of racing, but up in the top floor, I would say this is even better view of racing. And we now have the B final of the men's intermediate double sculls. So I'll work from the left of the screen to the right. We've got in lane 6, Strathclyde University, nice polka dots, Liverpool in 5, Durham in 4, Strathclyde in 3, Nottingham in 2, and in lane 1, closest to us in the tower, it is Reading.
Yeah, so we've just been picking this up slightly later in the race, and it is, you can see the crew from Strathclyde University, their A crew, straight by Alexander Beeson, who's out in front with probably about 2 lengths over the crew in lane number 1 from Reading. Maybe slightly less than 2 lengths actually. I'm probably being a bit unfair to the Reading crew there. I think Strathclyde in 3, Reading in 1 and Nottingham in 2. I think they're our top 3 in this B final as we're coming up towards the last 100 metres.
Indeed, and it's it's great to see Strathclyde doing so well in this B final. Just taking it by charge, but they're having to fight off a great battle here from Reading. It's Strathclyde and Reading, Nottingham going with them, Strathclyde having to ramp up the rating, Reading making a surge for the line here. Look at that charge come. This is amazing, but I think they just left it a little too late to overhaul Strathclyde. To my eyes, and I'm not the finished judge, it was Strathclyde, then Reading, and then Nottingham. Just coming towards us, we have Durham going through the line, and then Liverpool, and then up in the top of your screen it is the second Strathclyde Uniboat.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Carol. That was a really impressive sprint from Reading. It looked like their boat speed was definitely higher than Strathclyde, and based on their lane draw in lane number 1, they'd have had a higher placing in the semi-finals than Strathclyde would have done. So we're seeding all of our crews from lane 1 over to lane 6 for the finals today, just to ensure there isn't any unfair advantage from the weather conditions. Yeah, really impressive performance there from Strathclyde, just to get themselves out in front and make sure they've got had enough of a gap that they could hold off Reading's big sprint at the end. But our next race that you can see already on your screen, moving through the 1,000 metres, is the A final of the men's intermediate double sculls. You can just see the crews going away from the 1,000 metre marker there. The lane order in this one, we've got Bath A in lane number 1, Queen's University Belfast A in lane number 2, Reading A in lane number 3, Nottingham A in lane number 4, Bath B in lane number 5, and Edinburgh A in lane number 6. Yeah, and just as we swap to our camera towards the finish there, you can see it's definitely the crew from Bath A that are out in front of this one in the battle for the medals.
As is often the case, and it's not necessarily the battle for the gold medal where the interest lies. It will be the battle for the minor medals. I don't think it's I think I'm maybe too early to call this one. I think they could change, but it's Bath A definitely leading. But look at the blanket coverage between the 4 crews in the middle of the course. Belfast, Reading, Nottingham and the second Bath crew. I think Edinburgh are slightly off the pace there, but I would not give a canvas between the 4 crews in the middle of the course. So this could be an amazing challenge. Bath just about a length in front. They're not safe and secure yet. They've got about 750 metres to go. That's not a comfortable margin. Things could all change. I think things have changed though in that last 500 metres. It's Bath, Queen's in second place, Reading in third, Nottingham in fourth, and the second Bath crew in fifth as I look up the course.
Yeah, you see on your screen there a really classic echelon formation. Usually a standard draw for a rowing race, we call it a chevron, so it's like an arrow with a point in the middle. You have the fastest 2 crews in lanes 3 and 4, next 2 in lanes 2 and 5, then in lane 1 and 6. Here we've got the fastest in lane 1 and it moves across, so it pretty much follows that order. We've got Bath in the lead in lane 1, Queen's in second, they're in lane 2, and Reading in third, they're in lane 3, and that continues all the way. So you then got Nottingham, Bath and Edinburgh in 4th, 5th and 6th. Fantastic shot there, you can really see it, that echelon really clearly. But Bath just winding it up now as we come into the last 100 metres, and they've got almost 2 lengths now on Queen's as we're coming into the closing stages.
Interestingly enough, Bath just got that separation these last 100 metres or so, so they just really decided we were going to go for it and make a big difference, and they went through the line in that first place. Queen's just coming up to the line now, taking that second place, and very distinctive high-vis t-shirts of Reading University, and then we've got the yellow blades of Nottingham into fourth, the second Bath double in fifth. Just felt they'd done enough just to coast over the line, and it's Edinburgh over in lane 6 taking that 6th position.
So that was the men's intermediate double sculls, and on your screen now you can see our next race, race number 360. That is the A final of the men's championship double sculls. So we're jumping across from intermediate to double, but staying in the same boat category. In this one we've got Reading A in lane number 1, Durham in 2, Queen's University Belfast in 3, Edinburgh in 4, Reading B in lane number 5, and Bath in lane number 6. So we had Reading crews in both the B and A final of intermediate, and then we've got 2 in the A final of champ, which is really, really impressive. See, we know that Reading University, all their focus is on sculling. So performance in the quads, performance in the doubles, performance in the singles. That's what their BUCS is always going to be about. But it's very well saying that you're going to focus on sculling. You've then actually got to come and deliver. Getting 2 crews into the A final, very impressive, and looking like we're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker. And I think the crew in lane number 1, that Reading A crew, looks like they currently have advantage on the field. And the only one that's maybe a bit off the pace is the Queen's University Belfast crew in lane 3, who you can just see sort of towards the sort of back right of your of the shot at the moment. Not sure how they sort of ended up sort of so far off the pace, because they would have got into this position presumably by winning their repechage earlier today.
Yeah, I'm puzzled by that as well. Well, I was just watching the Belfast crew, and they just, even from early on in the race, they just didn't seem to be comfortable. They just didn't seem to be on pace. They just seem to have dropped back off the rest of the field, and as the field has moved away, they've dropped back even further and further.
I've just finally had a realisation and worked out why we were maybe not seeing quite as sort of clearer formation in this race as we did in the previous one. So this men's championship double, and also our next race, the women's championship lightweight fours, they didn't have a time trial for this race early on. There was 6 or fewer crews. In this case there were 6 crews, so they just went straight into the A final. So the lane draw for this is going to be completely random. So you've seen that the umpires have decided to seed from lane 1, And this Reading crew, I think, sort of little bit of fortune, but then you've also got to make the most of it that they've been sort of randomly allocated lane 1, but they're going out and absolutely dominating it, going through the 1,000-meter marker with a big advantage. I couldn't quite see who was in that second position. It might even have been the Reading B crew in lane number 5, but it could also possibly be Bath over in lane number 6.
As we saw the wider shot, I thought it was Bath in lane 6 who were making a showing as well, and it seemed to be the action happening in lanes 1 and 6, and indeed if you look over the camera screen now, it is lanes 6 and 1 in the lead, and that's Bath and Reading A, and then we've got Reading B also up in contention, and then we've got Durham and Edinburgh. Queen's Belfast just off the pace there at the back of the field, in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, I was made to look a bit silly there, because just as I said that it might have been Reading B who are in second, the timing screen that's in front of us updated. We do get sort of intermediate timings coming through, but there is a little bit of a delay because we don't get them directly as they come through the line. They have to wait for the kind of the positions to be inputted, but it looks like we are starting to get timings through now, which is very helpful for us here in the commentary box. And going through that 500 metres to go now, University of Reading A in lane number 1, they are still in first position. University of Bath all the way over on the far side of the course in lane number 6, they've gone through in second. And then the University of Reading B, they were in fourth going through halfway. They've edged themselves up into the medal positions. They're now in third, just ahead of Durham University as we come towards the closing stages of this race.
So, well, this is a difficult position. It's almost like a reverse chevron. So if you're sitting in lane 6, you're sitting in lane 1. It's very hard to gauge where you are relative to each other because there's a fair distance across the course. So, you know, both these crews cannot let up because there's such a distance to keep an eye on the other crew.
Yeah, and especially when you're in a coxless boat, you're the whoever's making the calls in that boat, you're not going to be wanting to take massive looks out of the boat to try and see where your competition are. You just want to take a little quick glance over your shoulder just to check. But I guess the best way to do it is just make sure you get from the start line to the finish line in the fastest possible way. We're not doing match racing here where you might tactically make a push against another crew. As long as you just make sure you make the boat go as fast as you can, there's not a huge amount you can do to influence the crew over on the other side of the lake.
I was giggling there, yes, stating the bleeding obvious there. You know, if you're in the fast, this Reading crew though, I have to say, hats off to them because I thought it was closer than that as they came in with 250 to go. But they are just motoring now. Look at them go, Will.
They really are, but my eyes are actually on the fight for bronze because I think Reading have got gold sewn up, Bath have got silver sewn up, but the battle between the Reading B and Durham University for bronze is going to be really, really tight as we come into the closing stages. Reading crossed the line, then followed by Bath, but I think the Reading B have managed to drop Durham in the last 500 metres of this race. It was super close with 500 metres to go, but Reading B have rode down Durham, dropped them by a couple of lengths, and they are going to take the bronze medal ahead of the Platinate crew.
That's the sort of racing you expect for championship racing. Just a good bit of excitement there, just coming towards the line. We've still got Queen's Belfast. They're about 250 metres back in this championship double sculls.
So moving on to our next race, the final of the Women's Championship Lightweight 4s, and again we've got a straight final here. So we've got Surrey A in 1, Nottingham in 2, Cambridge in 3, Durham in 4 and Surrey B in lane number 5. They're just coming up towards 1,000 metres. Going through the 500, it was Durham University in lane number 1. Very strong lightweight squad. They won the Championship Lightweight doubles yesterday. They were in first. Surrey in lane number 1, they were in the second position, and University of Nottingham were in bronze. We're coming up towards 1,000 metres, and yeah, you can see Durham University on the left of your shot. They're comfortably up on the field, with Surrey on the right-hand side of your shot. They're in lane number 1, and just as the camera starts to swing round, I think you'll see that they are kind of clearly in that silver medal position. as it swings round. But yeah, Durham University going to the 1,000 metres with clear water on the field, looking really, really strong.
They are looking very nice, very tidy there, just as they come to the camera shot. But really swinging nicely together, getting that nice reach off backstops. And in lane 1, it is Surrey just coming into shot there. I think the Surrey B crew is missing from this race. I was expecting to see 5, but we've only got 4. And this is a lightweight event, and sometimes the crews get weighed in, and if they don't make weight, they sadly aren't allowed to race.
Good shot there of Surrey University, the crew in the silver medal position. Went through that 1,000 metre marker in second place, around about 7 seconds ahead of Cambridge, who were in the bronze medal position. So I think we've got quite a stretched out field here in the Women's Championship lightweight fours. There's hearing some comments from the Durham University women's coach earlier, the former GB lightweight and former Durham University rower himself, Will Fletcher, who's saying that his squad really strong on the lightweight side, was having to kind of carefully make sure he was sort of allocating his rowers between all his events to make sure he was getting the most out of them. But that strong lightweight squad definitely showing itself here with this big advantage in the Women's Championship lightweight fours as they're coming up towards 500 metres to go.
A good shot of the umpire's launch following these races. Umpire behind the races keeping a close eye. Coxless boats can sometimes drift out of their lane, and that can impede other crews. So the umpire in the boat following the race keeping a very close eye, especially in crews in adjacent lanes. But way out in front, out of all danger, it's still Durham managing to keep themselves ahead of the field. And it is Surrey on this side in that second place. Cambridge just pulling themselves into third, with Nottingham just slightly behind Cambridge at the moment. But as we're panning out to try and take all 4 crews in, you can see how far Durham are ahead. They are just coming into the last 250 metres of this race, and they have got a significant advantage over the rest of the field.
Yeah, we just had the timings come through from 500 metres to go, and we got a pretty stretched out field here. So Durham had a 10-second lead over Surrey. Surrey in turn then had a 10-second lead over Cambridge, and then it's Nottingham about 4 seconds back. So I think if there's going to be any kind of drama in the closing stages, it's that battle for the final medal spot. And we've got 4 crews here, so I think they are going to 4 crews racing. There were 5 on the entries. We haven't had the Surrey B crew in lane number 5, but I think they are going to give out all 3 medals for this one. Durham University, though, in a league of their own in this Women's Championship lightweight fours, into the Red Boys with a commanding lead. They've led pretty much from pillar to post here in this final.
And just as they come into the Orange Boys, this Durham crew just seemed to just lift it slightly. I think they were just going to sprint towards the line, and that's what they've done. They're sitting up nice and tall, feeling very proud of themselves. And it's Surrey just coming towards us. You can just see them coming into shot now. That's the boat just appearing in shot now, and just as they're coming towards the line, that's Surrey. And then Cambridge have managed to snap that elastic between themselves and Nottingham. Cambridge and Nottingham have had overlap most of the race, but just in the last 250 metres have managed to just pull themselves apart. So one for Durham, 2 for Surrey A, and 3 for Cambridge.
Yeah, so really impressive performance there. So quite a small field in this race, but the next race we're going to, that we can see on your screen now, this was not a small field at all. This was an absolutely brutal event to get into. The Men's Championship lightweight double sculls. We've got Queen's University Belfast in 1, Nottingham A in 2, Cambridge A in 3, Cambridge B in 4, Edinburgh A in 5, and Durham in lane number 6. There were well over 20 entries in this event. The top two, so Queens and Nottingham, they went straight through to the A final. Crews 3 through 14, they had to go to a repechage. Those repechages, only 2 spaces then available in the A final. And if you missed out there, that was the end of your regatta. And in the time trial, if you were 15th or lower, I think there were about 7 or 8 crews. You did the time trial, and then that was it. You're going home. So really tight racing here in the men's championship lightweight doubles. You can see as they're going away from the 1,000-metre marker. We haven't got 1,000-metre times yet, but at the 500, it was Queen's Belfast in first. University of Cambridge about 8 seconds behind, so that's really dominant. To put 8 seconds in the first 500 that's a really impressive performance from Queen's.
That's a blistering start from Queen's, I would say. But we had the camera shot of the Queen's double earlier, and I was just enjoying watching them rowing. Alec was talking about beginners rowing and what you wanted them to do, but Queen's was a really good example of the blades paralleling each other, sort of feathering and squaring together. That means when they're square, that's when they're ready to go in the water, and then they go into the feather so they're flat, so they can sort of just less wind resistance as they come through the air. But Belfast's class performance there in that double scull, really not putting a foot wrong, and as Will has said, they must have had a blistering start to get a 10-second advantage in the first 500 metres. And if you look across the screen, they've still got that advantage as they come towards us. I would say that Nottingham A seem to have been dropped, and it's Cambridge B maybe in that second place.
I think the battle here for the silver and bronze positions are going to be fierce. Nottingham and then the 2 Cambridge crews, who are so the 3 crews occupying the middle of your screens at the moment, is going to be really tight between the 3 of them for who takes the silver and bronze. I think we can pretty much say that unless some kind of freak accident befalls this Queen's University Belfast crew, and it doesn't look like that's going to be self-inflicted, because they've looked incredibly comfortable to this point. In fact, going through 500 to go, they had a 23-second lead on the rest of the field. Kieran Purdy and Hugh Moore of Queen's University Belfast just storming away from the field.
I think storming is the correct word. You know, they had an advantage 10 seconds at 500. They've increased that to 20 seconds with 500 to go. They are playing their own race. They're doing their own race plan, and this is what they've decided they're going to do. Going to go out hard and just stay hard all the way down the course. And here they come, just passing us in front of the tower now. A beautiful example of double sculling.
Yeah, just coming up into shot, but that battle for silver and bronze just out of camera shot at the moment still continues to rage. Nottingham, they were in the bronze medal position going through 500 metres to go, but they have motored away. A fantastic sprint from this Nottingham University crew in the last few 100 metres has pulled them ahead of both Cambridge University crews. It's the Cambridge crew in lane number 4, the Cambridge B crew, who are currently in bronze, but Nottingham University coming up to the line now. Fantastic sprint from them.
Absolutely, and it was so close with 500 metres to go, but what a finish from Nottingham, and indeed from Cambridge B, just to pip their clubmates for that 3rd place. And over on the far side we see the distinct purple colours of Durham, and then we have Edinburgh University just to finish this men's champion lightweight double sculls. As Will has said, it's a feat just to get into this final. So much credit to all these athletes who've made it into this A final.
Yeah, Queen's just in an absolutely another class there over the rest of the field. So a huge credit to Kieran Purdy and Hugh Moore. I can't remember which one it was, but I think one of them won the championship lightweight singles yesterday as well. So a strong performance on the lightweight sculling men's side. You can see now had a little bit of a wait to get our next race underway. You can see we're down at the start now, and it's because we've got the men's beginner 8B final on the course. So There's a little bit more wind around than was yesterday, makes it a bit harder for crews to get themselves onto the start pontoons and get themselves all aligned and straight at the exact right time. I think you can in fact see that one of the crews on the right hand side of your picture, they'll be in lane 6, Swansea. Don't think they're quite attached to their state boat yet, so I think it's probably going to be a couple of minutes at least before we get started here with the B final of the men's beginner rates.
So if you're sitting at home wondering why it's so difficult to get these boats onto the stake boats, you can see there's a little person at the end of the stake boat just holding onto the boat. The boats are pulled so that all their bow balls are level on the start line. There's a bit of a wind up there. These boats are quite long, 60 feet. So with a bit of wind, that can sort of just pull the boat round and just pull them off their line. The ideal line is to take that middle place down the middle of these buoys. You can see the straight line of the buoys, and that's where you want to be. And you know, it's difficult for senior crews sometimes, and sometimes beginner crews, when you're trying to give them instructions, don't respond quite as fast as you'd like them to. As you can see now, the crews have all been told to sit ready. That means to come forward, put the blades square in the water, so that they're ready to take that first stroke when there's a bell and traffic light system up there, and that the traffic light will have just gone to green so that they can go off.
So we have gone off there, but you can just see on the left hand side of your shot a bit of a disaster for the crew in lane number 3. Really got themselves caught in a tangle. I think the race has continued on, but the crew in lane 3 is currently sitting in lane 2. I'm hoping they don't get in their way. No, it looks like the crew in lane 2 has fortunately had a much stronger start, so there wasn't any kind of clash there. You can see now on the left hand side of your shot the umpire's launch, just making sure he got behind that crew that had ended up in lane 2, just to guide them back in the right direction.
I'm very glad I took the time to explain this, because you're on the start, adrenaline kicks in, and then sometimes you miss the first stroke. If one person misses a stroke on one side of the boat, it can slew the boat totally offline, and that's, I think, what happened in that lane there for poor Lancaster. And you know, once that happens, it unsettles the crew. It can sometimes take them a while to get back into a calmness to race successfully, Will.
Yeah, I think there's a chance it may have been the Imperial crew in lane 3 actually, and I think they ended up in lane 2. Our camera that's down on the start, it's not pointing directly down the course. It's a little bit skew with. But yeah, and then it's just practice, isn't it, Carol? Especially for these beginners, like a racing start in an 8, and they probably haven't even. They might have gone on a bit of a training camp over the Easter holidays and maybe spent a couple of days kind of working out how to do racing starts. But under pressure, when you want to do the best performance you can, nailing a racing start in an 8 when you've only started rowing a few months ago, trying to get in time with waiting for the beep and then stay in time with seven of your crewmates, it's not an easy task.
When you describe it like that, Will, it's a big ask indeed, and we've seen some very good starts this afternoon, and yeah, it is a big ask. Adrenaline, you're sitting there, you're under starters orders, they've done the roll call. You know that the next thing you're waiting for is there's a red light where you're at attention, and then the green light for go, and just waiting for that. The nerves build up, the adrenaline builds up, you want to get the legs on, you want to get the blade in the water. There's a lot to think about, and and then sometimes a wee gust of wind can just knock you a wee bit offline, and that's it, you're almost ramming the other crew. I thought there was a bit of a shipwreck there, but it's a bit of dirt on my screen, so I do apologise for that. These 8s now quite settled into their lanes, racing nicely towards us. Very little to choose from, but that's what you'd expect, because this is the B final. They've had to race the time trial, they've had to race the semi-finals to get into this B final, so you wouldn't expect to see many big gaps between these 6 crews, Will.
No, I always liken this questions that if you think about a kind of a standard distribution curve. If you were listening to the commentary yesterday, you probably heard me say this about 3 or 4 times, but it means that that you get outliers at either end. You get crews that may be a little bit quicker or a little bit slower, but in the middle you get a real concentration of boats. And that we find often in the B finals and the minor finals, we get some insanely tight racing because there's very, very little separating those crews. And looking down, I can really see there is not much as they're coming up towards 1,000 metres. At the kilometre, it was Lancaster University who were ahead of the field in this one. They're the ones in lane number 2, and you can see them there. They're the ones in the black and red, sort of right in the middle of your shot at the moment, and we're just coming up towards that 1,000 metre marker, and it looks as though they are still ahead of the field. At Swansea, all the way over on the far side in lane number 6. They're currently sitting in the 2nd position with Imperial in 3rd.
And just being dropped at the moment, we have Warwick in lane 1. But Lancaster doing very well there, being challenged by Swansea on that far side. Some really nice shots of these men's 8s there. You're close in on the action from these camera angles, and you can really zoom in on these crews. Some very neat, tidy placements there. Not much water splashing up. Just said that, I've just seen the water splashing up from Imperial in lane 3, just hitting some of these ripples on the water. But it's Lancaster making an early showing here. Just some of the other crews coming through 1,000 metres. Here we've got the shot from the reverse angle, and you can see Lancaster, lane 2, second in from the right, and Swansea over on the far side making that early showing. And there's also a good showing from Oxford Brooks with the white t-shirts there, just almost in front of the umpire's launch.
Yeah, this really is a impressively tight race here in this B final, the men's beginner rates. And also, I'm just so impressed just at the standard of the beginner rowing this year. I think I remember when I first started coming to BUCS around about 10 or so years ago now, that the kind of, you could really see a sort of big difference between beginner rate and an intermediate rate. But if you look at a lot of the beginner rates now, they're so well drilled that they're really, really hard to distinguish from crews that are made up of athletes that may have been rowing for 4 or 5 years, perhaps even longer if they started when they were quite young at school. Also, one of the things I want to highlight in this race in lane 4, that Oxford Brooks crew. Very rarely see Oxford Brooks bringing beginner 8s to BUCS. We think about Oxford Brooks about performing really well on the kind of elite men, elite women's side, always with 8s, making them move really fast. But generally, they bring athletes in who have rowed at school, rowed at other universities, and then they bring them into that training program and develop them further. But you don't usually associate them with kind of teaching novices sort of right from the beginning of their rowing careers.
But then sometimes if you start with the novices, you can get them into your program and get them rowing as you want them to row, so that you're not having to break bad habits further down their rowing career. So sometimes starting with the novice gives you this blank canvas to develop a rower in the way you want to see them develop. But looking down the course, we can see Lancaster just going very strong there, being challenged a bit by Imperial just on their inside. I think Swansea over on the far side is out of contention now.
Yep, so definitely Lancaster leading over Imperial by really getting on towards around about a length. They might even have a touch of clear water as they're going into the red boys now. Brooks and Swansea are fighting it out for that 3rd place. Even though it's just the minor placings, they are still scrapping for every little bit they can into the closing stages. Lancaster leading over Imperial, but I think Brooks are starting to push themselves through. I'm having a little bit of a shipwreck there. The stroke of the Lancaster boat has completely lost his blade, but they've held on. They've held on to take the win in that B final of the men's beginner rates. Carol, you spotted that before me.
My heart was in my mouth. I felt so much for Lancaster, and I just thought they're going to be caught on the line, but luckily there was enough boat speed to just pull them over their line. And what a shipwreck, just shy of the line there. Beginners 8s, these incidents do happen, but good on Lancaster for holding it together and getting over the line.
They really do happen. They happen in other events other than beginner rates. I fondly recall being here at BUCS. I'm going to date myself when I was racing for Edinburgh back in 2015, and our men's lightweight 8 were leading over Durham University with about 50 metres to go, and one of the athletes in our crew, who I won't name, did catch a crab with around about 30 metres to go, proper boat stopper all the way behind him, and exactly similar situation as that, but going for the gold medal, and they just held on. There's a fantastic series of photos as the blade just goes behind him, and a look of shock and horror comes over him as he realises what's going on. And a credit to the two-man who managed to keep on rowing, but grab the blade as he was still rowing and try and push it back. He couldn't do it, but it's like that was some serious presence of mind. We're moving now on to the A final of the men's beginner 8 after the drama there of the B final. Coming up towards the 1,000 metres, I'll give you the roll call. We've got Warwick A in lane 1, Lancaster A in lane 2, Imperial College London in lane 3, Oxford Brookes in lane 4, Bristol in lane 5, and Swansea in lane number 6. I'm so sorry, I haven't scratched out the previous race on my programme yet, and I just didn't really think before I started speaking. So as Carol has just pointed out, I was actually just repeating the roll call from the B final.
Too much excitement in our lives, Will. But the A final, we have Surrey A in lane 1, Exeter in lane 2, Queen's Belfast in lane 3, York in lane 4, Cambridge in lane 5, and Nottingham in lane 6. And early on, it looks as though it's this Surrey crew on this side just leading Exeter. Yeah, I've just spotted the blades of Exeter, one of the few clubs with a diagonal on their blades. But it's Surrey this side leading Exeter. And then there's, I think it's Nottingham, the yellow blades of Nottingham over on the far side in third place, but it's very hard to tell from this angle.
Yeah, but going through the 1,000 metres, Surrey looking the class of this field. They've really made a name for themselves in men's beginner rowing, especially over the last few years. They have brought out some fantastic looking 8s that have done, I think they had a beginner rate that managed to get something like a top 60 at the 8's head a year or two ago. Really impressive stuff. That then went on to, I think, even managed to qualify for the Temple Challenge Cup at Henley. So really do have a pedigree in producing very fast men's beginner 8s, and this year looks like no exception, but they are getting a really tight challenge from Exeter University in lane number 2. So going through that 1,000 metres, it was a 4-second advantage for Surrey over the University of Exeter, who were in silver medal position, and then Nottingham all the way over on the far side of the course. They were leading through 500 metres, and then at the 1,000 metres they'd slipped down into third, going through in a time of 4:07, so around about 5 seconds behind Exeter. Then Queen's University Belfast in 4th, Cambridge in 5th, and University of York in 6th. That Cambridge University crew is actually Keyes College, Cambridge, and we were commenting when we were doing the commentary for the people who are here on site during the semi-finals. Really impressive for a Cambridge College crew to get a one of their beginner rates into an A final at BUCS.
Absolutely, and on screen now you've got pretty much the picture we can see from the tower as we look up the screen, and on the right hand side you'll see Surrey there just going very strongly indeed, just racing down the line. Second place is on their inside Exeter. You can just see the white of the blades, and then there's a good battle for that third place. Looks as though it's Queen's Belfast in lane 3 now into that third place. I think the crew that has been dropped is the crew from lane 4 York, but Cambridge and Edinburgh are having a great battle over on the far side.
Yeah, we're just both of us just noticing at the same time it's Nottingham over on the far side, and I think Nottingham may have done what rowing strategists like to call the fly and die. It's not the ideal strategy. It's where you put all of your energy into the start of the race, And as the name suggests, by the end of the race, you're struggling a little bit. And they were in first at 500, they were in third at 1,000 metres, and they were in fourth at 1,500 metres. So the trajectory of the Nottingham crew is not promising. But out in front, Surrey in these pink base layers. Sorry, it's just similar to Karen in the last race. I was just getting distracted by a little bit of the smudge on our screen that I thought was one of the blades pointing in a direction it shouldn't have been. But no such drums have befallen the Surrey crew. They are looking very dominant coming into the closing stages.
Just give you a flavour of what it's like to be in commentary. You can just hear the roars of support just wafting around the arena here, and it's just great. Huge support for Surrey there. In fact, Surrey have done what a job. Look at this difference between them and Exeter. They were so close, but in that last 500 metres they have done a huge push. Exeter now in that second place, battle on for third, will though.
Yeah, I think Queen's University Belfast are just going to hold on for that third spot. Nottingham have sort of recovered, and they've tried to hold on to that fourth position, which they're going to do over Keys College, Cambridge. It'll then be York who will come through in sixth position. Saw some fantastic celebrations there from the University of Surrey. A huge amount of slapping the water and cheers as they crossed the line. I saw a big army of Surrey supporters sprinting along the bank. I saw their head coach Sam Tuck cycling along with a big old smile on his face. He's sort of been helping to kind of spearhead the big improvement in the University of Surrey's performances over the last few years, really getting their standards up. So you can just see the umpire coming into shot there, waving the white flag. But we're moving straight on to our next race, which is coming swiftly down the course, which is the A final of the Men's Championship Coxless Fours.
And indeed it has started and well underway. And in this race we have Oxford Brookes A in lane 1, Oxford Brookes B in lane 2, Durham in lane 3, Imperial in lane 4, Nottingham in lane 5, and Edinburgh in lane 6. And making an early showing, it's the two Brookes crews on the far right of your screen, the sort of distinctive maroon colours. But there's going with them, we have Durham. In fact, there is very little to separate these crews. Maybe just slightly off the back is the Nottingham crew in lane 5 and Edinburgh in lane 6. But it's Brookes 1, 2 with Durham up there as well. In fact, I'm not convinced. Is Durham ahead there? Just looking on the screen, Durham looks marginally in front of Brookes there.
I think as the camera swings around, I think the Brookes crew on the right hand side is probably going to just poke themselves in front. But there was some great racing between these two universities yesterday. Going through the 500, it was Imperial who were in first according to our timings, but going through the 1,000, which we're just sort of coming up to now, I think Brookes just by a little bit, maybe a canvas or so ahead of Durham University, with the second Brookes crew in third. So yesterday in the Championship 8 we had Brookes A doing a fantastic time in the Men's Championship 8. They won gold by a good margin, but then super tight behind. Durham University just taking a silver medal, one of their first medals in Championship 8s for a very long time, over the Oxford Brookes B crew. I think there's some good rivalries going on between the Burgundy. I can't remember if they officially call it Burgundy. I'm very sorry to any Oxford Brookes fans who are watching if I've got that wrong. But the Burgundy of Oxford Brookes University and the Platinate of Durham. I definitely know it's Platinate. But yeah, so Durham looking to spoil the Oxford Brookes party again, because so it was Brookes, Durham, Brookes in the Champ 8 yesterday, and going through the 1,000 metres, it's Brookes, Durham, Brookes in the Championship Coxless Fours as well.
Indeed it is, and it's still a close race there, and not out of contention. We've got Imperial. Imperial were in the lead at 500 metres. I think Brookes, not necessarily the fastest starters, but just relying on their power and strength to pull them through the middle of the race. If you look on your screen just now, it looks so close. Just off the back we have Nottingham in That's second from the left place. Edinburgh just slightly behind too, but between Brooks A, Brooks B, Durham and Imperial, very little to choose. And this is shaping up to be a cracking finish, because I think as they go through, they've got 500 metres to go. I think we'll start seeing some of these crews make a move and try and just snap the elastic, try and pull themselves away from their opposition. I think Brooks A have just lifted the rating slightly there, just putting a big push on. I don't think Durham have noticed that yet, but Durham playing their own game here will.
Yeah, I think Brooks are known for their just relentless rhythm that they set. It used to sort of in the era of a lot of the Brooks athletes who are now kind of moving themselves up into the GB team. When they were at Brooks, the big thing they always went on about was big Brooks rhythm. And I think especially in these sort of slight headwind conditions, that's something that you can really rely on, that kind of middle 1,000 of the race. Yeah, at your top speed off the start, maybe you can stick with us. But when we hit our rhythm, we're just going to start motoring through you. And you can see Brooks A have really moved away, and Brooks B in lane number 2, they've moved themselves up into silver.
The camera angle is not doing this Brooks B crew justice here. If you're looking out over the course, you can just see what a move they've made and that rhythm, and Durham are going to have to fight really hard to hold on to them. Imperial making a sprint for the line there, but Brooks A, look at them go. Just as they hit the Orange Boys, they found another gear, they've gone up again, and they've just made a huge impact in this race. Brooks A leading Brooks B, with Durham into that third place.
Yeah, and some huge celebrations there. You can see Brooks B absolutely slapping the water. I think they're really happy that they rode through Durham University there. Durham may be looking a little bit disappointed with their performance there in the men's championship. Cox's 4s, Imperial coming through in 4th position. Then at the top of your screen, we've got Edinburgh and Newcastle coming through in the to round out this result in the men's championship Coxless 4s. You can then see down at the bottom of your shot is the University of Surrey 8s, who are just they're just making their way into the medal pontoon. So we're all in the finish tower here at the National Water Sports Centre. Carol and I are up in the gods, up on the 4th floor. The other commentary team who are doing the sort of commentary for the spectators who are here, they're down on level 2, and then right down at the bottom, right beneath the finish tower, we've got the medal pontoon. So we get to see all the crews celebrating. But we got the men's intermediate Cox 4s B final on the course now, and Carol, you're sort of frantically tapping your paper to see who is in front.
I just got so excited because it just panned round. I could see London with substantial lead as they came past into the camera screen, and it still is London. Just in lane 1 there, you can just see their heads above the names of the St Andrew University crew there. But it's in this race, the B final, we've got London B in lane 1, Glasgow in lane 2, University of St Andrews in lane 3, Edinburgh in lane 4, and Southampton in lane 5. And as they came past early on in this race, it was London out in the lead, but nothing between these other 4 crews. I just think this is just great to see, and yeah, it's still London about 2, maybe a length and a half in front. From this sort of reverse angle from the top of the tower, it doesn't look as though London's got that much of an advantage. Possibly, I think they have. But then, if you look at the crews, there's the 2 Scottish. Well, in fact, there are 3 Scottish crews in the middle of this field: Glasgow, St Andrews, and Edinburgh. They all have raced each other last weekend up at Strathclyde Park. They'll be grateful for the conditions today, because it was a bit like coastal rowing last weekend. But this is a lot calmer. It's London, and then I think Edinburgh, and maybe St Andrews and Southampton, and then Glasgow. Well,
yeah, I think that's it's definitely University of London out in front, and then the battle behind is between those in the middle of the course. We've only got 5 crews in this one, because I think one of the is a different race in the semi-final. and looking at the timings, yeah, going through the 1,000 metres, definitely University of London in first place, with Southampton all the way on the far side in second. But I'm not sure if that's quite correct, because it says they went from 5th to 2nd. So we've got to take the numbers we've been given with a little bit of a pinch of salt. I think what they actually might have meant was that it was the University of Edinburgh who were in second. Yes, there we go. We got the times from 500. It was University of London in first, Edinburgh in second place, University of St Andrews in third, and Glasgow in fourth.
Yeah, sometimes you've just to look and see what's in front of your face rather than what you see on a screen, and it's definitely still University of London. They've had it all the way down the course and they still have this lead. But Edinburgh are having to fight off this big challenge from the University of St Andrews there. In fact, I think University of St Andrews have overhauled Edinburgh and going with them, sprinting towards the line now. We have the black with the gold stripe down the side of Glasgow. So these three Scottish crews are vying for honours in this B final of this men's intermediate fours.
Yeah, it's a big Scottish ding dong going on here. It's University of London out in front, but we've got west of Scotland, we've got east of Scotland, and then I suppose you'd still call St Andrews east of Scotland as well.
Definitely the Kingdom of Fife. There we go. It's London just coming through in the light. Oh, this could be a blanket finish between these three Scottish crews, Will. I just don't know if I can call it. This is a finished judge on this. Okay, we can see this artificial line on the screen. I heard 3 beeps go pretty much identically. I think we're going to have to wait for a finished judge verdict on that one.
Yeah, a reminder
close.
that the yellow line that you see on your screen there, that's not an official line. That's just one that we're using to kind of give you guys a guide of where the finish line is. Our finish camera here is kind of maybe about a metre or so away from the finish line itself, so that perspective isn't completely perfect. The finish judges, who are a few floors below us, they've got a much better view, and they've got a nice kind of line that is directly in line with the finish line that they can make. If I had to guess, I would say that I'm not even going to try and guess who I think was ahead on that one.
Okay, but Will, I think there may have been a bit of bias involved in the guesswork there, and I could have my own bias, and we could both call it wrong.
That's very true. Well, if we see the official results come up on the big screen that's on the other side of the lake from us, we will let you know. But you can already see the A final of that same event has just gone through 1,000 metres, and my word, we've got another tight race here. Lanes 1, 2 and 3 super tight. And I think this is going to be another really good one, because we've got Oxford Brookes A in lane 1, Oxford Brookes B in lane 2, University of London A in lane 3, Oxford Brookes C in lane 4, Durham A in lane 5, and Lancaster A in lane number 6. And we were talking about the rivalries between Brookes and Durham from the championship event. We've got a similar thing going on in the intermediate event, because yesterday in the semi-final we had Oxford Brookes A, Oxford Brookes B, and then the University of London in 1, 2, 3. They then get to the final, and University of London managed to flip that around. UL beat Oxford Brookes A and B pretty comfortably, almost the length, to take the gold medal. Brookes A and B pushed them down into the silver and bronze medal positions, and they didn't look too happy about it, to be perfectly honest. And I think these Brookes crews in lanes 1, 2 and 4 would really love to get some revenge on the University of London crew here.
And that's the beauty of racing, Will. It's not done and dusted, and that's what gives us a job, and that's what gets us bouncing up and down our seats. It's the excitement of how these upsets happen. They're not necessarily upsets. Some people race better under pressure. Some people need the big arena to race well. But these 6 crews coming towards us, I don't think need the big arena, because they're racing well as they come towards us. I think the crew dropped off the back of the pack there is Lancaster. I think it's Brookes A, B, London, Brookes C and Durham. And coming up to less than 500 metres to go, it's all to race for.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing a similar race pattern to the previous race, because based on our timings here, we have the University of London going through the halfway marker by a very small margin in first position. But looking down now, both the Brookes crews have rode through University of London. So again, we're seeing that really strong rhythm, and the timings are just updated from 500 metres to go. Yep, Brookes A had moved into that gold medal position. 2 seconds ahead of Brooks B, who are in second, and the University of London were another 1.5 back in third. I think they're looking reasonably comfortable in that bronze medal position over the Brooks C crew. But yeah, that really strong Brooks rhythm into this sort of light headwind conditions here at the National Water Sports Centre, and they've just moved away in the second half of the race.
A just quick update, I've got the official timings from the previous race. It was London, followed by Edinburgh, Glasgow, and then St Andrews. But we're back into the A final, and it is Brooks A, Brooks B, London, Brooks C, and Brooks A just motoring on now. They've seen the Orange Boys, they're going to lift it just as their clubmates did in the previous event. They're just lifting it as they're sprinting towards the line.
There's a great sight here as the two Brooks Coxless fours are on the medal pontoon, and they are banging on their hulls as their crewmates come up to the line. There's going to be a big celebration here as Brooks A cross the line in first, Brooks B cross the line in second, and University of London will come through in the bronze medal position. There was some sort of thumbs up from the Brooks crew to Brooks crew there. They are happy with that, and what a sight, with two Brooks crews collecting their gold and silver medal from the championship Coxless fours as their clubmates go through to take the gold medal in the intermediate Cox fours.
I hadn't spotted the Brooks crews on the medal pontoon, but boy, they certainly made their presence known with the barrage of sound that came up from below. Lovely to hear that the championship events so supportive of the intermediate events. And just crossing the line there, we had Lancaster in that A final, the men's intermediate fours.
Yeah, I didn't see the Brooks fours to begin with. I heard them. I heard the banging. Looked out the window thinking that some thunder was rolling in, but no, it was just the Brooks athletes below us making a little bit of a racket. But we've then got the championship Cox fours A final on the course now. I think we might be about to see another big performance by Oxford Brookes University. We probably shouldn't be that surprised to say that, to be honest. But we've got the championship Cox fours A final, and we've got Oxford Brookes A in one. Sorry, there's only one Oxford Brookes crew, my apologies. We've got Oxford Brookes in 1, UL in 2, Newcastle in 3, Durham in 4, Cambridge in 5, and Edinburgh in lane number 6. And yep, you can see from the shot there, Oxford Brookes on the right hand side in lane number 1. I think these are actually some of the top athletes, because we've got some of the guys who did really, really well at the GB rowing trials just a couple of weeks ago in this crew. Yeah, Ben Hines and Fergus Woolnough, no, they did a really strong performance at trials not too long ago, and it's like they're currently dominating this Champ Fours final.
And just looking across the course, you can see Brooks in the lead, London that second place. I think London are having to fight off Durham there in lane 4. Newcastle being dropped slightly off the back of the field, with Cambridge just slightly behind Durham, and Edinburgh over on the far side, possibly level with Newcastle. So it's like two chevrons in the field there, sort of, not chevrons. What's the word, Will? The
echelons.
Echelons, not the chevrons. Yes, it's like two chevrons in the field. But what a performance from Brooks here. That is some substantial lead they have as they're just powering through the water.
Yeah, I think if yesterday was a little bit of a disappointment for Brooks missing out on the 1-2 in missing out on that silver medal in the Champ 8s and missing out on the gold medal in Intermediate 8, I think they have put that right today. 1-2 in in the Championship Cox's fours, 1-2 in Intermediate Cox fours, and they are about to take home a fantastic gold medal here. Look at this margin they've opened up over the University of London. This is ridiculous stuff.
That's one word to describe it. I just hear the barrage of sound, because the 1-2 in the previous race are just sitting there waiting to come onto the pontoon. That Brooks crew just ecstatic with that win, as they should be. Battle going on here, second and third between UL and Durham. The purples coming to the fore there. It looks as though it could be UL just holding off that big challenge from Durham.
Yeah, the dark purples from the Tideway just holding off the lighter platinum purples from the northeast. They take second and third, but Durham seemed pretty happy with that. Cambridge come through in 4th position, Newcastle in 5th, and Edinburgh University are going to come through in 6th to round out the field there in the men's championship coxed fours. Another superb race there in the men's championship coxed fours. So that's our last men's A final for the day. We're now moving on to the women's 8s, which are going to be coming up next. We're going to have the women's intermediate 8s and then the women's championship 8s to round out our major finals for the day before we then move on to the minor finals. But just sort of casting my eyes down the course, and I can't see those women's intermediate 8s too far down the course yet, so I think we're going to have just a little bit of time. Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot. Now I'm back. It's great. I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Just other boats cheering on for us. It's amazing.
And the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting. The lactic acid will have built up as he looks around and he sees the red boys. This could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race for the day is underway.
Very tight, Brooks take the victory.
Mental things can happen at university boat racing.
What a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again next year at BUCS Regatta 2023.
From the men's event, as Will has said, we're moving on to the women's intermediate 8s. This is the B final. And in lane 6 on the left hand side of our screen, we've got Liverpool. In fact, no, I got that wrong. In yes, we have. Lane 6 is Liverpool. I'm reading my work papers back to front, which is unusual. Lane 5, Warwick A. Lane 4, Surrey. Lane 3, Cambridge A. Lane 2, Newcastle B. And in lane 1, Durham A. And they've gone off the start, and very little to choose between these 6 women's intermediate 8s. Very tight competition to actually get even through into this B final. Lots of events, lots of boats entered in this event. So yeah, they've done a really great performance just to actually get through into this final.
Yeah, I was on the commentary during the time trial for this race, for the time trials for this morning, and there were 45 women's 8s entered into women's intermediate 8s, plus another 7 or so who are in women's champ 8s. We had over 50 women's 8s racing, and if you sort of count that up, just into there's nine athletes in each crew. Yeah, don't argue with me. I'm counting coxes as athletes as well. That means 450 women's athletes, or I suppose the coxes could be men, but 450 athletes competing in women's 8s here at BUCS Regatta, which is a truly astonishing number, considering that there's all the other events going on as well. But what a great shot there of our 6-8s charging down the course. They're coming up towards 500 metres to go. Through the 1,000 metres, it was the University of Cambridge in lane number 3 who had the advantage over Durham University, who were in 2nd, and Newcastle, who were in 3rd.
I don't think those positions have changed very much in the next 500 metres. But to my eye, looking up the course, I think it's Durham just pulling themselves into the lead with Cambridge in second place. Durham as being the sort of, in that little sandwich, being sucked along with them. Sorry, it's not Durham, it's Newcastle being sucked along with Durham and Cambridge there, just pulling them, those three crews in front of Surrey 4, Warwick 6 and Liverpool 5.
Yeah, there was hardly anything separating Cambridge and Durham at the 1,000. I think just 0.4 of a second looking at our timings. And if I gazed out the window now, I would probably say that Durham University have now pushed themselves ahead of Cambridge. You know, on screen, you'd say they'd still look pretty even, but I think that camera angle with the parallax can just be a little bit deceptive. And I'd say the Platinum crew of Durham have poked their bows ahead of the light blues of Cambridge. Newcastle are stuck in the sandwich in between. They're trying to go with them, but I think they're currently sitting in third.
Well, it's very interesting. I thought Newcastle may have pulled themselves into second place. It's that difference between looking at a yellow boat and a white boat that maybe Will, I think, I'll have to confess, I think you're probably right, Will. Cambridge still in that second place, Newcastle in third, and then we've got Surrey mounting a charge there in lane 4.
There's a huge amount of cheering going on underneath us here in the finishing tower. Durham University in lane number 1 have got themselves in front. They lead by getting on to maybe 3/4 of a length now over Cambridge University. I can see them being urged on by their cocks, and Durham University are leading over Cambridge here. Newcastle are still sitting in third, with Surrey pushing up into fourth.
Cracking finish from Durham there, just to pull themselves away from Cambridge, because Cambridge were putting in a big challenge. Newcastle well into third place. They fought off Surrey on their outsides, and then it's Liverpool 5 and Warwick in 6th place. So that was the B final. We've still got the A final and more excitement to come.
Yeah, huge amount of celebration there from the Durham A crew as they took home that win in the B final of the women's intermediate 8s. But I can see that our next race, the A final of the women's intermediate 8s, coming up to 1,000 metres already. We've got Oxford Brookes B in lane number 1, Oxford Brookes A in lane number 2, University of London in 3, Newcastle A in 4, Edinburgh in 5, and Bristol in lane number 6. And I was saying earlier that we've been very used to the kind of the strength and depth from the Brookes men in previous years, but it looks like the Brookes women are trying to go one up, because I mean Brookes only got second and third in intermediate 8s yesterday, and I think the Brookes women would quite like to take home the gold and silver here, and by the looks of it, they're going to do it.
I was just, my shoulders were shaking earlier because I just looked at my bit of paper, and the lineup for this race looks very, very similar to the race about 3 in front. We were Brookes in lanes 1 and 2 and London in lane 3. So it's Brookes B, Brookes A, and what a commanding performance they've put in early on in this race. They've pulled themselves quite a distance out in front of the rest of the pack. So it's Brookes B and Brookes A, and I think they're having their own internal challenge there to see who can beat the other crew. Which crew's the faster?
Yeah, I'm really fascinated to see those 2 8s going through the 1,000 metres, pretty much locked for pace, only half a second separating them as they went through the 1,000 metres. And I think it was the B crew who won the time trial. They were in different semi-finals, so you can't really compare against them, because they probably weren't having to push flat out in that semi-final. But yeah, so don't know whether they're going for match crews, or sometimes the athletes in the B crew, if they're a little bit frustrated with the coach's selection, they'd love to make a name for themselves by going and beating the A crew.
And maybe that was the coach's intention, Will. You know, it's the whole coaching psychology thing here is, but yeah, these crews, still nothing between them. I think this is going to be a sprint for the line between these two Brookes crews, and just seeing what's sitting on the pontoon to it, just gauge how much noise we would expect to see in a few minutes.
Yeah, I think we've got some of the athletes that were in the BUCS Championship coxed 4 who have, while they're sort of they've received their gold medals, but they want to wait around to see these two BUCS women's 8s and intermediate 8s. But then we've also got the championship 8s coming up in the next race, and the race between BUCS and University of London there, it's going to be one for the ages. I think there was only a second separating them in the time trial, but into the closing stages now, and it's still BUCS B and BUCS A locked at a titanic battle. I still think BUCS B is in front. Then there's going to be a really tight battle for the bronze between UL, Newcastle and Edinburgh. We've been talking so much about BUCS, but just in the kind of the tier behind them on your screen now, you can see UL on the right, Newcastle in the middle, Edinburgh on the left. Bristol sort of over on the far side, maybe a little bit out of it, but a really tight battle going on for bronze, as there is for gold. And the BUCS cheers continue to erupt as BUCS B lead over BUCS A into the closing stages.
Yeah, if you were sitting here, you'd be glad to have some headphones on to deaden some of this noise. Huge amount of support for BUCS there, and it is BUCS B. They were so close for this most of this race, and BUCS B just asserting some dominance as they come into the orange boys here, and it's BUCS B motoring for the line, BUCS A going with them, and look at the differential between these two crews for the next tranche of crews, Will.
Yeah, BUCS B just opening it up, and a huge amount of celebration from them. I think they're really, really happy with that. The heads go down in BUCS A, but the battle for bronze, Newcastle and Edinburgh have dropped the University of London, but the Blue Star hold a canvas lead over the Baby Blues from Edinburgh, and Newcastle do cross the line in third to take that bronze. University of London come through in 5th position, and Bristol will come through in 6th. What a performance there from Oxford Brookes University. So I can see as I cast my eyes back down the course now, we've got the A final of the Women's Championship 8s on the course. There we go. And bring you the lineup for this A final of the Women's Championship 8, race number 371. Coming up towards 1,000, we've got BUCS in 1, UL in 2, Durham in 3, Edinburgh in 4, Nottingham in 5, and Newcastle in lane 6. And it looks like BUCS might be about to make it 5 gold medals in the last 5 events, Carol.
Astounding. You know, you couldn't write it. That's just, well, that's all I can say. Astounding. This is so good to see. And, you know, early on in this race, BUCS are showing their dominance. I thought London were, looking at the time trial results, I thought London would have been a bit closer than that at this stage in the race, but it looks as though London are about 2/3 of a length behind. And yeah, this is just such a great performance for this BUCS crew in the Women's Championship 8s. And just as they're panning away from the camera, you can just see this crew motoring down the course. The big differential between the front two crews, and then we've got Oxford BUCS 1, London 2, and then I think it's Durham in that 3rd place, and then a good battle going on for 4th between Edinburgh, Nottingham and Newcastle.
Yeah, so when they went through that 1,000 metres, it was Durham who was sitting in 3rd in a time of 3:37. They had about 4.5 seconds over the University of Edinburgh, so I think Durham would be really chuffed with a bronze medal here, because I think the University of Edinburgh managed to beat them at the women's head of the river. So I think a bronze medal here for Durham behind University of London and BUCS, who have kind of for a while been the powerhouse forces in women's university rowing. I think that would be a really strong performance for the Platinates to go alongside their silver medal in the men's championships yesterday, kind of marking a bit of a resurgence for Durham University under their new coaches Rob Dauncey and Will Fletcher. A great shot there. Again, you can see that beautiful kind of echelon going across the course with Brooks in lane 1 and University of London in 2 and Durham in 3. That's our top 3. But I was just looking at my start sheet from the last few races. So the last five A finals, we've had 8 Brooks crews. 5 of them have won golds, and 2 of them have won silver. And there's only been one Brooks crew that missed out, and I think they came 4th in the men's intermediate coxed 4s. So just an insane level of performance from the Wallingford athletes from Oxford Brooks, and their champ 8 now cantering into the last 250 metres, and I think they're trying to rival their men's 8 yesterday for the sort of margin of victory. I think the conditions today mean that they're probably not going to be able to set quite as fast a time relative to the men yesterday. Got a bit more of a headwind today that will sort of slow the times down, but the performance is just as impressive.
Not just impressive, beautiful to watch, Will. Prepared to be deafened. There are 2 Brooks 8s sitting on the pontoon, and as Brooks comes past, I can hear this huge wall of sound just barbling out round the centre here, and it's Brooks just coming towards the line now. I'm laughing because this sound is just amazing. Brooks taking this gold medal place, London in that 2nd place.
Yeah, this really is something to see and something to hear. Just the amount of athletes in Brooks kit around us. Huge celebrations in the Brooks crew as they cross the line. Stroke and Cox having a big embrace. University of London come across in 2nd. They look a bit frustrated. Durham University holding on for 3rd, but this battle for 4th place is huge. Newcastle over on the far side have come motoring through. Looks like they're going to cross the line in 4th, just ahead of Nottingham in 5th, and Edinburgh University dropping down into 6th position, which I think will be a bit of a disappointment for them. They were the sort of the 3rd fastest university at the head of the river, so to drop down into 6th position in regatta season, bit of a disappointment there for the Baby Blues. But all eyes on Oxford Brooks University, who just lit that up in the women's championship A final. And yeah, it's obviously the most of these Brooks crews, their sort of last race of the day. I'm also not sure if they're going to be sticking around tomorrow's. They don't always stick around for the Monday of racing. I haven't checked the draw for tomorrow too much, so some of them probably their last race of the weekend as well, and what a way to finish it off on this the last of our finals on Sunday at BUCS Regatta 2023. So it was Oxford Brooks, University of London and Durham University. Huge congrats to Durham for getting onto the podium of women's champ 8, and I think it's been a little while since they've been able to achieve that feat. So congrats to the athletes from Durham University. Really strong performance by them. So as I mentioned, that is it for our A and B finals today, but do stick with us. We've got our minor finals coming up for the next little while, and you'll see continuing noise beneath us as there's celebrations for the women's intermediate 8s beneath us. I think it's the Newcastle who are celebrating getting the bronze medal, I believe, in women's intermediate 8s. But apologies if I've got that wrong. Just going back to I'm being reassured by Carol sitting next to me that was correct. And yeah, going back to my timings, it was Newcastle who picked up bronze in the women's intermediate 8s. So we're going to be moving on to the minor finals before too long. Starting off with the women's intermediate lightweight singles, and we're going to be here with you for the next 3 hours. Believe it or not, we've got plenty of racing still to come today.
And this annual flagship event, marking the 10-year anniversary since the start of BUCS Nationals, always no shortage of colour, drama, excitement and names to watch out for as university students from across the UK battle for glory and bragging rights.
He is powering his way to the wall. Is he going to be enough?
Things are about to heat up a little bit.
They're all coming back in the closing stages. Oh, what a finish that was. It's a new BUCS record. She will take the goal.
Was it ever in doubt? But they're pretty much neck and neck here on this second leg. So tight, shoulder to shoulder. Trying to get alongside.
Looks like it's between these four for the medals.
She's going to bring them home. It's going to be gold.
Stroke for stroke now, into the finish. Where's this one going to go?
Brunel come home to defend their title.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Especially in near London. I'll chat to all.
What's going on, see if the commentators will go now. Yeah, they are in there. Maybe they could do some bad thing about it is if you don't have to get there. Otherwise it just sounds yeah. I've no idea. I'm gonna go back if you could join back in the call, I'll ask James to see if we commentators to talk, it might be better to get them to talk and just have some yeah, how whether you can get on. Do we know why there's no race, or is it just scheduled? What's going on?
Okay, so we're just waiting for the minor finals to get underway with the women's intermediate lightweight singles. It looks as though there's been some mechanical repairs that have been going on for one of the athletes down at the start line. The athlete in lane 3 looks like they were having some technical difficulties, and we wouldn't want them to start with a broken boat, so it looks like we're just getting those fixed on the left hand side of your screen. But hopefully we should be getting underway with these minor finals very soon, and as soon as the racing looks like it's about to get underway, we'll be back with you. So we are underway now with race 373. The D final of the women's intermediate lightweight single sculls has just gone off the course. I've just been warned that the lane order that we have on our screens might not be quite correct, because as you may have seen that we with the A and B finals we reseeded the lanes to go from lane 1 through to lane 6, rather than having the fastest crews in the middle of the course. Those updates weren't made before kind of our system had updated. So these first few races, just bear with us, because the graphics on screen and also the paperwork that us in the commentary box have in front of us may not be quite correct, and our umpires down at the start are having to make a few kind of last minute adjustments just to make sure that everything's sorted. The race has started though. Unfortunately, it looks as though the athlete who was in lane number 3, I'm not sure those mechanical repairs were able to be completed, because I don't think I can see an athlete racing down the course in lane number 3. So unfortunately, it looks like we may be one athlete short in this one. So the athletes we are due to have are Lucia Bowers Martinez from Queen Mary, London, Strathclyde, UCL, Victoria Barker of Leicester, and Alyssa Basinger of Warwick. And so unfortunately I can't tell you what lanes those athletes are in just for the moment, so we're gonna and probably unless we get sort of good quality camera shots going through the 1,000 metre marker, or as they come up towards us in the finish, I don't think I'm going to be able to say with too much confidence, unfortunately, who is ahead and exactly what the placings are in these next few races. We're up until for the next kind of 5 races or so.
I don't think we've been saying that we've been swapping that officially.
So I think we are looking there on our screen at the sculler from the University College London and trying to recognise the blades. We've got a little bit of headwind conditions here at the National Water Sports Centre, so especially for a lightweight single scullers, really tricky conditions, as you can see. And we're coming up towards the 1,000 metre marker. There's the sculler from University College London. That would be Shimei Griffin, who you can see in your shot there. So a bit of a better shot there of our 4 scullers in this field. Again, unfortunately, I can't from here. I can't quite pick out the kit of all of our athletes in this one. Definitely UCL closest to the camera, but in the lead in the middle of the course, potentially University of Strathclyde in the polka dots, but very close with the UCL sculler in lane number 1. And I think we've got Warwick in 3rd in the black, white and red. So our 2 leading scullers there from UCL. And I think it's University of Strathclyde, but again, please, my apologies if I haven't quite spotted that correctly.
There's another race right after this one, so should I flip round?
So yeah, we're not 100% sure on that, but we think Leicester will be to the main rule. So it's not actual difference in how they've moved on. So Leicester, we think, down this near side. But these three come now into the 200 metres. As we said, we've got Leicester, MCS,
So we're into the closing stages now of this D final of the women's intermediate lightweight singles. See, it is the sculler from University College London in lane number 1, Shimei Griffin, who is leading this, and I think it is. And Stills is struggling slightly to pick out the kit in this one. I think in third position in the middle of the course we've got University of Strathclyde, who are in third. I think it's Warwick who are in second. That is Alyssa Basinger.
So we don't actually see the UCL coming across, we can see the light vision. So the UCL come down in lane 1. There's this race now between the second and third.
Here we see the sculler from University College London go out to take this final comfortably. It appears to be a battle for second behind her between the sculler from De Montfort, University of Leicester, and Strathclyde University. Plenty of support for the UCL sculler as the bank, and yes, it is the sculler from University College London, Alyssa, who takes it. The second place going here is the sculler from the University of Leicester, Victoria Barker. Warwick, apologies there, Warwick. And Strathclyde, the sculler comes in third place.
Yeah, and then Queen Mary London rounding out the field in this D final, but I can see already the C final of this event already is very advanced down the course, already at 500 metres to go. So very soon we should be able to pick up the C final as the last sculler in the D final just comes across the line. So our scullers in this one, looks like we just have 5 athletes here. On the start list we have Chloe Redmond-Bell from Northumbria, Morgan Callaghan from Bournemouth, Emma Padfield from De Montfort, Helen Gilbody from Birmingham, Hannah Milnes from De Montfort, and Jessica Love also from De Montfort. But once again, apologies, don't have the correct lane order. So you can see the 5 scullers there. We don't have whoever is in lane 1. But a slightly tighter race in this one. The scullers in lanes 2, 3 and 4 and 5, not too much separating them, but it's in lane 2 who I think is out in front. And I'm wishing I had a pair of binoculars with me so I could look a little bit closer at who these athletes are and try and pick up on their lycras. I think as they get a little bit closer I should be able to pick them out for you. So it seems to be the Birmingham sculler Helen Gilbody who is in front in this one, and then a De Montfort sculler who is in second place in lane number 3. But apologies, there's three De Montfort scullers on the draw for this one, so I can't pick out which one it is. And then it is the sculler in lane number 5 who is in third position, just on the left-hand side of your shot at the moment. Who hazard as being from Northumbria. But yeah, so I can start to see the bow numbers of the crews. So yes, we got Helen Gilbody of Birmingham in first, Then a tight battle for second between, from Northumbria, Hannah Milnes, de Montfort B, who is just in second place over Chloe Redmond Bell of Northumbria, who is in third. And then it's the Bournemouth sculler Morgan Callahan, who is in fourth position. And then the de Montfort sculler Jessica Love is coming through in fifth. So it was the de Montfort A sculler Emma Padfield who we were missing from that minor final there of the women's intermediate lightweight singles.
F final of the men's beginner singles has started. From left to right, I'm going to tell you who we should have in this race. So from Teesside, Max Mahan, Magnus Lakavist, Manchester, George Finley Toner from Leeds, Glenn McIntosh from Heriot-Watt University, and Oscar Milne from Strathclyde University Boat Club.
It's like the on the right hand side of your screen, the Heriot-Watt sculler in lane number 2, just almost having a bit of a disaster there, but capturing it just before it went in the water. I think we're trying to do some kind of maths up here in the commentary box based on the lane numbers that we had from the last race. I think the lane order should be George Finley Tonner from Leeds in lane number 1, Glenn McIntosh from Heriot-Watt in lane number 2, Oscar Milne from Strathclyde in lane number 3, Magnus Lagerfest of Manchester in lane number 4, and then it'll be Max Meehan of Teesside over on the far side. And so yeah, that looks like we should have the polka dots of Strathclyde just to the left of the umpire's launch. So I think based on that, I think it is the Leeds University sculler George Finley Tonner who is in lane number 1, who is currently leading this race as they come up towards the 1,000 metres.
Yeah, we can see at the back of the pack the sculler from Heriot-Watt University, George McIntosh, just having 1 or 2 problems. Hopefully he manages to stay afloat. But the lead in this F final of the men's beginner single sculls, these are athletes who learned to row in this academic year. They may be first or second or third years, or in the case of the Scottish universities here, 4th years, but they all decided to pick up an oar in this academic year, and so they've managed to reach this, whatever stage of quality in this BUCS, the National Championship of British Rowing, is phenomenal. As we see here, it looks to be the sculler from Leeds, George Finley Toner, who is taking the onus, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, and I think we're 1 sculler down in this field as well. I can only see 4 boats coming down the course rather than the 5 that we should be expecting. Yeah, certainly it's the sculler in lane number 1 who should be Leeds University's George Finley Tonner. Yeah, that's definitely Leeds kit. It helps that it says Leeds across the back of it. That's really helping me out. And I think it's Strathclyde University's Oscar Milne who is currently in the second position, but a huge lead here for the Leeds sculler going through the 1,000 metre marker. And a fantastic observation made by my co-commentator Finn here, that we think George Finley-Tonner may even be an adaptive athlete, that's sort of what you'd call a PR2 athlete. Was formerly known as trunk and arm, so had pontoons on the side of the boat, and then was rowing with just the use of his kind of hips, back, and arms. There was a strap that was over his quads, but we can then see our next two scullers on the course, I believe to be Strathclyde University in second position. And then just kind of correcting and steering there, the Manchester University sculler Magnus Lagerfist. And then we had Harriet Watt in fourth position here in this final of the men's beginner singles.
Yeah, really impressive. Without the company, I've not seen that. It's really good.
So coming into the closing stages now of this F final of the men's beginner single, and George Finley-Tonner of Leeds, as you mentioned, just super impressive that an adaptive athlete who has no use of his legs to he has no sliding seat and has a strap kind of securing his legs down. Is performing so well here against kind of fully able rowers. Really impressive for this athlete here from Leeds, George Finley Tonner. He's coming up to the line now.
Yeah, as he crosses the line, I'd say there's a significant gap, and that is an incredible race from someone who has no use of their legs, unlike the others in the field. And I'm sure hopefully be seeing a lot more of him in the future in power rowing and indeed able bodies events. Very well done.
And just looking back down the course, unfortunately we've had a capsize for the sculler from Strathclyde University, which is an occupational hazard of the beginner singles events here at BUCS. Remember that all these athletes started rowing this academic year, and it's a lot of pressure to come here in not the easiest conditions and try and race 2,000 metres in a single. But we've then got, coming through in second position, we've got from Manchester Magnus Lagerqvist, and from Heriot Watt Glenn McIntosh. Unfortunately, it's like, yeah, there's Strathclyde University sculler has capsized with just about 250 metres left of his race, and looks like he's just trying to swim his boat out of the way, so it's out of the way for the next race, which is coming down the course pretty quickly. So yeah, very thoughtful of our sculler there from Strathclyde to try and swim his boat out of the way for us.
Crossing the line now, we have the sculler from Heriot Watt University, Glenn McIntosh.
So next race down is going to be the men's beginner single.
Result of that race in first place, then George Finley Tonner, PR3 athlete, very well done from him. Magnus Lagerqvist of Manchester University in second, and Glenn McIntosh of Heriot Watt in third place. Oscar Milner Strathclyde, unfortunately, as we saw, capsized. We can hope and get him out of the way when they come down the course, but no, unlucky for him, but these things happen.
So we've got the next of our races through the 1,000 metres now, as the rain starts to come down here at the National Water Sports Centre. 6 more crews racing in this one. Our 6 athletes should be from Liverpool, Sammy Goodman; from Portsmouth, Dylan Booth; from De Montfort, Jack Anderson; from Birmingham, Ethan Thomas; from Birmingham, also David Heyman Joyce; and also from Birmingham, we've got 3 Birmingham scullers here, Daniel Coletrio Berridge. Now, I'm going to have to take a little bit of a punt here, sort of based on what we've kind of learnt from previous races. I think it should be De Montfort B in lane number 1, Birmingham E in lane number 2, Birmingham C in lane number 3, Portsmouth in lane number 4, Liverpool in lane number 5, and Birmingham B in lane number 6. We can see our shot there from our camera up near the finish line. So seeing 2 of the Birmingham athletes there in the centre of the course. I believe that's Birmingham E, Ethan Thomas on the right, and Birmingham C, David Heyman Joyce on the left. The Birmingham sculler on the left almost had a bit of a disaster there, but managed to rectify it, fortunately. We wouldn't want another, in fact you can see the safety boat in the bottom right of your shot just having fished the Strathclyde University sculler out of the water, just getting them safely out of the way, and they can take their means they can take their boat back to their trailer as well. So it is the two Birmingham athletes there in the middle of your shot who are in first and second here. A intra club rivalry coming into the closing stages of this one.
Right, coming into the closing stages, we have the men's beginner single.
Coming down to the final 250, it is a race between Birmingham and Birmingham. We can see on the immediate left of your picture David Hayman Joyce, and on the immediate right Ethan Thomas as they battle.
And yeah, just almost a disaster there for the other Birmingham sculler. So I think Ethan Thomas there on the right of your shot just saved himself from an early bath as well. But yeah, so it is David Hayman Joyce of Birmingham who is leading this one over his teammate Ethan Thomas. Very tight, a lot of looks over the shoulders there from the trailing Birmingham sculler just to see how close he was to his teammate. But then coming through in third position we have the De Montfort University sculler Jack Anderson. Actually in third we have the Northern Exposure rescue craft carrying the Strathclyde University sculler from the previous race. And De Montfort coming through in third, and then the Liverpool in, Portsmouth, apologies, Portsmouth in fourth, Liverpool in fifth, and then the Birmingham B sculler over on the far side in sixth.
Good stuff, Paddy, good stuff. So, in the Birmingham intra race, it was David over Danny, but we had Mark coming third, Portsmouth fourth, Jack third, Dylan from Portsmouth fourth.
We see this D final of the men's beginner sculls has already started.
Yeah, and we got another Birmingham University sculler out in front here. That'll be Finn Carpenter, I believe, of Birmingham University. So in this one we're starting to get our heads a little bit around this this lane order now, so I'm going to try and give it to you first time. I think in lane 1 we have Charlie Patton of Heriot Watt, in lane 2 Finn Carpenter of Birmingham, in lane 3 Jack Rowe of Birmingham, in lane 4 Ben Robinson of Reading, in lane 5 Jack McClelland of Queens, in lane 6 Dominic Grimshaw of Birmingham. And I think, yeah, huge amount of Birmingham scullers entered here. They've really come in force to the beginner singles, at least 8 of them. We've got the Birmingham H sculler racing in this one. We've got at least 8 of them, which is super impressive. And there's 2 more coming in the C final as well. So yeah, we're getting lots of red, and he is well out in front of this one. Just trying to catch who that is in second position. I think it might be the Heriot Watt sculler Charlie Patton.
24 stars, so 2 are lost. Looking at the YouTube, it's 3 Birmingham stars and someone else. So, pretty ready based on the kit. It looks like it. Black kit, white blades, looks all ready to me. So, bit of a spread out race, not as close as we want. It's the crew over in 2, the one that's through, closest to the town side is in the lead. I can't tell from the YouTube how it is, but the Scarlet Stars Jess has been part of the Minnesota Miracle there. So we think Finn is the one.
So looking down the course now, you can see the Birmingham Sculler in lane number 2, Finn Carpenter, ahead of the other Birmingham Sculler in lane number 3, Jack Rowe. Then in third, I think it's the other Birmingham Sculler, Dominic Grimshaw. I think we've only got 4 scullers in this race. I can't see any safety boats out, so I don't think we've had any more early baths for these beginner scullers. I think we've already just had a couple of scratches. Yeah, so it's Ben Robinson of Reading who's at the back of the field. Almost certain that it's Finn Carpenter of Birmingham who is out in front. So I don't think we have the Queen Sculler. I don't think we have the Harriet Watt Scullers. So at the moment it's Birmingham 1, 2 and 3, and then Reading in 4th position. But yeah, big finish here from the Birmingham Sculler. I believe that to be Finn Carpenter in lane number 2.
So crossing the line there first, we believe to be the Birmingham Sculler Finn Carpenter. And coming up now, another to complete the double for Birmingham of what will almost certainly suit me, Birmingham 1, 2, 3. It is Jack Rowe. And then coming up behind him, by around about a couple of lengths, completing the Birmingham 1, 2, 3, it is Dominic Grimshaw. So that's Birmingham F, H and D completing the 1, 2, 3 in this men's beginner D final. And coming through to round out the field, we have the sculler from Reading University, Ben Robinson, just coming over the line now.
Yeah, well done, Ben. Good stuff. So, I'll tell you what, Ben's got the best boat on this race. Fast and furious. Anyway, these guys probably want to get in before race 2. Quite close as well.
So we are underway with the C final now of the men's beginner single, and you'll be delighted to hear that I'm fairly sure this is the last race where our paperwork doesn't match up to what's happening on the screen. I think our order here should be Manchester A, Victor Alexander Wozniacki in 1, Matt Hale of Bournemouth in 2, Alexander Reed of Birmingham in 3, George Rotherham of Birmingham in 4, Charlie Sargent of Edinburgh in 5, and Taras of Harriet Watt in lane number 6. And you can see the sculler in lane number 3 from Birmingham University. I think they're going to have won all 3 of these minor finals. That is Alexander Reid of Birmingham, who is out in front of this one.
If you're wondering why it's because the lanes were got slightly differently, the regional race looks like Alex Reid is ahead of them. George Warner will be very happy with that.
So you can ignore the Heriot Watt sculler down the bottom of your screen. I think they're just making their way back to the finish area after not being able to finish the previous race. Don't know if they weren't able to start or if they weren't able to finish for whatever reason. I wouldn't speculate, but yeah, we can see the Birmingham University sculler now in the middle of your shot. Alexander Reid has got a comfortable lead. So these Birmingham scullers have done really well in the side-by-side. Maybe could have done a little, put in a bit of a, maybe weren't quite able to get everything out of themselves that they wanted to in the time trial, but doing pretty well here in the side-by-side, because we can have Birmingham 1, 2, 3. And then in second position in lane number 2 we have Matt Hale of Bournemouth. And then a bit of a gap back to third, which I think should be Shiraz of Heriot Watt over in lane number 6.
Right, coming into the first part of the race, we have Alex Reid, who, I'll be honest, I've basically taught the skull. He's been in one session once, but he spent 3/4 of it stood waist deep in the river against the tree. Then I basically took some confidence drills.
Crossing the line now, we can see one of the group of Birmingham scullers who have so far dominated these minor finals, Alexander Reid, just coming over the line. Closely followed in second place by Matt Hale of Bournemouth University, and then right over in the far lane, Shiraz of Heriot Watt seems like they're going to take third place here.
So into the very closing stages now. So we've had the first 3 over the line, and down closest to the camera we have Manchester University's Victor Alexander Vanowski, followed by Edinburgh University's Charlie Sargent in 5th, and then rounding out the field in the men's beginner singles will be George Rotherham of Birmingham University. Which is going to conclude my time up here in the commentary box. So thank you very much for being here with us. I'm going to you're going to stay in the capable hands of Finn McCarthy, and I'm going to hand you over to Camilla Hadeland-Horrocks, who's going to run you through to the end of today's racing.
Takes the win in that one, and then the other one is a bit of a golden sandwich. Right, some of these tunes are a bit questionable. Just go on Instagram and send really roaming suggestions. I say questionable, this next one's bad, but anyway.
Here we go then for the F final of the women's beginners fours. From left to right we have Bristol, Warwick, Manchester, University College London, Lancaster and Loughborough University Boat Club.
Well, thank you very much to Will, and yeah, great to be joining Finn here in the commentary box of the final couple of sessions of the day here at day 2 of racing BUCS Regatta 2023. We'll be continuing on for the next hour and a half, almost 2 hours left of racing, and the conditions, despite being rainy, are certainly flat out there on the water, which is great. I think the rain's kind of made the wind drop, as Carol Wallace would firmly state. The rain certainly does cause for better conditions. So out there on the water, as we said, the F final of the women's beginner coxed fours, and it looks to me like a great start here for Manchester, who are that crew out there alongside UCLA, who are, I think, in the lead currently. Warwick also battling in the midfield for position, but a great start. As the camera pans around, we'll get a better view of the parallax and a better view of the positions. But I think rowing in the rain, Finn, is much nicer for the water, but can be a bit more difficult with things like grip and visibility, right?
Yeah, I think added to that, you know, this is not an easy thing to do, to row 2,000 metres in the first place, and then you add in conditions that are suboptimal, and that would be putting it politely, and it becomes even harder. Added to that, the fact that obviously every person on this field learned to row this academic year, so it will make it, you know, even worse conditions. So hopefully, as we see there, bit of adjustment from Warwick, they'll be able to kind of keep themselves in, but they look like they're doing an okay job of it so far.
Yeah, definitely, and as we've panned, we've actually been able to get Lancaster into the picture, who are our race leaders. We just had a view of those kind of back three crews to start with, but Lancaster out there with clear water ahead of UCL, who are kind of second in from your picture towards the foreground, then Manchester, and then Warwick on the far left there, and just coming into view in lane 1, that should be Bristol B, just in the foreground of the shot. But some great pictures now of this F final of the women's beginner coxed fours, and you know, again, I think you can't tell from the picture, but it is sort of drizzling with rain here at Home Pierpont in Nottingham. I think slowly clearing up, but we had the same yesterday evening, and at least at this point in the day, Finn, you don't have to keep your kit dry, ready for the next round of racing.
Yeah, I'd say that, but also say that even though this is an F final, there's still a certain amount of pride attached to it. I'd say, even though these athletes will probably in their wildest dreams envisioned themselves winning medals, clearly some of them may have fallen short, but there's still some pride attached to this, and they'll still want to race well. And for some of them it will hopefully be not their last race, but for those that is, they'll want to see their BUCS Regatta 2023 out in style, as we see their UCL really gripping it and going for it.
Yeah, it certainly will be their final race of the day today, I suspect, and so no other kind of beginner events, I don't believe, unless they're doubling up in the quad, which I don't think is entirely possible. So they'll look to leave it all out on the water and look to get a ranking at the national level. And apologies if you've been tuning into us yesterday as well, because we were saying this to come here. It's a national event. You're racing universities from up and down the country. A placing in the F final is still a placing that they have to be able to take back to look to improve on in next year, or again when they move into the intermediate event, if they continue to row after this. It gives them a sort of bench post to be able to work from into the summer season and into next year.
Next race, we're still in the beginners, but it is the women's beginner boards. F1, Bristol, Manchester, UCL, Lancaster, that's who we got. This is for racing. Whose work is this going to be? That's what we see. This is I think we're about to reach
So some really big cheers coming here from the bank, and one of my favourite things about this regatta is the level of support that we get from other athletes, from parents, from friends and supporters, and regardless again of the sort of grey and drizzle that you can see just splashing on our camera here, we will have fans here until the very last race today, that will be kicking off well after 7:30 this evening. 7:48 our last race, due to go off the C final of women's intermediate eights. And I can hear the cheers for Lancaster, who continue to move through the final 100-metre boys in top spot. They're followed by University College London, who sit just behind them, just over a length back. And then looking again, Manchester are moving into the final few strokes as well. Just perhaps looking here, Loughborough are the only crew not with overlap on this pack going through the line. It's going to be a big result there, a punch up in the air from the cocks of the Lancaster crew. A big victory for them, and like we say, it's really important, coming here, giving it all, getting that ranking, and they've still beaten a further 5 crews in this event. And we're going to watch the rest of the crews come over the line. Bristol here just approaching. A few awry strokes from Loughborough, who are just off camera, has just kind of slowed their progress down to the finish line, but they are still making moves, they're still taking strokes, and they're appearing into shot now to conclude their BUCS Regatta in the women's beginner coxed fours.
welcome to BUCS Regatta 2022.
I've missed BUCS a lot, now I'm back, it's great, I love it.
Everybody is cheering on for everyone. Yeah. Just other boats cheering on for us. It's amazing.
And the pain will be setting in, and the legs will be hurting, the lactic acid will have built up as he looks around and he sees the red boys. This could be it, the final push.
BUCS is just fun. It's so much fun, and getting out racing against people on a beautiful day like this, I can't think of anything better.
Off we go, our first side-by-side race for the day is underway.
Very tight, Brooks take the victory.
Mental things can happen at university boat racing.
What a weekend we've had, and thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again next year at BUCS Regatta 2023.
This annual flagship event, marking the 10-year anniversary since the start of BUCS Nationals, always no shortage of colour, drama, excitement and names to watch out for as university students from across the UK battle for glory and bragging rights.
He is powering his way to the wall. Is he going to be enough?
Things are about to heat up a little bit.
They're all coming back at the closing stages. Oh, what a finish that was. It's a new BUCS record. She will take the goal.
Was it ever in doubt? But they're pretty much neck and neck here on this second leg. So tight, shoulder to shoulder. Trying to get alongside.
Looks like it's between these four for the medals.
She's going to bring them home. It's going to be gold.
Stroke for stroke now, into the finish. Where's this one going to go?
Brunel come home to defend their title.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Especially in London. I've got to all.
Well, we're back underway now with racing in the E-final of the women's beginner coxed fours. And the lineup here from left to right, we've got Sheffield B in lane 6, Leeds in 5, Lancaster A in 4, York B in 3, St Andrews C in 2, and St Andrews B in lane 1.
When was the last time you listened to NC? That's what you guys ask. Because if you haven't listened to recently,
so at this point in the race, nothing much to choose between each of these crews. If anything, it just looks like St Andrews C in lane 2. A tiny bit off the pace in the first 500 metres, but they'll all be weighing each other up. The coxes just will be keeping eyes across the field to understand where they sit, but I think one thing that you learn, Finn, through racing, and that the coxes will be trying to kind of guide these beginners who've only started rowing this year on is pacing, right? You know, this is only the first 500 metres. I think when your first race has been a time trial this morning, it's been a long time, you've not raced side by side yet, there's a big temptation to go out hard and race the person next to you in the first 500 metres, but that can, you know, certainly not pay off.
Yeah, I think kind of unless, you know, anyone in this field has, you know, had an extreme athletic background beforehand, you know, the huge reserves it takes, you know, just to complete a 2,000 metre row is one thing in itself, and to do it well is another thing indeed. So I think, yeah, exactly right, Camilla. They'll probably, you know, pace, you know, well in the 500 and kind of look to build, you know, something it's called kind of negative splitting, and you know they'll look to peak at the end of the race, and you know the theory being that you'll go your fastest in your final 500 meters. But I think now, you know, if it hasn't already, the lactate will have begun to set in, as we see there the crews trying to remain balanced and tight.
So we'll get a bit of a better perspective in a few moments' time. But to my eye, the race seems to be currently between lanes 1 and 3. So if that rings true, it will be St Andrews B on the far right-hand side of your picture, teaming up with York to lead the field here. York University in the centre lane in lane 3. I think then a little bit further behind, well, I think Sheffield B takes the honours of 3rd as it stands at the moment, but it's hard to tell with that camera being positioned statically in the centre of the course. But as we move closer towards us, we'll see those real-time distances, and that is indeed St Andrews B on the right-hand side, and York leading the way. York B in lane number 3. So this is a great shot here as they come level with the camera. We get to see exactly where they are in this race, and York University continuing to lead, but not by much. What a race this is. They'll have had similar times in the time trial, and actually from that angle, perhaps even St Andrews B from lane number 1 just a smidgen in the lead. What a great battle at the front of the field, and then you can just see across the boats behind, almost level between St Andrews C, Lancaster, Leeds, Sheffield, all tucking in behind, with not much more than half a length separating them for the minor places. But look at this, this is almost like sort of regatta head-to-head style, gladiator style. It's like they're running down the Henley track, Finn.
You know, in a few years we will see a couple of these athletes, you know, maybe go to qualifiers, maybe indeed grow at Henley Royal Regatta. But yes, as you say, looks like St Andrews is Scottish-based university, of course, running away with it here, but they are being hotly pursued by their compatriots of St Andrews A.
Yeah, and not to forget as well, you know, a lot of these athletes might contest in the development category, the beginners category at Henley Women's Regatta. There is an opportunity for beginners to race at the regatta that's run over 1,500 metres in June, late June, for mid to late June for athletes at all levels, and an amazing sort of celebration of women's rowing there on the Thames. And they'll all be looking, or some of these crews might be looking to contend in that category in a few months' time. But it seems to me here that York has responded to St Andrews B's charge from lane 1. And one thing we do have to, you know, sort of take into consideration is, like we were saying, they've only raced the time trial this morning. They've then waited, you know, a number of hours to contest here in this minor final. They might not really know what their side-by-side pace is. This could in fact be, for a lot of these athletes in these minor finals, their first ever competitive side-by-side race.
Yeah, it could indeed, and if it is indeed their first side-by-side race, they're providing us with a thrilling spectacle here, as we can see York just one or two wayward strokes, but they've continued to maintain, and St Andrews are in hot pursuit. Steering correction there on the right hand lane from the other St Andrews crew. Good to see that they've got themselves back straight.
Yeah, the Cox is wrestling with what we've had a little bit of a crosswind that sort of, you know, blows up ever so gently. It's not affecting the water conditions too much, as you can see from our pictures, but it does make steering for the Coxes that little bit more challenging, and especially if you're trying to go in a straight line and you've got the wind pushing against you, small adjustments required. But York powering away, and look at this, I think the St Andrews C crew in lane number 2 starting to challenge its A crew. A hand went up there in the Cox's seat of the St Andrews C crew in lane number 2. I wonder what that might be for, whether it's for a technical difficulty they're having. They don't appear to have stopped or to have, you know, sort of raised that further, so we'll keep eyes and tabs on it, but I think they've rode through here, Finn.
Yeah, they certainly seem to have picked up a bit of pace and been moving, faster than they were a minute ago. It does still seem to be York, as we said, at the front of this pack. St Andrews in second, but they're being challenged by their compatriots for that second place in this women's beginner coxed for E final here at BUCS Regatta 2023, as we see York coming into the finish here.
Yeah, this is the sprinting stages now. We're well into the final 250 metres. In fact, into the last 100 metres. Just 10-15 strokes to go. The Coxes will be telling their athletes, and York have surely got this sewn up. It's been a big charge from St Andrews C in lane number 2 to overhaul their teammates from St Andrews B, and a big effort which will see the rewards pay off in a second place. But York very happy there with that top spot in the E final. They will be followed by St Andrews C. A great second half for them, pacing that to perfection. It will be in lane 1 St Andrews B. They gave it all they had to get out in front, but they couldn't quite cling on.
Here we see across the line, it's our early pace setters unfortunately not managed to hold on to it, is that Lancaster crew, and then University of Leeds, and are going to win the battle with the University of Sheffield. So that's Sheffield coming over the line.
Yeah, I'm sure plenty of sort of geographical matchups there. Sheffield and Leeds, close not only geographically but close on the water as well. Sort of pitting against one another, and we see plenty of that at BUCS Regatta. Clubs that will almost certainly race each other at local events, coming and racing here on the national stage with a few other new names thrown in. And we'll move up a category now, so we're now on to the D final of the women's beginner coxed fours. And you can see all 6 crews there off the mark nice and cleanly from left to right. We've got Sheffield A in lane 6, Manchester B in 5, Nottingham B in 4, Kiel in 3, Southampton B in 2, and York A in lane number 1. Just a crab there in the bow seat, unfortunately for lane 3 Kiel University, but well recovered to get themselves back up and running. That is a real skill that you have to learn when you're learning to row. If you don't quite get the blade out cleanly, that's what we call a crab. It gets caught on the water, and it means that your oar handle, your blade, ends up kind of crashing into you, almost sometimes moving behind you, and that's what's just happened to the bow person of the Kiel crew that's now flagging a little bit behind. But I just want to give credit and kudos to a recovery. It's not easy when your teammates in front of you who can't see you might continue to row. It just makes the problem worse. The blade or the oar gets buried even deeper, and then the timings and everything move out. So a really good job to crew and Cox, who would have guided them through that process of getting the blade back out of the water, getting them back in time and back up and running and back into this race. So big well done to them. Now, Now the runners and riders and their positionings pretty much true to the time trial form book, it seems, at the moment. The lanes at the moment are seeded from 1 down to 6, so 1 closest to us, and that is York, who would have performed best in the time trial, performing best in this side-by-side. And they are being sort of closely followed on their coattails by the crew from Southampton, who've just lost touch, and that can be a difficult position to be in, Finn. You know, I don't know about you, but certainly I remember when I was rowing, if you lose contact and what we call the elastic band gets snapped, it can then be difficult to maintain a sort of close race.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Kind of, if you think about it, kind of a boat length, kind of every half boat length is probably about a second, and also, you know, as I said before, 2,000 meters is very extremely painful to row at a high speed, and then factored in if you have to, you know, increase your speed to chase after the crew from York, as Southampton are having to do here, it kind of makes that situation kind of it adds to it tenfold. So Southampton will really need to dig in if they're to catch York here, but they seem to be doing an okay job for a minute.
Yeah, and I think the other crew that York will need to be aware of is over on the far side there in lane number 6, Sheffield A. When you've got 4 other crews separating you and potentially some of your closest rivals, it can catch you by surprise, and especially with the cox sitting in the bow seat, you know, they're right down at water level. They can sometimes miss crews if they're a bit further behind. So the York cox is really going to have to watch out here.
Yes, exactly right. We've had a few instances in minor finals, certainly yesterday, and I'm sure we'll continue to have them, of crews who maybe thought they'd done slightly better than they had because of perspective issues. You know, I remember a Surrey crew that thought they'd come third when they've actually come fourth, and that was the difference between them qualifying and not. So perspective is everything, and as we've said a million times before this weekend, you know, perspective can be deceiving. But what the picture is showing us now, it looks to be York who are maintaining the lead, although Sheffield and Southampton are putting them under some stiff pressure here.
York are managing this middle part of the race really well, and they're continuing to stretch out their lead. They've not succumbed to the pressure from the lanes to their left as the athletes look at it, and that's a real skill in itself. Like we were saying, pacing, you know, it's very easy to win the first 500 metres, but all that matters is the person that crosses the line in that position. A little bit of steering adjustments there from Southampton B in lane number 2. You know, that can be due to a number of things, but often, you know, just getting a blade caught or the timing being ever so slightly out along with the wind, and look, it's happening again here. Not sure what's happening in that Southampton crew, but they'll have to make a big adjustment to make sure they're not moving into York's lane. But you know, as a novice, that can be quite easy to miss a stroke, and the boat swings quite rapidly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. For those of you who don't know, a straightest course, you know, rowing the straighter the course, kind of the better it is, because if you think about it in terms of physics, if you kind of turn too much, then you're actually, you know, rowing more meters than you have to do. So ideally, you'd be creating the straightest course possible, as we see that York have done here, and Southampton, that turn, whether mechanical or not, we don't know, but that will not have done them any favours. But they still seem to be in it, but I don't think anyone can catch York now as they row their way to the finish.
Yeah, this is a lovely sprint finish from York. They don't need it even, but as the last race of the day for them, they're going to want to put out their best performance in front of the cheering fans. There's actually quite a lot of people here on the banks willing them on through this final 100 metres, and they're going to unleash this sprint that they will have practiced for in training in the side-by-side, give it everything they've got to win by as much as possible. And here we are, it's that finish line shot here of York University taking the win in that D final of women's beginner coxed fours, and that will feel really nice for them. It'll then be the crew from Southampton. Despite those few steering issues that they had, they managed to make it over the line in their lane, well recovered, and a great finish from them as well. And then looking to the home favourites here, this is Nottingham University B rowing on home water. They'll be well supported, I'm sure, by their teammates, and they'll take it home in third place to their local boathouse that sits just at the end of this course. Sheffield will be the next to cross the line, and then a tight race behind Kiel have come right back into it despite that early crab fin. This is a great comeback from them to row through Manchester.
Yeah, terrific recovery from Kiel here, and they've actually, crossed the line in front of Manchester. Wow, a great recovery there from Kiel.
Yeah, I think all credit to where credit's due. It's not easy especially for the bound person who suffered that crab, to pick yourself back up and to be motivated to chase down the field. They would have lost at least a few seconds having recovered from that crab. So yeah, very impressive there from Kiel, and great from Manchester as well to make it into this final, the D final. We've already had the E final, so to get a ranking in this event with all the other beginners across the country, amazing stuff.
So here we have the final of these women's coxed beginner fours here, the C final, and we can see on our screens the Nottingham A, who my sheet reliably informs me is stroked by Grace Wostock, seem to be in control. Nottingham, of course, the home favourites here. And they seem to have aligned themselves via places, so Nottingham in the lead, followed by Cardiff, Liverpool and Leeds Beckett making a slight push here, but at the moment it looks to be all crews are kind of separated by lane, and they all seem to be leading within that context. So Nottingham in 1, Cardiff in 2 and Liverpool in 3. That's the top 3 of this C final of women's beginners coxed fours.
Yeah, most results it looks like here running true to form, although some big moves now coming from the centre of the course. Liverpool have decided that they don't want to settle for the fate of the time trial results. They want to improve on that, and they're pushing hard now to take on Cardiff that sit just to their stroke side, and this is the opportunity to do it, this final 500 metres that we're now moving into. Liverpool moving from third into second now with that big push. Nottingham still out in front there on the furthest right of your screen with the yellow blades, and also moving with Liverpool, like we said, Leeds Beckett continuing that big push that they made through halfway to put them further up the pecking order, and this is going to be a wonderful finish here for Leeds and Liverpool if they can continue on this form, and we'll wait to see whether Cardiff can respond in any way whatsoever. Birmingham and Southampton there at the sort of back end of this field, closing it out, also looking to try and mount their sprints, but Nottingham, as it stands at the moment, nobody touching them, but Cardiff now starting to charge in response to Liverpool's move. A huge surge here from Cardiff University. They are not happy that Liverpool rode through them with 500 metres to go, and they want to take back that second place. It's no doubt going to be Nottingham in top spot in this C final, taking the top honours of the minor finals. But look at this, it's going to come down to a canvas or so in this women's beginner Cox 4C final between Cardiff and Liverpool. It was Cardiff for the first half. Liverpool pushed through in the third 500, and Cardiff now have seen the danger and they're winding it back up again. Liverpool will be first onto the screen. Cardiff have thrown everything they can at this, but it's not going to be quite enough, and they've run out of time now. Liverpool will keep second place safe and sound ahead of Cardiff University, who gave it everything they've got. It's then going to be Leeds Beckett over on the far side in the purple to come home in fourth. Southampton will take fifth, and then Birmingham University B will be over in sixth position. Medalists from yesterday's women's beginner 8s, I'm sure, will be pleased to round out another successful event here at BUCS Regatta.
So here we have the first of our quad minor finals. This is the women's beginners quad, and she's telling me, you can see there on your screen, Lincoln University Boat Club, Exeter, and then on the far side you have Heriot Watt University.
Now, Heriot Watt University, based in Edinburgh, so Scottish University, and you know they train up in Scotland, between sort of the canal and Strathclyde Park, I believe, Finn, and it looks like they've gotten a really good advantage here over the rest of the field, sort of outperforming their time trial results.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Heriot Watt train at Strathclyde Country Park alongside St Andrew Boat Club, very established domestic boat club in Scotland, and also obviously the might that is the University of Edinburgh. But Heriot Watt seem to be doing very well. They almost look, Camilla, as if they've taken the lead.
Yeah, they've got a big margin now, it seems, coming into the second half of this race, and from the seeding they will have been, you know, sort of the lowest performers in the time trial, but now turning that result on its head, and really coming out here and showing what they've got in the side-by-side. And look, all sorts of things can happen in time trials. There could be, you know, interference, there can be sort of technical mistakes, steering errors, whatever it might be, but whatever that is, they've put that behind them. If it wasn't their best performance, and look at this, they've overturned 2 crews that would have beaten them in the time trial. So that's excellent stuff from Heriot Watt. You know, exactly the kind of race plan they'll have been looking to achieve. And Lincoln, well, they're in second position ahead of Exeter B, who have just again had a few steering issues. But look, I want to compliment again anyone that has taken on the steering foot in a beginner crew. This is a message for you. Very well done, because there are experienced senior international athletes that still don't want to go anywhere near the steering. It's so difficult to steer, and it's an extra thing to think about as well as the race itself. So complicated, an additional skill, and to go out there in your first year of rowing and to put your hand up and take that on, and to learn how to do that effectively, real credit to you, because it is so difficult. If you're tuning in and you don't know how the steering works in these boats, one of these athletes, quite often the bow person, so the person closest to us on the camera in beginner crews, will have a steering foot. That will be the rudder. So on the bottom of the boat there's a piece of metal that steers the boat, and they can turn that using wires attached to their foot. So they turn their foot left or right, and that will steer the boat left or right with the rudder. And so you've got to be thinking about that, as well as thinking about your rowing technique that you've only learned 8 months ago, and also trying to keep yourself calm and pushing yourself to the limit when it comes to racing. So I just want to say, anyone who's taken on that responsibility, I'm so impressed, because it's a really difficult thing to do. And as we come into the final 100 metres for Heriot Watt, a perfectly steered course from them. Huge compliments to the crew, and they come through very tidily into the final 10 strokes, well ahead of their competition.
So there must be something in the water at Strathclyde Country Park, because it has produced the winner of this race, as we see Harriet Watt, beginners quad, crossing the line a good distance ahead of their compatriots from Lincoln.
Yeah, we'll see Lincoln coming into view in a minute, and both them and Exeter with tons and tons of support. I keep saying it, but we can hear it here in the finish tower, screaming and shouting for these crews. And Lincoln, you know, look like they put absolutely everything into that as they've gone over the line. Exeter will be the final crew to get themselves across the line in this D final of the women's beginner quadruple sculls.
Right, next race down the track. It's going to be women's beginner first C round. Keel down at Portsmouth, first bar, Aberystwyth, 1,500 metres to go. Sounds like time for the track. Let's bring into a little bit of
Looks like a close race now on the course for the C final of the women's beginner quad. So this is the last minor final we will have in this event, the sort of top of the rankings possible to achieve, having come directly from the time trial. So from left to right, you've got Aberystwyth over in lane 6 on the left, Bath Spa, Bath, Portsmouth, Cardiff and Kiel in lane 1, and a little bit of Bath rivalry here. Bath versus Bath Spa going up head to head in lanes 4 and 5. Well, that's a lead for Cardiff University in lane number 2, and a good lead at that. They will be able to look across to the crew from Portsmouth that sit in second position. I believe it's Kiel closest to us, that are on the move along with one of the Bath crews. I can't quite pick out which one of the Bath crews that is that they're moving with. I believe it's lane 4, Bath University. Bath Spa a bit further back, trying to go with Aberystwyth over in lane number 6, but they are off the picture as we focus on our race leaders, Cardiff University. Now, Cardiff are, you know, they've got, again, some good reputation in the sculling discipline. They've produced, you know, world medalists such as Tom Barras was at Cardiff University all those years ago, and great to see them leading out this race. And more Welsh interest if you're tuning in as a Welsh rowing fan. Aberystwyth also contending in this C final of the women's beginner quadruple sculls. All the way over on the left there, that's Aberystwyth University. And I think it's awesome that we get representation from all 4 countries as part of the United Kingdom. So, you know, we've got clubs from Northern Ireland in the form of Queen's University Belfast, lots of Scottish interest as we've already talked about, 2 Wales entries here even in this C final alone, and then of course a number of clubs from England. So from all 4 corners of the home counties, it's really is a cross-regional competition, BUCS Regatta. And here come these quads into the final 500 metres now, and they've made it this far. Kiel just winding their way into lane 2, it seems, but they've managed to adjust well on this course so far. I'm sure they can do it again. But yeah, this has been a wonderful race from Cardiff here, Finn.
Yeah, exactly right. Cardiff, how you say, having produced the likes of Tom Barris across the years, and this, you know, being the highest other than the B and A finals of the women's beginner quads, means that these are, you know, quality beginner athletes, as we see there, Keel making 1 or 2 corrections to their steering.
So Cardiff continuing their surge and creating more and more distance, it seems. They've not been satisfied with just a couple of lengths. They're really putting the nail into the coffin of this C final of the women's beginner quads and claiming it as their own as they weave across a couple of boys, but nothing too detrimental to get them safely home in a number of strokes now. And we can hear the shouts from the crew, knowing that they're almost home to a success in this women's beginner quads C final. And they will move through the line, and a gentle tap there to the bow seat from 2, say good job, great race done, well done. And then it's going to be lane 3. Well, Portsmouth managed to push through into second. Keel will take third ahead of Bath, who were right up there at the beginning of this race but just slipped back through the rankings. And then Bath Spa winning out in the fight between lanes 5 and 6. Aberystwyth just off screen, just entering the final 150 metres of their BUCS Regatta 2023.
I think it's interesting. We've seen, I think, 2 consecutive or kind of non-consecutive races where Keel crews have come from behind despite steering issues, and they've done, you know, exceptionally well to finish in kind of 5th or 4th position. So very well done, as we see Bath Spa crossing the line there to round out that C final of the women's beginner quads. So on your screens at the moment is the F final of the women's intermediate single sculls, and my sheet is telling me we should have East Anglia, Nottingham Trent, Oxford University, Cambridge, Hartbury College and Queen Mary University of London. So a good Oxbridge battle in between lanes 3 and 4.
should be some good racing. Times are, well, they're established from the time trial. We look at the time trial clean, as long as they do, should give us a brilliantly sort of speed cruise in the same minor finals. So just running down the list again. So, next, as we said earlier, Nottingham, Oxford, Cambridge,
So in this women's intermediate single F final, still all up for grabs here as we enter the final 500 metres. But grabbing it with both hands, the University of East Anglia in lane number 1, that's Amy Ure. Looking very rhythmical there in lane number 1. A great pace that she's managed to build up through this 2,000 metre course, and maintaining speed, not looking to raise the rate too much, just to stay calm and keep composure. In second, it's Nottingham Trent's May Findlay. May Findlay is also looking to keep a lid on that sprint, even on the final race of the day, perhaps conserving energy for any racing tomorrow. And over in lane 4, Emily Morby of Cambridge University also entering the red boys, and these three somewhat separated from Oxford University's Anna Berryman that sits in 4th. So there it is, over the line first for the University of East Anglia's Amy Ure, ahead of Mai Findlay of Nottingham Trent University. It's then Cambridge, Emily Morby, and Oxford's Anna Berryman will be moments away from finishing this event in the women's intermediate single sculls. You can see here a great race with only, gosh, half a length, even less in it. Hartbury's Georgia Jane Walker just having a few difficulties in the final few strokes, and that's opened the door for Megan Neely of Queen Mary's London, but it's going to end with a canvas advantage to the Hartbury sculler in lane 5.
And here we see this E-final of the women's intermediate single sculls, and it looks to be the sculler from Edinburgh University, Lucy McLean, in lane 2, who's setting the early pace here, kind of coming away from it.
Yeah, this is a really great performance here from Lucy McLean of Edinburgh University, and like you were saying, Finn, one of the club rowers from Edinburgh. They train mostly on the canal, is that right? On the Union Canal, or certainly have done for the time that I was in Edinburgh. A very challenging piece of water to scull.
Yes, it still baffles me that George Watson's College up in Edinburgh, who've become very successful at sculling, have become as successful as they have been, you know, given that they partially train on the canal. For those of you who don't know, Union Canal, the space is probably about, I reckon, 3/4 of a landing stage from, say, the middle of the landing stage to the far right, so it's not far at all. One does become very good at steering very quickly, and of course Lucy, as being a club athlete, will have benefited from membership of Edinburgh, which also entitles to some sessions at Strath Park. But as we see here, Lucy McLean, really running away with this final here.
Yeah, big performance here from the Edinburgh athlete, and moving into the last 100 metres unscathed and with multiple lengths of clear water over the nearest competitors. But it's a real race here for the second spot between lanes 5 and 1. So Robert Gordon University, another Scottish contingent here, lots of Scottish interest. We've got Glasgow Caledonian as well in 4, Edinburgh B due to be in 6, but doesn't appear that they've started. But it's a real match-up between Lincoln in lane 1 and Robert Gordon in lane number 5 for these final few strokes. Lucy McLean will go over the line as the winner of the E-final, subject to confirmation, but you'll be able to see these two crews coming in now to the finish. It's going to be a tight one. I think Lincoln just with the momentum here to take them over the line, but so close between Hannah Jarvis, who makes it just ahead of Sarah Gilhooly of Robert Gordon. It's then Huddersfield's Lucy Freeman in lane 3, ahead of Glasgow Caledonian's Abby Pringle for the last spot in this E-final, before we move straight on to the D-final of women's intermediate singles. We're now on to the D final of women's intermediate single sculls, and a good start here for Isabel Burridge of Reading University B. She's one in from the right hand side of your picture there. But just to take you through our entries in this event, from left to right, we've got Birmingham C's Hannah O'Flynn. We've then got lane 5 Veronica Vonikova of Strathclyde. It's then Carousel of Cambridge in 4, Natasha Stewart of De Montfort in 3, Isabel Burridge, we've just mentioned, our leader, in lane number 2, and Lily Frisham of Edinburgh, of Oxford University in lane number 1. Getting confused there, we were just talking about how Lily Frisham learnt to row at Edinburgh University and was part of that infamous 6-lane Edinburgh beginner single final just a couple of years ago at BUCS, and this just goes to show that development and stepping through. You know, she's joined rowing at Oxford, now competing in an intermediate event here at the regatta and making the D final. So shows some good progression here of those beginners and where they end up. But all kudos here in the final 100 metres or so now to Isabel Burridge of Reading, a great sculling institution, and she will lead the way over and above our sculler from I believe De Montfort, but a great race for second going on between Lily Frisham in lane number 1, who's pushing back now. She was part of the Osiris crew this year, the second 8 for Oxford, the reserve race for Oxford. but not enough to put her in top spot in this D final. It is going to be Isabel Burridge ahead of Lily Frysham, who just nabs it ahead of De Montfort's Natasha Stewart. It's then Birmingham coming in over on the far side. You can see there our two scullers going for the line in lanes 6 and 5, Hannah O'Flynn and Veronica Vernikova in lane number 5 for Strathclyde. And then finally it's going to be Carousel of Cambridge to take 6th position.
They're pretty close to the 500 metres. Let's line up and shoot. Maybe we're with the locals. Maybe. Somebody will definitely see it.
Well, the race we can see on the start is the men's intermediate double F final, but we do have the women's intermediate single C final coming into its closing stages. If I look out onto the water, we're in the final 500 metres, if not less. We're approaching 250 in this women's intermediate single C final. If you squint maybe and look really far into the distance, you might see it now. We've caught up, we're back here running with this C final. A quick overview of our competitors from left to right. We've got Oxford University C, Harriet Haysom, Queen's University Belfast A, Clara McClements. In lane 4, Cardiff B, Freya Axton. In lane 3, Perrin Halser of Birmingham University. In lane 2, Glasgow Caledonians, Kirsty MacArthur and Sophie Bonner of Leeds in lane 1. And as it comes into the final chapter, it's for me, Leeds University, Sophie Bonner, who's just come into picture, just come into shot there in the red boat at the bottom of your screen, but not by much. Still overlap there for the Glasgow Caledonian sculler, Kirsty MacArthur. So a big push there from Sophie Bonner to maintain that lead. She's been put well under pressure from her bow side by the Scottish sculler Kirsty MacArthur. It's going to be overlap as they come towards the line, but she'll breathe a sigh of relief, Sophie Bonner, as she looks to see she's crossed the line in first place in this C final ahead of Glasgow Caledonians, Kirsty MacArthur. And then over on the far side, that is lane 6, Harriet Haysom for Oxford.
Yeah, outstanding row there. Glasgow Caledonia, not particularly known for its rowing, but Kirsty MacArthur definitely shown up here, and that's a good, strong finish from her. As we go back up to the start, this is for the F final of the men's intermediate double sculls. We have Exeter, Queen's, Surrey, Glasgow, Oxford Brookes and Leicester, so it should be a cracking race here.
So our next race is quite a way away. men's into double, Exeter, Queens, Surrey, Glasgow, BUCS, Leicester. That's who's going to feature in this. BUCS then. Anyway, Exeter, Queens, Surrey, Glasgow, BUCS and Leicester. That's who's going to be in the final. I've got about 8 minutes left on the mic here, so I'll knock you out with another big banger as I get through and see the BUCS regatta.
And cries of "yeah, sorry" from the bank, and it seems to have really paid dividends here for this crew in lane 3, because they certainly seem to be running away with it. Surrey in the past few years, an up-and-coming club, I think it's fair to say, in British rowing, taking advantage of the tutelage of coach Samuel Tuck, as well as facilities at Molesey Boat Club just outside of London. And you can see here they are really, taking away from it here in this F final of the men's intermediate doubles girls. Coming up to, looks like the last 1,000 metres here of this F final of the men's intermediate doubles girls, and it looks to be the crew from Surrey, stroked by Ananto Brewer, and having a bit of trouble from the crew the outside of Queen's University Belfast Duffy, but they look, fairly controlled here. We'll have to see as they come into the finish, but Surrey leading at this point.
Yeah, this is an exemplary row here from Surrey University B, who have just created the space around them. They've got out early and have enjoyed looking back at the rest of the competition, leaving everyone else to pluck up for positions in lane 1. I think it is still Exeter B that have the slight advantage over the crew from Glasgow in lane number 4, but hard to pick and hard to tell. There's so many lanes apart between 1 and 4, and with Surrey so far ahead in the middle, it's going to be even tougher racing to try and pitch yourself up against there, and moving so well into these last red boys, Surrey University, as Finn's already mentioned, have just been going from strength to strength, and this will be a great performance for any Surrey fans on the bank. From lane 3, Surrey University will win out that F final of the men's intermediate double sculls, and a big celebration from them. This was a huge event, one of the biggest events on the programme this weekend. So yeah, a big win for them. Exeter will sprint through ahead of Glasgow to take that second place. But a bit of a shake of the head there in the Exeter crew. Not quite sure whether that went to plan. And then finally, over in lane 6, Leicester will complete the F final of men's intermediate double sculls.
On your screens now we can see the E final of the men's intermediate double sculls, and we have Leeds, Birmingham, Sussex, Lincoln, London School of Economics and Heriot-Watt University.
Leeds B, Birmingham on 2, Sussex in 3, Lincoln in 4, LSE in 5, 6. You won't see anything more than A or B in this because they tripped into only 2 entries per institution. There's so many entries to it, which is what I think is crazy, I suppose. So yeah, Leeds, Birmingham, Sussex, Lincoln, LSE, Heriot-Watt schools. King Billy himself. What can they do? These two raced in lightweight into singles yesterday. They combine to form this double. Let's see if they can charge. They may be in the lead. Go on the board.
Wow, what a race we've got here for the E final of men's intermediate double sculls, and I think the title is still open to clinch, sitting currently with Birmingham University A in lane number 2, but lane 1 pushing hard, that's Leeds University, and we saw in that last race a big push can really change the pecking order. So Leeds now with the mountain to climb to try and overhaul Birmingham. Birmingham are looking back and have got that advantage to be able to push off the Leeds crew, and I think they are doing so. But Leeds now, their new target will have to be Sussex in the centre of the course in lane number 3. Sussex are moving fast, as are the London School of Economics over in lane 5. Watch out for them over there in purple. This is really heating up behind Birmingham. Birmingham are going to move through to the line with over a length's lead, but let's keep an eye out here. It's going to be a 3-boat blanket finish between LSE, Sussex and Leeds. I think it's going to be, just maybe, London School of Economics perhaps, I'm not sure. Leeds also moving over the line, and just a short while back the University of Sussex. That was a great finish there from those 3 crews behind Birmingham, moving all the way to the line, and it's never over until it's over, and that went down to the final stroke. Last crews there moving through, Lincoln University and Heriot-Watt.
So here we see the scullers in the men's intermediate doubles, the D final here at BUCS Regatta 2023, and we have Edinburgh, Plymouth, Manchester, Surrey, East Anglia and Oxford Brookes. So a good mix of some established names and maybe some not so established names in the British rowing scene, as we see the crews there getting it underway. And a little bit of steering there from the Edinburgh double, stroked, I believe, by Evan Smythe. But they seem to be moving very well here. In fact, away from the field. This boat, both stroked by ex-beginners, products of Edinburgh's fantastic beginner programme that has been on display season. You can see Evan Smythe at stroke, and Smith, sorry, and Ned Timms at bow, and they're moving away from this field pretty comfortably here.
Well, this is an excellent race that's developing here in the men's intermediate double sculls. We've already said that it was a huge event that was entered this weekend. In fact, this was one of the events where crews were capped from universities to only 2 entries per university, as there'd been such interest in the event, and so that even before the time trial, universities needed to cull down their entry list to ensure that the regatta ran on time, because otherwise we're already racing well into 8 o'clock in the evening. But these crews made it through. They made it through the time trials into this D final. And still overlap between most of the crews here, and plenty of opportunity with over 500 metres to go for things to change. But a good start and a good first 1,000 metres from Surrey in lane number 4. And just behind them, a great race developing between Manchester and Plymouth, alongside Edinburgh University B over in lane 1, who are starting to make some moves here, Finn.
Yeah, Edinburgh look like they're about to make a move as we come into this final 500 and the 250 at the finish. See if they can really wrap it up here. It'll be an incredible comeback if they manage to achieve this.
Yeah, it's not so long to go, only a couple of minutes, 500 metres, so time is running out if any of these crews want to start mounting any real challenge. But Edinburgh University, well, they've grabbed the opportunity with both hands and have now moved into the lead by some distance. They're just over a length, I think, ahead of the fight for second, and we could see yet another blanket finish. Finn and I have been absolutely treated to a couple of great races here back to back in the commentary box, and you can see it all shaping up to be one final hurrah here in this D final of the men's intermediate double sculls, as the race for second place is well and truly on between Surrey, Manchester and Plymouth, who go bow ball for bow ball into the final 200 metres.
Yeah, as we come up to the final here, Edinburgh University Boat Club look to be the fastest moving, but they're having to fight off some stiff competition. They're having to fight off stiff competition from Surrey University here. It will come up to the line. Manchester and Edinburgh look as if they're going to take it from Surrey here as a win for Edinburgh. And slaps on the back there from Ned Timms, the bowman, to Evan Smith in stroke. Brilliant win for them there.
Yeah, a big comeback there from Surrey, but not quite enough, and the heads go down. A big effort, huge effort all round, and hugs there for Manchester University, put in a really big stint in that final 200 metres to keep pace with the race ahead of them, and same for Plymouth as well. Plymouth B, a great response from them too. Oxford Brookes University, nowhere to be seen in lane 6. I think we were probably missing them from this final, but UEA concluding in 5th this D final of the men's intermediate double sculls. So wonderful to be joined by Finn here in the commentary box. He's going to wrap up his day 2 of racing with us here. It's great to join you. Any favourite moments, Finn, before you leave us for the day?
I have to say, particularly, I think Birmingham kind of overall, and especially, Kiel University having problems with steering, but, demonstrating that it's not over till it's over. So I definitely say those. But yeah, it's been a great day of minor finals racing.
Thank you, Finn, and safe journeys home, and we'll see you again tomorrow in the commentary box for more action. But as Finn departs, I will welcome back the wonderful Scottish tones of Carol Wallace here in the box. Carol, always a delight to commentate with you. Carol and I have been commentating together for, about almost 10 years now, I would say. It's been maybe more, and great to have. Indeed, great to have you back. Well, we'll bring you the action just whilst we switch commentators from this C final of the men's intermediate doubles that's already rolling well into the final 100 metres with Newcastle University taking the honours through the Red Boys, and they've got a point to prove here to win out in this C final.
And boy, they are proving that point. They have really taken this race on. What a challenge. Great to be back with Camilla again, and we're going to finish off this stint just through to the last race of the day. But great performance there from Newcastle. With on their inside, we've got the Glasgow double just sprinting into that second place. And then over on the far side, Plymouth, Leeds and York going for a finish. I've been watching from the centre there, Camilla, and there have been some amazing races in these minor finals. As we said yesterday, because we've gone through the time trials, we're getting boats of equivalent speed racing, and it brings exciting stuff in the minor finals, and it's been showing time and time again.
Even just then, like we saw for 5th and 6th, that York and Leeds in that men's intermediate double C final, that was, a couple of centimetres separating them there, all the way down to that. We've had some amazing finishes, and more to come. Men's beginner 8s now powering down the course. They'll be coming into view in just a second. I just wanted to say it was amazing to hear the roar from Newcastle there with that winning crew in the previous race. Big support from them.
Well, even yesterday, there's more rain yesterday. There's a gentle rain falling just now, but there are still spectators out there. There are still club crewmates supporting their club. There's still a lot of support out there for these minor finals. And often at this stage of the race, the minor finals don't get the same support as the big finals do. But today we are seeing some roars and walls of sound surrounding us, which is great to see. On our screen now we can see this F final of the men's beginners 8. As Camilla said, they're going to be thundering towards us. But in this race in lane 5 over in the left hand side of your screen, we have Lancaster B, lane 4 Bath, lane 3 UCL, lane 2 Warwick, and in lane 1 closest to us and in the lead we have Cardiff.
So tons of beginner 8s entered, which always puts a smile on my face. More people discovering our great sport, and this will be determining rankings 25 through 30 in the country for beginner 8s, all of them starting at the same point at the start of the academic year, and now culminating in this university competition and college competition out here at Nottingham. And a great start for Cardiff University Rowing Club B. We've seen some great performances from Cardiff this morning and this afternoon already. And this beginner 8 now with a length advantage over Warwick University B, who looking to try and stick themselves to the stern there, Carol, of Cardiff, because it's always difficult in 8s. I think if you lose contact and you're rowing in a bit of a void, motivation can be tricky.
Very much so. We've got this reverse angle screen there, and we can see Cardiff leading Warwick, and over on the far side Lancaster They're sort of got 2 lanes between them and the first 2 crews, and between them we have Bath and UCL. But Lancaster going very well this weekend as well. But yes, once you lose contact, you sort of feel a wee bit more distant from the crew. It's hard to get that motivation back just to push yourselves that bit harder. Nice performance from Cardiff here. Wee bit of a wobble from Warwick just there. I think they've lost the focus, but with Cox in the box, that focus will come back. I'm sure he's just shouting at them to keep their eyes on the boat and concentrate on what he's saying and nothing else that's going round. It's difficult with beginners 8s because it's very exciting being in the middle of lots of 8s racing. Very exciting, and you can get a bit distracted, but that's why you have a Cox there, just to keep the focus and the drive on. Another bit of a wobble there from Warwick. Cardiff just powering on through. Warwick still in that second place. I think they've pulled back. I think there's overlap between Warwick and Cardiff now.
Oh, and that's motivating, isn't it? I'm sure the Cox, who can see Cardiff, will be letting the crew know that, and the bow person in the Warwick crew will just maybe be starting to get an inkling that there's another crew alongside them, and there is nothing much more motivating than rowing back, you know, up to and with another crew. It can really start inspiring, and on the flip side, there's nothing more demotivating, I guess, for someone like Cardiff in this position if they are, you know, sort of being caught.
But then being caught gives you that extra incentive just to put that extra 10% in the legs. You know, you throw everything at it because you just really don't want to be caught. But it is Cardiff and Warwick now pulled themselves out in front of the rest of the field. I thought Lancaster were mounting a challenge earlier on. I think that was just the angle we were seeing them at. Lancaster now well into that 3rd place. And then a good battle between Bath and UCL at the back of the field, just for those other places. But it's Cardiff still with overlap of Warwick there. Warwick haven't let them away with it. They've come back in contention. I think the canvases of the stern and the bows are overlapping there, and both crews mounting this challenge for this sprint for the line. Cardiff have gone up, but so have Warwick.
Yeah, the final race of the day for a lot of these athletes, in fact for all of them, and they'll want to put every single ounce of energy they've got into getting themselves over the line, and the Cox will be waving his arms in the air, you can see, saying off we go through the line, and that's exactly what they've done, and delight on the faces there for the University of Cardiff ahead of Warwick.
And just over the far side, we've still got these other 3 crews having their own private batch over on the far side. Lancaster are having to fight off a challenge from UCL, who have come back on them somewhat in the last 500 metres. And when UCL came back on Lancaster, Bath went with them. So there's overlap between these 3 8s just as they come towards us. But it's going to be Lancaster, UCL, and then Bath.
Rattling through these men's beginner 8 finals very quickly now. We're on the course with the D finals, so determining places 19 through 24. From left to right in lane 6 we've got KCL, in lane 5 UCLA, in lane 4 Cambridge B, in lane 3 York B, in lane 2 Leeds, and in lane 1 Manchester.
And yet again, as we say, minor finals bring exciting racing. And it's Manchester and Leeds having their battle on this side. Just as they come side onto the camera, you can just see how close they are spatially, lanes 1 and 2. And then they have a lead of maybe a length over the rest of, not the rest of the field, the next 3 boats. Loughborough York, Cambridge and UCL. I think King's College just dropped off the pace there in lane 6. But these two crews, Manchester and Leeds, going at it pretty much level pegging. Similar sort of rating, just number of strokes per minute, that's what we're talking about. The number of strokes per minute is what you want. You don't want a too high a rating because then the power can sometimes drop off. You want to be at high enough rating where you can still keep the power on and power these boats through the water. Of course, beginners 8s, sometimes the adrenaline takes over and the rating goes through the roof and the technique goes a bit off, but I can't see very much of that happening in this Manchester boat, nor in the Leeds boat, to be honest.
Yeah, when you're toe for toe like that, it's again, I think it's pretty inspiring, isn't it, to be able to focus in, have someone to race, and I can't see either of these crews letting up in the position that they're in, especially with this fight going on at the front of the field for first place, and they'll be wanting to achieve the best ranking they can, so 19th overall in the country in this category in the D final. And you can see there from this shot from near here at the finish that we've got as they approach 500 metres to go. I think it's Manchester that are just starting to shake off Leeds here, Carol.
It's a deceptive camera angle that you're looking from. The cameraman standing on the edge of the tower there, he's got a different angle from where we're sitting, and to me, I totally agree with Camilla that it's certainly Manchester trying to fight off this challenge from Leeds. Then over the far side, UCL, Cambridge and York having their own battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. King's College just slightly off the pace there. You hear the roars coming from the Manchester crowd. I think they're trying to separate, get a length or even clear water between themselves and Leeds. The angle that you're seeing on the screen is, as I said, a wee bit deceptive, and I think Manchester have got a bigger lead than is shown on the screen. But the cox is encouraging all these crews. They can see the finish line, they can see the crowds on the bank. The crews will start hearing the roars of support, and you don't really hear words, you just hear a roar, and no matter which crew you're in, it gives you a huge lift just to finish off your race. The Manchester upping their rating could be dangerous, because if you go too high too soon, that's where accidents can happen, especially in a beginner 8 category. But it's Manchester leading Leeds at about 2/3 of a length or maybe more as they sprint for the line.
Yeah, it's sprinting indeed, and this is where you need to really keep your focus to make sure that you're going with the person in front of you, and that you're ensuring, even when you're tired, that blade's going in and out of the water, so that you're avoiding any problems. And that's exactly what Manchester have managed to do. A big celebration from the Manchester crew. They were extremely pleased to win that D final, and it's then going to be Leeds over the line. Less celebration from Leeds, but a great achievement nonetheless. It's going to be York that win out the middle of the pack fight ahead of the Cambridge University B crew, and then it's going to be University College London with the crew from King's College London in this D final of the beginner 8s.
From the D final, we're moving rapidly on to the C final. Just trying to get all these races down before bad light stops play, and it has been a long day's racing for these athletes. Some of them will have started the time trial this morning, up and ready at 8 o'clock, so as I say, it's been a long day. But, you know, these students are young and fit and cheerful and very happy to do this. So looking at the screen, we'll start on the left-hand side, and over in the left-hand side, lane 6, we have the B crew from Surrey. And then in lane 5, we have the crew from Durham. Lane 4, the crew from Bath, you can see the blue kit there. And then in lane 3, Loughborough, sort of maroony kit. Sheffield is in black with gold on the side in lane 2, and Cardiff closest to us in the black and red. And making an early performance, it's the crew over in lane 5. Seems to be Durham going very strong, with Bath going with them. And then on this side we have the crew from Cardiff really powering it through the line. There will have been very little time difference separating these 6 crews from the time trial. And it's good performance from Durham here. I'm sure Camilla will be delighted to see that as she picks up the microphone.
Yeah, always great to see a Durham performance for me as an alumni, but it's still up for grabs though. Cardiff, here again in these men's beginner 8, we already saw their B8 performing successfully and winning out that E final of the men's beginner 8s. But here again, challenging from lane 1, the seeded lane, so would have performed better in the time trial against Durham. But Durham looking to rectify that from lane number 5. But lots of shuffling going on mid-pack. I think lane 2, Sheffield looking good from this angle, but also some tight racing between Loughborough and Bath A.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, about the difference between time trialling and racing side by side. Some crews do very well in time trials, some just don't seem to just pick it up quite so well, and beginners 8's time trialling is quite hard, but then you put a crew side by side and then something else kicks in. There's a bit about magic about racing side by side, where you're really pushed to the limits, pushed as hard as you can be, and I think a side-by-side race really brings out the best in the crew. But you know, that's me. I like a side-by-side race, a good old ding-dong battle going on there.
Yeah, agreed, Carol. I always found time trials quite difficult to judge, and I think when you've got no one to sort of gauge yourself against, you're just sort of, you know, looking at the clock, hoping that your cox is sort of able to gauge really well how you're performing. But yeah, I far preferred the side by side to be able to kind of measure myself against other crews around me. But you know, again, I know a lot of coaches, and there's a sort of school of thought which is pretty popular of keep your head in the boat, keep yourself to your race plan. So it shouldn't matter if you've got people alongside you, if you're keeping your head in the boat and you're sticking to your race plan.
But as you and I both know, it is very, very difficult to put those blinkers on, keep your head in the boat, when you can hear the puddles on either side of you, you can hear the cox's calls, you can hear, or you can feel in the water what's happening. So it's really hard to be focused and keep that head in the boat. So yeah, it's a hard one. But that Durham crew is looking very strong over there in lane 5, with Cardiff. I think Cardiff's still in that first place, maybe a length in front over Durham, and Sheffield's still up there in contention. And then we've got Bath and Loughborough and Surrey in lane 6, just about a length behind the Loughborough and Bath crews.
Yeah, I think Durham doing very well, but not well enough to overcome Cardiff, who come storming into the final 100 metres or so with about a 2-seat advantage, maybe a little bit more actually, maybe more like half a length over Durham, and it is growing. They are just getting stronger and stronger through the sprinting stages. They've clearly practiced for this well, and the strokeman keeping a beautiful length in this Cardiff crew. He's really getting out there and holding them through into the stroke, but Durham pushing hard here for the final few strokes, Carol.
Absolutely, what a push Durham put in there. I would have put my money on Cardiff, and if they hadn't managed to fight off that challenge from Durham, who really were flying down that last 250, It was an amazing finish there. Third place is with Sheffield in lane 2, then Loughborough, then Bath, and then Surrey B over on the far side. What a performance from Durham there. You just wonder if they'd maybe gone a wee bit sooner. Could they have caught Cardiff napping? Difficult question there.
Yeah, I mean, difficult question. Always the beauty of hindsight, isn't it? I guess is being able to look back and go, oh, maybe if we had, maybe if we hadn't, but maybe Cardiff would have done something different. You never know.
And that's the joy of racing. It's just so much fun. We used to have all these great discussions up here, and as you say, hindsight and knowing the result, you think, well, maybe should you, but doesn't take anything from Durham's performance. Really good sprint for the line there, and that's what you should be happening at this stage in racing. Just go for it, throw everything at it, because you just never know what might happen.
Well, we've gone from big boats to a little bit smaller. We've sort of moved now into the intermediate coxed fours. This is the F final of men's intermediate coxed fours, contesting places 31 through 36. So a huge entry again in this category. On your screen at the moment from left to right, we've got Queen's, University Belfast in 1, Birmingham in 2, University of East Anglia in 3, UCL in 4, Southampton in 5, and Nottingham in 6. Now flip that over because we've just switched camera angle. So lane 6 on your left and lane 1 now on your right. And I think Queen's, University Belfast here, Carol, with the advantage.
I would say so. A good spotter's guide to Queen's Belfast is that they tend to have these hoops round their kits just under the armpits, but it's often good to spot them. But yeah, I would say Belfast, and then it could be UCL and Nottingham just having a bit of a battle there. It's this is the F final, hotly contested event this, and we're still having some amazingly close racing. But it is Belfast. You see on the screen a bit of a wobble there from Belfast, but I think they've got enough of a comfort zone just to keep themselves in front of the rest of the pack. Birmingham are also up there, UCL are up there, East Anglia are up there, as over on the far side it's Nottingham, and I think Southampton have been dropped just off the pace.
Yeah, but a great race here behind Queen's Belfast between Birmingham and UCL. Also sandwiched in there, UEA just a length back and moving as they sniff the finish line out. It's going to be bow-ball for bow-ball between Birmingham and UCL. Birmingham perhaps with a little bit of wind in their sails here into this final 25 strokes or so. But talking of wind in their sails, Queen's, University Belfast very sharp here into the finish, and they are motoring, Carol.
Absolutely, just as it came into about 100 metres out, they just picked up the rating and just thought, let's go for the line, boys, and that's exactly what they did, and took that advantage, increased their advantage. Second place, and Alex will be jumping up and down with delight for Birmingham there. UCL third, just by the tiniest of margins. Now that's my call, it's not the finish line, it's not the real finish line we can see on the screen here. We'll have to wait for the judges on that one. But UCL over East Anglia, and then Nottingham and Southampton.
Next up, we've got the E final contesting places 25 through 30. of the men's intermediate coxed fours. This is Harriet Watt in lane 1 closest to us, then Exeter A, Exeter B, Southampton, Manchester and York B. So a good start there, it seems, for Exeter University A, who have to do the not so nice thing of racing their club mates and teammates. I always hated doing this, Carol. Anytime I was ever having to race my club mates in a race, quite often for us it was the lightweights. You know, we'd be pitted against the lightweights in a semi-final or the final, and yeah, it's always difficult, isn't it, having to sit on the start line and face off against them.
It's always difficult racing your club mates, but you just have to do it because we're racers and we want to win, and club mates or no, somebody has to win. If you back off, it might be somebody else from a different club. So you want to win for your club, but you want to win personally for yourself. It's and sometimes, even though it's your club mates, you forget all that in the heat of the race. You just get these blinkers coming on. You just think, I'm going for it, and that's that. And sad though that is, it is a rowing truth. Isn't this a fantastic picture there, Camilla? Look at these 6 coxed fours just line abreast on the screen there. I think it's still that Exeter A crew marginally in front, but not by much. I would say there's probably less than a couple of lengths separating these 6 fours. Brilliant to see.
Yeah, brilliant racing here in the E-final of the men's intermediate coxed fours with that Exeter crew that's one in from the right-hand side of your screen, out in the lead. But I'm going to have to look to the lake here rather than the screen to tell who I think is in second place. And I think, Carol, it's the Scottish crew from Harriet Watt in lane number 1. But again, not the only Scottish interest in this race. Apologies, it is Southampton, not Strathclyde. I saw STH on my start list and got myself confused. But indeed, Harriet Watt, the Scottish interest in this race, I think are second behind Exeter, going up just ahead of Exeter B, who are in the race for third, certainly alongside Southampton. And starting to stretch out here. I think we've got a top 4 that are breaking away from the remaining 2 crews.
Definitely, and I think Harriet Watt just in the last couple of 100 metres or so, I've just picked it up there just to sort of push Exeter, just to see what Exeter can do in this last few metres of this race. But it's Harriet Watt and Exeter 1 and 2, nipping and tucking, and it's really pushing it. Is Harriet Watt going to be flying through Exeter here? Did Exeter go off too hard, too fast? But Harriet Watt, look at that, Camilla, what a finish this is going to be. Oh boy, go Camilla.
It's like they've stepped onto the travelator, isn't it? They've really decided to go. They've smelt that they can have victory within their grasps. And here go Harriet Watt. Exeter are struggling to respond here, Carol.
It's too close to call. This is going to be who's taking the surge at whichever time. Oh man, that is so tight. The Harriet Watt Cox thinks they've got it. I'm not 100% convinced there.
That has to be one of the finishes of the day here in this E-final of the men's intermediate coxed for Harriet Watt, surging from behind to try and clinch victory from the claws of Exeter University A in lane 2. The fact that they were in lanes 1 and 2 side by side made for great racing, and we'll wait to hear the judges' verdict there. The rest of the crews continue to move across the line there, concluding with Manchester A in lane number 5, but couldn't take my eyes off that. That was amazing.
If there'd been a camera in the commentary box with us, you'd have seen Camilla and I, both with us noses pressed up against the glass, and then we looked at each other and thinking, well, who's going to call that? Luckily, it's not our job. The finished judges are below us, and it's their one to call. We're sitting here waiting for the finish to be updated on our electronic equipment, but if you look up the course you can see the D final well underway. And looking at your screen, reading from left to right, we have St Andrews University in lane 6, Nottingham in lane 5, Warwick in lane 4, Durham B in lane 3, Newcastle in lane 2, Bath in lane 1. And the action is all with Bath at the moment. Bath leading Newcastle, who are leading Durham just at this phase of their race. So with the D final, I wonder if we're going to get as exciting a finish as we've had before. If we look up the course, this has developed into an echelon race with Bath leading Newcastle, Newcastle leading Durham, Durham leading Warwick, Warwick leading Nottingham A, and Nottingham A leading St Andrews University B in lane 6. Great finish from Bath here. They can just hear the support and the crowds on the apron there, and it's Bath going hard, fast, and then it is Newcastle in that second place. You can hear the roars for Newcastle, but in this D final it's going to be honours with Bath. Newcastle having to settle for second place, Durham into that third, just coming towards the line now, and then the rest of the crews finishing in their lane order.
Well, there is the finish of the D final of the men's intermediate Coxford. No photo finishes there like our previous race, and I am excited to tell you we've got results from that very tight finish between Exeter and Heriot Watt. Heriot Watt came from behind to try and win out, but their hard efforts unfortunately just fell short, and just in the smallest possible of margins, 0.4 of a second to 0.04, my apologies, to Exeter to win that E-final, and a whisker really when you measure it over 2,000 metres, Carol.
Absolutely, very, very small margin, and phenomenal effort from Heriot Watt there, because I thought they'd done enough just to steal it, but the finish judge, we were not sitting directly on the line. The finish judge has final decision down there, and it's not just one judge, there's a few of them sitting there just looking at the race, and there's also got a photograph on the finish just to be able to separate crews, because that sort of margin is very, very hard to separate by eye.
Well, let's hold our breath and hope that we have some more really close finishes, because I love them. It's what this racing can sometimes come down to is, sort of bated breath final few strokes. But we're now on to the C final of the men's intermediate Coxed. This is our penultimate category here at the second day of BUCS Regatta 2023. This is on the screen as you see it from left to right. Liverpool in lane 6, Lancaster B in 5, Imperial in 4, Edinburgh B in 3, Queens in 2, Newcastle in 1, and I think we're going to be hearing the screams of Blue Star once again as Newcastle University on the right hand side of your picture lead out this final.
Very much so, and they are closest to their supporters on the bank, so I'm expecting to hear the roar. I'll probably see lots of blue kits running towards the bank just to support this Newcastle 4 along. But that said, I can hear them now. It's just brilliant. It's just great when you get a lot of support from the bank, and just a lot of atmosphere here at Nottingham. But it's Newcastle leading with Belfast in that second place, and then looks like Imperial could take that third place, Camilla.
Yeah, they're really fighting hard, aren't they, against Queen's University Belfast, and we'll see them come into picture in a moment. Newcastle on your screen now to take victory in the C final of the men's intermediate coxed fours, and Queen's Belfast will roll over the line with 3/4 of a length in hand over Imperial in the end. Edinburgh will be next to finish from lane number 3, ahead of Lancaster in lane number 5. Lancaster, amazing that they got 2 crews into the top 3 finals. We saw their A crew in the A final earlier, which was an awesome achievement out of the 36 crews that made it into the side-by-side, and then Liverpool finally in lane number 6. That will be the last of our men's intermediate coxed fours here at BUCS Regatta 2023. We'll park that event ready for next year to pick up, and I'm sure we'll have many returners to the racing stage. They'll all go home and get rested, ready for the final day tomorrow. But the last of our events now on the course. We've got 4 more finals to bring you, the F through C final of the women's intermediate eights, Carol.
Yeah, we can just see them on screen. The starter is just firing them off thick and fast at the moment. So reading again, left to right, we have Plymouth in lane 6 over the far side, Cardiff in lane 5, King's College in lane 4, Nottingham Trent in lane 3, Southampton in lane 2, and Bath in lane 1. And surprisingly, you'd maybe expect a wee bit of separation in the F final, but there doesn't seem to appear very much separation at all between these 6 eights. If anything, I would say that King's College maybe got their noses in front, but if so, by a very small margin. Nottingham Trent also up there, Southampton up there, and Bath in lane 1 also up there. Possibly Cardiff just dropped off the pace in lane 5. That Plymouth, I think, have overhauled Cardiff there for that 5th place.
Wow, what a final we've got here, Carol. There's, like a pack of cards. They're all sort of, overlapped, shuffled, prepped and ready to move into the second half of this race. They've got 1,000 metres left to row as they come past our camera, and it certainly feels like a long way when you're out on the water, but they'll be feeling the pinch right now. It's Cardiff, I think, out in front still, but looming are the other crews in this race, as all still very tight here through the third 500 metres.
It's not often I've heard the middle part of a race called a pinch. Usually it's sort of called something a bit harder than that. It's where the going gets really, really tough. You've done your start. You've sort of settled into a nice race pace. 1,000 metres, usually the cox will make some call asking for a bit more work. And then you'll settle down to a pace again, and then it's about 250 out, the cox will shout, "Come on girls, let's do this, let's take it home." And that's where you're supposed to find something magic in the legs, which feel leaden at this stage. But adrenaline takes over, and lo and behold, you actually can manage to lift it all up. And it amazes me that it happens, and it does happen. Having been in that situation where you think, I can't give anything more, you find it somehow or other, and it appears as if by magic. But good race here for these first 4. I would say it's very close between King's College, Nottingham Trent, Southampton and Bath.
Yeah, my apologies, I said Cardiff there, Carol. I was miscounting. King's College indeed in lane number 4 that currently lead. Apologies for misidentifying you, but King's College London, they've got enough in hand at this point, I think, to sort of feel that they don't have to start their sprint early, but they could have impending danger coming from their stroke side, from the likes of Bath B over in lane number 1, who have managed to find somewhat of an advantage over two crews that are neck and neck really. Southampton and Nottingham Trent in lanes 3 and 2 are really going at it there for that third place.
I can understand Camilla's sort of disquiet. The screen looks very clear. Sitting on the course, looking up the course, it's pretty murky out there. Lighting is fairly flat and it is very difficult to see kit colours. But I think that lead has changed somewhat, and I think it's Bath now leading King's College. Bath mounting a charge here. And I think they're just hear their clubmates shouting them on. Don't think there's very much in it between King's College and Bath, but to my eye, I think Bath are maybe a canvas in front.
Yeah, they're certainly coming. You can't see them on the screen at the moment because all you can see are King's College London, who've led this race for a lot of the way, but I think they are continuing to lead. Their bows will poke out past our very straight finish line camera first. However, the inside lane does catch you by surprise sometimes. It's going to be clear water here to King's College London almost, with a final shake of the stick from Bath, and it'll be Southampton that win out the centre lane fight between 2 and 3. Plymouth will be a length ahead of Cardiff in lane 5 through the line, and some more absolutely wonderful racing there, right after 2,000 metres, right down to the wire.
We're moving rapidly on to the E final, and reading left to right over on the far side in lane 6 it's Glasgow on the left, and then we have Oxford University B, Queen's Belfast, Manchester University in 3, St Andrews University in lane 2, and Leeds in lane 1. And to my eye at the moment it's between St Andrews University and Leeds, just charging there as they come through this camera angle. And it looks as though there's a bit of a blue sky up there from the camera angle. I wouldn't really call it blue, I'd maybe call it pale grey from this angle where I'm sitting. But good battle going on there between St Andrews University and Leeds. I wouldn't discount Queen's Belfast nor Oxford at this stage, and I think over on the far side you can just see that 8 of Glasgow just disappearing out to the right of the screen there as the cameraman's panning into St Andrews University and Leeds on this side. Good performance from both these crews at pretty much level, I would say, as they were coming towards us. Maybe St Andrews marginally in front, maybe a canvas, if that. If we look up the course and we're looking up the course, you can see how little separates these 6 8s, and I love seeing so many 8s so close together because you find that it's going to be a cracking finish.
So just having kind of studied for the last 250 metres or so. Carol and I think that lane 1 is in the lead. That's Leeds University over on the far right hand side of your picture. I know that looks really deceptive here, because I think if you were to look at the screen you'd believe St Andrews to be in the lead, but if I look at the lake I think that Leeds are in the lead. Carol, what do you think?
Yeah, the screen can be deceptive, and sometimes you get sort of sucked into watching the screen rather than sort of glancing around and looking at the lake. And it's obviously a race of two parts, because it's Leeds and St Andrews University having their private match out the front of the field, and then the other four crews really battling it out for the other places. It's Queen's, Belfast, I think have got their noses in front there, but Oxford, Manchester and Glasgow are not letting away with it. If anything, I think it's maybe Manchester just dropped off the back of that little pack, but it's Leeds still leading St Andrews University, and this is such a close race, so hard to keep this determination on all the way down. I think St Andrews University have just thought, no, come on, let's have a punt at this, girls, we can do this. Leeds going with them. You can see the rating in both these crews going up. Oh, this is going to be a race for the finish yet again.
Yeah, it's going to come right down to the final stroke here, and Leeds having to stay extremely motivated to stay ahead of St Andrews, but I'm not sure it's going to happen for them. There's been one final spurt of energy here from St Andrews University to get themselves just ahead as they come into the final few buoy lines, Carol.
Oh my word. Another one for the Finnish judges. That was just so close. Camera angle it's almost on the line, but not quite as good as the Finnish judges see. I would possibly put that with St Andrews, maybe over Leeds, but what a sprint for the line there. And it was Queen's, Belfast in that third place, and I think Glasgow got fourth over Oxford and Manchester.
Well, we move swiftly on to the D final now, our penultimate race of day 2 here at BUCS Regatta 2023. This is the women's intermediate 8D final. From the left hand side of your picture going in is Bath University A on the left hand side of your picture, UCL in lane 5, Newcastle in lane 4. I think perhaps we might be missing Durham University B in lane 3. Looks like it's an empty lane there. Oxford C in 2 certainly, and then Exeter B in lane number 1. We'll have to wait to see if that's be the case. And I'm just taking a quick glance. Our commentary position here is based right on the top of the finish tower. We have one of the best views in home Pierpont, and I can't see a crew in lane number 3, so I think we're missing Durham. But back to the action, Carol. Another very close race coming up to halfway.
It just gets better and better as we go through these minor finals. The time differential from the time trial is getting closer and closer, so it brings these really exciting final races. And I think the honours are with Exeter, but over at the far side I don't think Bath can be ruled out yet. UCL also up there, Oxford University up there. I think it's Newcastle just off the back of the field, and it's lanes 1 and 2 where the action is, just as we've got that line of boys. Exeter leading Oxford, going through the line of boys. Over the far side it was Bath, UCL and then Newcastle. Very little, less than a boat length and a half separating these 8s as they come through that camera position. Just as they're heading away from us, I think Exeter were pretty much level. I think they put in a push there just as they went through that camera angle, and I think whatever call the Cox made has worked, because I think they're starting to pull away from Oxford on that inside. I think they've been caught Oxford napping, and Oxford having to work hard to get back in touch with this Exeter crew, the B crew from Exeter, going very strongly in lane 1 there.
Yeah, Exeter have got their A crew racing in the last race of the day, the C final, so one kind of ranking set above, but they'll want to put in a good start to the final couple of races here at the regatta. And Exeter, great great start for them, and just keeping eyes on. I'm not sure, Carol. I think Oxford maybe also, seeing the danger and perhaps having the call to go that little bit early to keep stroke with Exeter. And these two crews, this race here out at the front of the field is just pushing them further and further away than the trailing three crews, isn't it? Which often tends to happen. That fight that is stroke for stroke, just creating that bigger gap back to a great race that's going on for third place between Bath and Newcastle now, who I think have pushed ahead of UCL.
It's a cracking race. These crews well into the last 500 now. The Coxes can see each other. I'm sure the Coxos will be shouting, I'm sitting at 8, girl, give me 7, give me 6, give me 5, let's move through this crew. Both Coxes will be looking at each other and just thinking what can they encourage their crews to do, and just using each other to sort of build that boat speed. Camilla was thinking Oxford was coming back. I think my money is still on Exeter there. I think Exeter saw that challenge from Oxford and just thought, let's just dig deep and just stay in front. And I think that's what they've been managing to do. Over on this far side is Bath, I think, coming out on top of that battle for that third space over Newcastle, with UCL just marginally behind.
Yeah, Carol, you're absolutely right. I think I'm going to back you there. Exeter looking great into this final 200 metres, and anything that did get thrown at them, they've dealt with successfully. And here goes the red boys. You can see the boy colours just starting to change there. The final 100 metres of this D final, the women's intermediate 8s, and it is a great race at the back of the field. In fact, I think we've got our winners wrapped up in Exeter. I think Oxford comfortably in second, Bath having shot themselves out into third, but Newcastle and UCL right towards the back. We're going to see in just a moment's time. Carol, 3/4 a length there to Exeter over in first. Oxford will be second. Bath have separated themselves, but look at this race coming here for the final position of the race.
Absolutely, Newcastle are having to fight really, really hard there, with UCL mounting that concerted challenge just for the line. And this is the penultimate race of the day. There are still lots of supporters on the apron around the centre, encouraging their crews on. And you just look out the course, you saw that last little finish there, that the sun is starting to come out now. I think it could be a nice gentle evening. The water's flattened down, and we've got the last race of the day coming towards us, and it is the C final of the women's intermediate 8s. We've had some cracking racing so far, and I expect nothing less of this last race of the day. So, reading from left to right again: York in lane 6, Lancaster in lane 5, Exeter A in lane 4. I can't see a Cambridge crew. Oxford C crew in Oxford Brooks, take that back. Oxford Brooks in lane 2, Nottingham in lane 1. We are certainly missing one of the crews, and I think it's the Cambridge crew in lane 3 that is missing. No, take that back. It's lane 2 that is hasn't appeared there in this C final. There's the yellow blades of Nottingham I can see there just as they come into the square in the sunshine. Nice bright colours. We've got that line of boys straight across. Nottingham going through first, and then we have it's Exeter and then Cambridge, then York, then Lancaster. You can see as the camera angle pans round, we've still got this lovely shot of the yellow blades of Nottingham heading away from that angle, coming towards us in the finish tower. They've come through 1,000 metres, they're heading towards 500 metres from home. A lot of crews round about 1,000 metres put in a big push, and that's where the Cox will make a call just to give them a wee bit extra on the legs, just to sort of try and tease them apart from any other challengers further over the course. I'm just sitting here looking at this screenshot that you've got there. These cameras that we have pushed around the course, they are getting some amazing shots. You can see the swallows or swifts feeding low on the water there for any insects coming round. What a lovely picture there as Nottingham come towards us in the finish tower. Looking up the course, just flicked my head round just to see what's happening, as has the cameraman at the same time. So it's Nottingham leading. I think Exeter A Crew's in that second place, and then we have Cambridge, York, and then Lancaster. It always amazes me at BUCS. It's one of these great regattas. Every year I come to BUCS, every year I'm so impressed by how supportive all the students are to all their clubmates. They hang around, they cheer them on, there's always a great, happy, friendly atmosphere, and it sort of makes it a really good event, and I'm sure anybody who comes here to watch the racing really enjoys it because the atmosphere is so positive.
Yeah, I totally agree, Carol. The atmosphere here is one of the things that makes this regatta, and I can wholeheartedly say that, having been coming here since 2011, that I'm still here 12 years later. It's certainly the atmosphere that's one of the things that I think makes BUCS super special. And as you say, it is after 8 o'clock right now, 8:05. We've still got the banks lined with supporters, with athletes that have stayed behind to watch their teammates, parents, coaches, the lot. So as we welcome Nottingham to the final 100 metres or so, and Exeter trying their best to go along with them from lane number 4, it's going to be closing out day 2 of BUCS Regatta with great support here on the banks.
Just a wall of sound coming from behind us. It's Nottingham having picked it up. Exeter had a good go there in this last 250 metres. They really ramped the rating up, and they've managed to get overlap with Nottingham. Nottingham going through that line in the first place, Exeter in that second place. But look at the battle going on for 3rd, 4th and 5th. This is just brilliant. Cambridge, York and Lancaster. What a phenomenal finish here, Camilla.
Yeah, overlap between the final 3 crews, very fitting, a great race here to conclude the day, day 2 of racing to the BUCS Regatta 2023. I've had a wonderful time being here on the live stream through the minor finals. We're going to sign off and go and get some rest before a big day tomorrow. Carol and I back on the live stream along with the rest of the team that you'll have heard here today, and a few new voices as well to introduce to you tomorrow. I've been Camilla Hadley-Horrocks. I've been here with Carol Wallace. Carol, any highlights for you just before we sign off?
There's been so many, and probably for me, some of these minor finals, and I know people write them off thinking it's all really exciting on the big major finals, but some of these, that Harriet Watt crew that came and almost took it on the line there, that was gutting for Harriet Watt just to miss out, but it still gave them a 13th place in the rankings in that event. So they may have missed out, but they've got a good ranking because there were some crews that came and competed and didn't even get into the ranking order.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that we've seen some incredible finishes here. We've also had incredible support. You can see all the umpire launches coming in there. I want to take this moment to say a big thank you to everyone that makes this regatta run: umpires, volunteers, stake boat holders, BUCS themselves, and my commentary team, which have been absolutely awesome. This is the day 2 of a long day, and we'll be back again tomorrow. Big thanks again, and thank you for tuning in with us. Join us again tomorrow from mid-morning. We'll be back online, late part of the morning, to bring you the first of the side-by-side action on the final day of BUCS Regatta 2023.